8 years ago, disaster struck. The sky split open, and a massive black hole loomed over the city. From it poured a horde of monsters, turning the world into chaos. Time and space twisted unnaturally, allowing these alien beasts to invade and slaughter indiscriminately. Humanity was devastated. Population numbers plummeted, and survival seemed hopeless. The monstrous onslaught came to be known as the Demon Tide. Just when all seemed lost, a mysterious force reshaped the world's magnetic field. This shift awakened a strange system, one that granted people access to a job-based power structure. Individuals began manifesting unique abilities, allowing them to select jobs that came with special skills. These newfound powers could be brought into the real world, and each person's awakened talent would determine the strength and future of their chosen path. Schools were established to nurture these fake professions, training students to harness their abilities in simulated environments. Society adapted quickly, developing systems, crafting difficulty levels, designing strategic dungeons. All of it to train the next generation of warriors. At Jiang City's #1 career academy, a major event was underway. On the large screen, the principal's stern face appeared. "Students, you've completed your foundational studies," he declared. "Today marks a pivotal moment. You will awaken your talents. Today, you step into the dungeons for the first time." At his signal, a brilliant magic circle illuminated the schoolyard, casting golden light all around. The principal's voice rang out again, filled with pride and hope. "You've worked hard for this moment. The years of preparation have not been in vain. From this day forward, you are professionals. Protect humanity, even if it costs you everything." A large screen displayed a countdown, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as names were called one by one. In the crowd stood a young man, unwavering in his belief. Everything he had done since arriving in this world had led to this day. A student of Jiang City's top academy, he knew how vital talent awakening was. Talents were ranked: common, rare, legendary, courtier, and myth. No human had ever awakened a myth-tier talent. At least, not yet. Top-tier professions like swordsman and mage were the most sought after, followed by assassins, summoners, soldiers, and priests. Priests were considered the weakest, lacking offensive abilities, low mobility, and poor combat influence. In typical dungeons, other jobs could solo clear enemies, but priests struggled. Even experienced players rarely saw priests making an impact, reduced to background support, healing, and tanking damage. At high levels, a smart magician or summoner could easily replace a priest altogether. With no real role in battle, priests had become the butt of many jokes. Just then, a girl tugged gently at his sleeve and asked with a smile, "So, have you decided? Mage, soldier, or assassin?" He grinned and gave a playful wink. "There's no point thinking about that now. You only find out what suits you after your natural talent awakens." She frowned slightly, clearly annoyed. "I was just asking for fun." That girl, she was no ordinary student. She attended Jiang City's #1 academy, and her name was Mumu. The boys nearby couldn't hide their admiration. Clutching their chests dramatically, they sighed, "The goddess Mumu is stunning today." He, however, didn't make a fuss. Calmly, he reached out and patted her on the head. The simple gesture sent shockwaves through the male students around them, each one itching to rip his hand away in envy. Among them stood a silver-haired young man, his face dark with anger, jaw clenched tight. This parasite, always acting so high and mighty. Let's see what kind of talent he awakens. Suddenly, a shout cut through the noise. Number 1001, awakening rare and powerful natural talents. A screen lit up, displaying the result. Rare and powerful natural talents, with skills boosted by 50%. The crowd gasped. "Whoa, that's insane," someone blurted out. "He's a perfect match for the soldier class. This guy's going to top the whole academy." The boy with purple hair, number 1001, watched the attention shift. His expression soured as his eyes landed on the girl. He muttered coldly, "Let's see what an orphan like him has that can catch Mumu's attention." He was just about to say more when someone placed a hand gently on her shoulder, trying to lead her away. But she spun around and snapped, "Why do you always act like you don't care about anyone's opinion?" His answer came without hesitation. "Because I'll be the strongest. That's all that matters." His mind drifted back to a memory etched deep into his soul. That terrible day when monsters overran the world. He was still a child when his parents led him through the chaos, fleeing for their lives. His father urged them on, pointing toward a shelter up ahead. "We're almost there. Just a little further." His mother tried to calm him, whispering, "Don't be scared. We're going to be okay." But out of nowhere, a monster struck. The blow flung all three of them apart. Terrified, he screamed, "Dad!" But his father, wounded, shouted back, "Get inside. I'm fine." Even as his mother was dragged away, she turned her head and cried out, "You must survive." At that very moment, the shelter doors opened. Someone saw him and shouted, "Over here! A survivor! Get the boy inside!" As he was pulled to safety, he kept calling for his parents, desperate, screaming their names. Inside the shelter, he met a woman, Mumu's mother. She looked at him gently and said, "From today on, we're family. Come home with me." Still lost in thought, he silently vowed. Only by gaining power could he protect the ones who mattered. Just then, a notification flashed across the screen. Number 1128, prepare for awakening. He turned to Mumu and whispered, "Wait here. I'll be back." Though she looked annoyed at first, a flicker of concern crossed her face as she watched him walk away. He stepped into the glowing circle. In an instant, the world around him shifted, like being pulled into the heart of space itself. Dazzled, he looked around. This was the place where his natural talent would awaken. As he reached out and touched a glimmering light, a surge of overwhelming energy burst forth. 2 dragons, one black, one red, coiled around him, then vanished into his body. A new screen appeared. You have awakened a legendary talent. Reversal of the universe. Do you wish to hide this talent? His heart skipped a beat. Mythical level. A talent no human had ever unlocked. Without hesitation, he chose to hide it. Then, as if drawn instinctively, he absorbed the knowledge of his new power. Level 1. Reversal. O boosts all personal skills and reverses their effects. O can toggle skills on or off. O at higher levels, it can completely alter a skill's nature. O current bonus. Reduces mana cost by 10%. O current reversal. Buffs become debuffs, and debuffs become buffs. O level up condition. Reach level 10. O grants full control over talent activation. He chuckled softly to himself. So this was why the system allowed talents to be hidden. A power this absurd had to stay secret. With a smirk, he thought through the possibilities. If buffs could be reversed into debuffs and vice versa, it meant enemies' attacks could heal him, and allies' healing could be turned into damage. A double-edged sword, but in the right hands, unstoppable. Then, over the loudspeaker, number 1128, Lin Yi, talent awakening, hidden. Mumu ran over quickly. How'd it go? Did you awaken something strong? He quickly cut her off. It's a secret. The students nearby didn't buy it. Laughter broke out. I told you. You probably got some worthless talent. Trash talent for a trash student. The goddess wasted her time on him. Another announcement followed. Number 1128, please proceed to job selection. Number 1233, Mumu, prepare for talent awakening. He nudged her forward. Your turn. She scolded him lightly. Can't you be more gentle? The awakening and profession areas stood side by side. After a student awakened their talent, they had to pass the statue of the goddess to choose their profession. He lifted his gaze to the towering statue, deep in thought. A voice called out, please select your profession. He narrowed his eyes. If his talent could truly bend reality, then the only logical choice was to pick a profession that could fully unleash its potential. One that filled in the gaps, balanced weaknesses, and amplified his natural strength. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached out and chose the priest card. This one, he said firmly. The monument paused, as if unsure. Then a voice responded. Please confirm. Do you choose the profession, priest? You are currently the first student to select this path. I'm sure, he replied. Priest. As soon as he confirmed, golden light burst from the card and surged into his body. The transfer was complete. In an instant, a black cloak wrapped around him, and a staff appeared in his hand. The announcement board updated with his profile. Profession, priest. HP, 100. Below, 80. Minor injuries, slight stat drop. Below 30. Severe injuries, moderate stat drop. Below 5. Critical, heavy stat drop. At 0 death. Ghost value 100. Talent, mythical level, reversal of the universe. Attributes, strength 4. Constitution, 4. Mentality, 5. Spirit, 5. Agility, 4. Skills unlocked. 1. Healing magic. Cast on a target to restore 50 HP. O cooldown, 5 seconds. O mana cost, 10. 2. Purification technique. Restore 30 MP to a target. O cooldown, 12 seconds. O mana cost, 0. He tested the staff with a forward swing. Immediately, his eyes glowed red, and red lightning crackled around him. A new panel appeared. Healing magic reversed. Deprives the target of 50 HP instead of healing. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 9. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. It worked just as he'd hoped. His healing wasn't treated as damage, and it ignored enemy armor. Like piercing someone with a clean strike of an iron spear. Not quite as high as a mage's spell output, but if the enemy had magic resistance, he'd have the edge. Then he turned to the second skill, purification technique. On paper, it looked underwhelming. something even beginner mages could mimic with low-level goblin spells. But he knew better. In a fight against magic users, the ability to drain mana at a key moment could completely cripple an opponent's strategy. He did the math in his head. His path was becoming clearer, an offensive support class with hidden fangs. But one thing stood out. He needed to be cautious when using healing on teammates. In a reverse state, support skills turned deadly. A buff intended to strengthen could become a crippling blow. He nodded quietly to himself. His power was risky, dangerous even to allies, but in the right hands, it was unbeatable. The crowd was already buzzing with excitement, but when someone picked the priest career, the whole place erupted with laughter. It was obvious they were just trying to hide behind stronger teammates. Right then, the loudspeaker blared. Number 1233, Su Mumu, awaken your legendary talent and summon your soul. Gasp followed. Life release. Summoning a soul from another world to fight. The same group that had mocked her now scrambled to suck up. Did I hear that right? Legendary talent? Truly worthy of being the goddess Mumu. She's the only one ever to awaken a legendary talent. I wonder which path she'll pick. But she ignored all the praise, completely unfazed. Mumu had always been the best in theory class, a genius through and through. People scoffed at the idea of someone like a low-ranked monk daring to be by her side, trying to flatter the goddess. Are you? Please, just stick to hugging her feet. Mumu stepped forward toward the goddess statue. The voice came again. Please choose your profession. Without a pause, she declared mage. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The principal nodded, pleased. A legendary talent becoming a mage, excellent. She could one day join the profession alliance. Still, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. But what I really care about is that boy. He watched silently. It had been years since any student willingly chose the path of a priest. Behind him, a red-robed figure murmured, that kid, he doesn't seem like he was pressured into it. Their leader's eyes lit up. Interesting. Mumu, now finished with her ceremony, darted over to him, gave a sly wink, and showed off her mage robes. Look, I'm a mage now. Guess we can't party up anymore. But he shook his head. No, I've got my own plan. She blinked, confused by his reply. Maybe he meant something deeper? Suddenly, a notice flashed. Wolf Forest Beginner Dungeon is now open. A shimmering purple portal appeared, beckoning those who had awakened their talents and chosen their professions. Just then, one student swaggered up with a smug look. In love already, are you? Do me a favor. Help me invite her to my party. If you follow my lead, I'll let you in on the rewards. A scoff came from someone behind him. If it weren't for the goddess, no one would even care about having a priest. He never planned to take this seriously. Another sneered. He's just pretending. Watch, he'll back out. But he simply replied, I refuse. That same critic flared up in anger. You'll regret this. The principal finally stepped in. Whether he has talent or not, the deputy must cooperate. Fighting monsters alone is nearly impossible. The angry student, who was just shouting moments ago, suddenly did a 180, grinning and calling out principal. But the principal didn't budge. No matter the grudge, once you're facing a monster, you must let it go. Calmly, the boy said, I don't hate anyone. I just believe clearing dungeons solo gives more experience and better rewards. The principal paused, surprised. A priest going solo? He tried to reason with him. Even if it doesn't work out, you can always switch teams. Don't risk your life for pride. The consequences are real. Injuries and death in the copy are real. But Lin remained unfazed. Thank you, principal, but I've already made up my mind. I'll clear the dungeon alone. In truth, he had already calculated everything. To level up fast, solo runs were the way. And more importantly, until he grew strong enough, he had to keep his god-level talent hidden. The principal watched him go, still wondering, what gives him that much confidence? He stepped toward the dungeon gate when another notice popped up. New player trial dungeon. Highly dangerous. Team entry recommended. Without hesitation, he answered, yes. The moonlight shone faintly, the wind drifting through the empty woods. Alone, he moved forward. A new screen lit up, detailing the dungeon. Wolf Forest. Level 1 to 3, beginner difficulty. Recommended for new players to enter in groups and cooperate for safe completion. It went on to describe the threats. Bloodthirsty wolves. Fast and sharp, almost impossible to escape once surrounded. He read quietly. This dungeon's tough for first-timers. But with solid teamwork, no one should die. Even getting a B rank is impressive. There'd be healing springs along the way to restore class systems, keeping players alive, and quietly downgrading the role of the priest. Still, if someone wandered off or failed to take out all the wolves in time, they'd gather, swarm, and wipe out everything. Worse, if anyone strayed too far into the forest and triggered the forbidden zone, it'd be instant death. But none of that made him hesitate. His eyes gleamed, filled with ambition. If I have god-level talent, why should I settle for mediocrity? I'm aiming for the forbidden zone. With that, he bolted straight into the forest. Deep within the forest, fierce howls and savage roars echoed. It was the den of wild wolves. Each of these beasts had distinct traits. Level 1, Strength 3, Physique 3, Intelligence 1, Spirit 2, Agility 2. Their special ability? A nasty bite that causes bleeding, along with group coordination that made them lethal in packs. But Lin didn't hesitate. Weapon in hand, he stood tall and ready. These wolves weren't just vicious. They tore their prey apart with fang-based attacks that triggered bleeding. The effect? Continuous damage for 3 seconds. No cooldown, just pain. Sensing an intruder, the wolves lunged at him in waves. He smirked. Reverse the universe. Activate. A crimson beam blasted upward as he launched his first move, inverse healing. Though designed to heal, this twisted version dealt 50 damage instead, enough to take down a wolf instantly. No injury to him, and 10 XP gained. A burst of red flame followed, scorching the lead wolves where they stood. They tried to fight back, but his bite reversal countered their attacks, healing him for 20 HP and bouncing the damage back. Blade flashing, he struck again, this time unleashing the forbidden technique, reverse purification. This skill wiped out the wolves' entire magic reserve and locked them in place, unable to move. Chains wrapped around them, their energy drained until they collapsed. One by one, the wolves dropped, then another, and another. None could match his onslaught. He glanced around at the corpses littering the ground. 10 XP per wolf. If I clear them all, I'll hit level 4 easily. His real goal? The hidden boss of the dungeon. Even a level gap wouldn't stop him. Suddenly, a wolf leapt from the shadows. He reacted in an instant. His inverse healing was just off cooldown. One hit, and the wolf was down. He brushed off the scratch and thought, I prepared for this moment in every detail. Level doesn't matter once the enemy's dead. Combat mode ended. He deactivated Reverse Universe, then used Purification one last time to cap it all off. Level up, level 2 achieved. All attributes increased. Combat power boosted. Skills upgraded. 2 free attribute points earned. Without a second thought, he poured both attribute points into intelligence. His reasoning was simple. His ability didn't rely on taking damage. His mana regenerated continuously. So boosting intelligence meant more power, more damage, and faster kills when using Reverse the Universe. Outside the dungeon, the principal's eyes narrowed as a red warning flared on the map. That zone, the forbidden area, was strictly off-limits during training. He clenched his jaw. No way. Is he actually going after the hidden boss? The 5-star Wolf King. His thoughts raced. Unless that student's hidden talent is beyond mythical? Stroking his white beard, he closed his eyes with a sigh. Regret washed over him. Too bad he chose not to reveal it. I can only hope he makes it out alive. His concern didn't go unnoticed. Someone beside him chuckled. Worried much, old man? Why not make a bet? I'll bet he breaks the record. They turned their attention to the screen showing the dungeon feed. But isn't the top-seeded player that girl? The other one frowned. She's talented, but her execution's a little shaky. The scene inside the dungeon shifted. Moo, accompanied by 2 friends, was making her way through the forest when a wild wolf charged them at lightning speed. Without flinching, she cast ice condensation, freezing the beast in its tracks. Wow, she's incredible, her teammates exclaimed, clearly in awe. The wolf dropped, but Moo suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong. No, this isn't over. 2 more wolves appeared, drawn by the noise. Panic hit her like a wave. Her flustered movements alerted other monsters nearby, forcing them to flee the scene. Screaming, she grabbed her 2 friends and dashed off in retreat. It's over. I've ruined everything. The image of the goddess is shattered, but she quickly realized they couldn't run forever. In a sudden burst of resolve, Moo skidded to a stop and threw her arms out in front of her friends. Go behind me. With rapid precision, she fired 2 life imitation spells followed by another round of ice condensation. Bursts of red, pink, and icy blue light streaked through the air. The spells hit their mark. Shards of ice tore through the wolves. Finally, the beast collapsed. They were safe for now. Moo wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a breath of relief. Looks like it's clear, he muttered, stepping back into the outer zone. The principal, gently stroking his beard, gave a calm smile. Still holding up well, he remarked. The figure beside him responded softly. Without combat drive, talent alone won't carry her. Meanwhile, deep within the replica world, a rabbit strolled aimlessly until it jolted in fear. A wolf's body had suddenly come crashing down nearby. It had been asleep moments ago, now defeated. The status board flickered, level 3. He grinned. Just a bit more. This pace is perfect. Let's wipe out the rest and hit level 4. But then a low growl echoed. Lin turned toward the sound, alert. It's here, he whispered. Brushing aside the grass, he spotted it, the pack leader. the Dark Wolf King. Level 5. Power 10. Endurance 9. Intelligence 3. Spirit 7. Speed 5. Abilities Bite, Bleed, Howl, and Slash. Larger than any of its kin, with a massive tail and burning eyes, its presence radiated raw power. It prowled the depths of the forest, notorious for its rage and relentless pursuit of anything that crossed its path. The forest's wild wolves bowed to its command, ripping apart enemies without hesitation. This creature wasn't just strong, it was a hidden boss, a nightmare from the Academy's archives. Many prodigies had fallen attempting to challenge it, some scarred for life, others never returning. That side of the forest was now forbidden. Lin stayed hidden, crouched behind a thick tree, silently watching. They still seemed to be circling him, he noted. Like regular beasts, they'd sometimes wander for better spots, not always heading back to the den. Their patterns had gaps. That's when he moved. He reappeared behind an unsuspecting wolf, locking it down instantly. The notification popped up. 50 reverse damage dealt. Target eliminated. Plus 10 XP. Lin looked down at the carcass, eyes cold and unfeeling. Annoying mutts, but perfect for grinding. His voice was flat. Once I'm strong enough, I'll take on the king head on. And so it continued. One by one, the Dark Wolf King's pack fell. Lin's level crept higher, the forest echoing with clash after clash, each strike of his blood-red blade slicing the silence. Lin's level ticked up, now level 4. But something shifted. The Dark Wolf King's eyes lit up, sharp and dangerously curious. He'd sensed something. So, you finally caught on, Lin murmured. All right then, let's change the game. The beast before him wasn't just powerful, it was monstrous. HP 2,000 plus. Mana 1,000 plus. Attack 500. Defense 200. Its stats dwarf the average wild wolf by 50-fold. Any novice would be torn apart without mercy, if not killed outright, then toyed with until death came slow. With a thunderous snarl, the Dark Wolf King charged. But Lin stood his ground and met the attack head-on. A crimson flash burst out, the hit landed, and the beast snarled furiously. But Lin just smiled. Thanks. That loosened up my muscles a bit. A faint blue glow wrapped around his body. The damage didn't hurt. It revitalized him. He stayed still, letting the healing waves soothe him, his mind at ease. As expected from a divine tier talent, he thought. Its attacks just refuel me. If it keeps this up, finishing it off will be easy. Even as the night dragged on, the Dark Wolf King showed no sign of fatigue. It growled low, preparing to strike again. Lin taunted it with a smirk. You done yet? That did it. The beast snapped. A surge of blue energy lit up its eyes as it activated its standard assault. Its claw swiped, but Lin dodged at the last moment. The strike smashed into the earth, leaving a gaping crack. The wolf bared its jagged fangs, standing tall once more, ready to pounce again. Too late, Lin sneered. The Dark Wolf King launched itself forward, blue sparks dancing in its eyes. If your pack were still here, I'd have to work a bit harder, Lin thought. But now, you're all alone. His blade lifted. His eyes sharpened. The healing skill was ready again. A crimson beam blasted into the sky. The wolf was struck and slammed to the ground. A notice flashed. Dark Wolf King defeated. Plus 1,000 XP. Level up, level 5. Instance complete, Wolf Forest. Summary began displaying. Lower tier bronze, treasure, chest obtained. All hidden objectives completed. Final boss eliminated without using damaging skills. 30 wild wolves slain. Evaluation, SSS rank. Bonus reward, extra large high tier silver treasure chest. Lin grinned with satisfaction. If the reverse healing technique hadn't slipped under the radar as non-damage, he mused, there's no way I'd have hit SSS rank anywhere else. Right on cue, the notice board lit up. Player has cleared the Wolf Forest instance. All hidden achievements completed. Rating, SSS. The crowd outside erupted in shock. What? Who pulled that off? No way, we just witnessed history. Quick, snap a picture. Even the principal couldn't hide his amazement. Unprecedented, completely unique. An SSS rating in that instance means every hidden objective was cleared. From what I recall, only Lin ventured into the Forbidden Zone. The person beside him raised an eyebrow. How's that even possible? An SSS score includes a no damage clear condition. Beating that solo, it's almost unthinkable. Everyone around started buzzing, voices overlapping in disbelief. No one had ever heard of a seeded player showing this kind of performance. Could it be a transfer student? Even Mumu looked stunned. She had barely scraped an A rating and had nearly paid the price. I don't even know how to feel anymore, she murmured. Back in the instance, Lin was all smiles, relaxed, almost joyful. That went better than expected. His expression then sharpened as he shouted, "Open the treasure chest." A surge of golden light burst forth as the chest unlocked. revealing the rewards. High-tier silver treasure chest activated. Acquired. Magic weapon, therapy skill book. Bonus, 5x free attribute points. Equipment, dark dagger, silver grade. Lin silently examined the loot. The dark dagger boosted attack power by 50 points, increased armor penetration by 10 points, and gave a 5% chance to inflict bleeding with every strike. Then came the skill. Divine Aura Therapy. Active skill. Bless allies within a 10-meter radius. Instantly restores 100 HP. Additional healing of 10 HP/SEC for 10 seconds. Mana cost, 50. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Lin's excitement showed. Then, Reverse Divine Weapon Therapy. Disaster. Learned. Level 1 active skill. Unleashes evil aura within 10 meters. Curses all enemies. Instantly reduces their HP by 100. He was ready for the next stage. The skill came with a nasty follow-up. Blood loss effect. Lasts 10 seconds. Minus 20 HP per second. Mana cost, 45. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Lin observed the crimson aura encircling him, visibly pleased. Sure, the cooldown was a bit long and the mana cost wasn't light, but those were just early game limitations. Pillars of red light erupted upward, piercing the sky, an overwhelming burst of damage for this stage. He grinned. With this plus the energy recovery trick, I've basically unlocked infinite cooldown loops. Even top-tier mage classes can't match this. As for the dagger, I'll flip it to some rich second-gen kid. Consider it my down payment for the future. My uncle and aunt have done enough. I won't rely on their wallets anymore. After double-checking the loot, he turned to the still-glowing notice board. 5 free attribute points lit up. He smiled wider. Jackpot. Free attribute points were rare. Aside from the 2 granted per level, they were only found through elite missions, hidden treasure chests, or clearing a dungeon with top-tier performance. And unless you're rating hit S or higher, you'd get nothing. But for SSS, an extra 5, no questions asked. He wasted no time. All 5 points into intelligence. From now on, I'll max out my magic system, he declared. The most ruthless, most twisted priest this world's ever seen. His eyes sparkled with certainty as he stepped out of the dungeon. A powerful purple light burst forth, causing a stir among those waiting. There it is, someone shouted. That has to be an SSS-level party. But when they saw only Lin emerge, confusion and curiosity filled the air. Wait, why is he alone? Where's the rest of the team? Lin scanned the crowd, eyes sharp, taking in every face. Voices buzzed around him. Maybe his team's still counting the rewards. They've got to be loaded after a clear like that. Mumu spotted him and rushed over, calling out excitedly. It's you, isn't it? Tell me it was you. But the crowd scoffed. Him? No way. That loser. He went in alone. Probably got smacked and ran back out. Laughter rippled through the onlookers. In response, Lin casually pulled out his dagger. Anyone here switch classes to assassin? He asked calmly. About a weapon up for grabs. Silver quality. Who's interested? As soon as the dagger gleamed in his hand, the mocking turned into gasps. Students leaned in, whispering. Beep. Did he just say silver equipment? The murmurs turned into a frenzy. People pushed in from all sides, eyes locked on the weapon. I want it. Me too. Over here. Call my dad, hold on. 10,000. 20,000. I need high-tier gear. 50,000. The bidding war erupted. Lin just watched calmly. Lin flashed a satisfied grin. 50,000 was a solid bid for such a remarkable weapon. He continued with the flair of a seasoned auctioneer. 50,000 once, 50,000 twice. Just as the deal was about to be sealed, a voice rang out from the crowd, doubling the price. 100,000. Gasps echoed all around. That kind of money? Unthinkable. In most families, 10,000 alliance coins would be a year's income. Dropping 100,000 meant giving up life's basics for an entire decade. The crowd was stunned. Lin raised a brow slightly. Sure, 100,000 was a steep price, especially for a dagger, even one this rare. Still, he nodded. Deal, he said, producing the weapon. Instantly, people swarmed him with questions. Lin, can I ask, what level are you now? Level 5, he answered calmly. What team are you with? You didn't clear the dungeon alone, did you? The one rated 5 stars? SSS rank? That was you, right? Help us out, man. How'd you pull that off? High above, the principal was watching closely. For what he could see, Lin wasn't part of any team, which should have made it impossible. Someone nearby whispered. He definitely had help. No way a new kid could solo an SSS-rated dungeon. But the record shows he did it solo and didn't take a single hit, another argued. At this stage, not even the highest-ranking classes in the top-tier professions could achieve that. For a rookie? Unreal. The crowd surrounding Lin grew even thicker. Some of the same people who mocked him earlier were now second-guessing themselves. He's kind of good-looking. Maybe we shouldn't mess with him. Probably just luck, someone muttered bitterly. Or he cheated. How far can a priest class even go anyway? Nearby, someone forced a smile. Yeah, look at him acting all superior. One student scowled, teeth clenched. We'll get our shot. Next time, we'll teach him a lesson. Then, the principal stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. Students, your test ends here. From this moment on, you're no longer ordinary. You've stepped into the world of pseudo-professionals, with power that sets you apart. A quiet hush fell over the crowd as the weight of his words sank in. In 30 days, he continued, you'll face the most critical moment of your journey, the career test, that will decide your true path, whether you return to a normal life or rise to become humanity's shield against the coming demon tide. He looked over the sea of students. Use this next month wisely. The school has prepared beginner-level realms for you. Reach level 10 or beyond if you want to have a chance. Lin furrowed his brow in quiet thought. The career test wasn't just a formality. It was key to completing the team diploma. One of the major scoring metrics was team coordination. His gaze shifted to Mumu. She would be his partner in this. Despite her cold and distant demeanor, he knew better. Beneath that cool exterior was someone vulnerable, clumsy, genuine, too easily swayed, and too kind to hide her true self. She had awakened a powerful gift, but that alone wasn't enough. I'll keep her safe, he thought, resolve tightening in his chest. A flash of memory crossed his mind. A woman protecting 2 children, shielding them with both arms. His aunt. That day's tragedy still haunted him. This time, he'd keep his promise. He gently rested his hand on Mumu's head. Not going home tonight, he said warmly. We're running a dungeon. Okay, Mumu replied in a soft voice. The scene shifts. A stone cave looms. Its name, Mysterious Stone Cave. Dungeon level, ranges from 3 to 6. Difficulty, selectable. Recommended party size, 5 to 10 members. Intro, the cave swarms with venomous scorpions. Their sting isn't deadly, but the poison they inject is a serious hassle. Avoid getting hit. There are 2 difficulty settings. Normal, defeat the poisonous Scorpion King with full effort. Hard, same objective, but with one catch, don't get poisoned. If the Scorpion King isn't taken down fast enough, it will go berserk. Lin immediately opted for the hard mode. His mind was already working through battle strategies and loot possibilities. He understood how copy challenges worked. The harder the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, the stricter the rules, the greater the need for teamwork, and the bigger the rewards. Standard copies came in 3 tiers: normal, hard, and nightmare. But this cave only had 2 for now: normal and hard. Seeing Lin select hard, Mumu hesitated. Her concern was obvious. This is a newbie dungeon, and you're making us all tackle it on hard mode? She asked nervously. And you're aiming for an SSS rating too? Lin quickly stepped in to reassure her. Trust me, it's not about doubting you, he said gently. It's just, I'm worried I might end up dragging you down if I get hurt. Mumu lowered her eyes, clearly troubled. But before she could say more, Lin's expression shifted, eyes glinting with an idea. There's a way around it, he said. This dungeon has a skip route. Mumu blinked, startled. Skip? You mean bypass the monsters completely and go straight to the boss? The monsters and terrain are fixed, Lin explained. I found old data left by an upperclassman and used it to rebuild the entire layout. Based on the calculations, there's a path that works. He sounded absolutely sure of himself. Mumu stared at him in amazement. So confident, so calm. It was like he'd already run through the entire dungeon in his mind. She'd always known he was hiding his real power. While others dismissed him, he quietly mastered the theory behind dungeons, monsters, and terrain types. He scored top marks on every written test. People called him a slacker, a bully, but they were wrong. Her thoughts were interrupted by his voice, sharp and direct. Why are you zoning out? Let's move. Yeah, coming. She snapped out of it, hurrying after him. In her heart, she never doubted. He was destined to be a hero. They stepped into the dungeon. Inside, glowing blue crystals lit the cave in a cold, otherworldly light. Wow, Mumu whispered, eyes wide. It's beautiful. But Lin stayed focused. Don't let the view distract you. This dungeon is way more dangerous than the last. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Team size insufficient. You've been automatically matched with other players. Lin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't part of the plan. Force co-op? Holding a shard of ice in his hand, he spoke quietly. Now we're not just fighting monsters. We're in a race. Stay alert. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the cave. 2 figures flew through the air and slammed into the ground. The boy in red, both battered and bloody. He hit the cliff wall hard, coughing up blood. Shock and frustration twisted across his face. All that, from one monster, he muttered, gasping. We didn't even stand a chance. This dungeon was far more lethal than any of them had expected. Up ahead, a swarm of level 3 poisonous scorpions blocked the path. Stats: Strength 5, Physique 4, Intelligence 2, Spirit 3, Agility 5, Talent rank Silver, Skills: Extreme Poison, Devour, Ardent. Each had a venomous stinger. One strike could paralyze a person, leaving them immobile, and in extreme cases, even stop the heart. His body tensed with fear. He glanced over and spotted 2 familiar figures, Lin and Mumu. Without hesitation, he barked out a demand. Hey Lin, get over here and help out. Don't forget the Academy's support rules. But Lin only shot him a cold glare. Beg someone else. With that, he turned and walked away, clasping Mumu's hand. Let's go, he said, leading her. He added calmly, scorpions like these are terrified of water. They're melee only, no ranged attacks. Stick with me and follow my lead. I'll make sure you stay poison-free. Mumu nodded confidently. Got it. Lin gave a small smile. One more thing. They're extremely sensitive to sound. A giant scorpion suddenly blocked their way. Without hesitation, Lin slashed forward, his weapon glowing red. A single strike took the monster down. Mumu stared, stunned. Was that your talent? No wonder you got an SSS score. Before she could finish, Lin raised his hand. Chill. He wasn't just showing off, he had a plan. The real goal was to take a hidden route, bypassing every monster's sight and hearing to reach the copy's bug, its exploitable weak spot. He guided her toward a stream inside the cave, located in a zone where water-fearing scorpions gathered. The stream was harmless to humans and even drinkable. Without hesitation, Lin dove in. Jump in, he called. Mumu hesitated for just a moment, but trusting him, she followed with determined eyes and splashed into the water after him. They waited silently until Mumu climbed out. Lin, meanwhile, examined a small stone. Then, without a word, he slammed it against the ground. A green glow burst forth, spreading along the cliff walls like a signal. In an instant, the scorpions throughout the cave froze. Their eyes glowed blood red, as if responding to an unseen command. Every last one of them dropped what they were doing, including attacks on other players, and turned toward the signal source. They were all converging on Lin and Mumu. Leading them was the poisonous Scorpion King. Level 6, Strength 10, Physique 9, Intelligence 5, Spirit 6, Agility 6, Talent rank Silver, Skills: Extreme Poison, Devour, Ardent. A massive, lethal predator known for ambushes and killing. Its body was covered in grotesque, vibrant patterns, markings that warned of its insanely potent venom. One sting could mean certain death. Lin flashed a teasing smile, gesturing for them to come closer. But the scorpion was too furious to move forward. It just stood there, letting out heavy, rasping breaths. Seeing this, Lin smirked confidently. Too scared to step forward? Then it's our turn now. With that, he swung his weapon. A crimson light shaped like a demon's face erupted from it, and as it struck, a system notice popped up. Mission update. Poisonous scorpions defeated 50-50. Additional poisonous scorpions, 100 out of 100. EXP gained 2,000. The team stared at the screen in shock, eyes wide, jaws dropped. Could a priest really unleash such overwhelming power? They had struggled as a team just to take down one poisonous scorpion before, but now, under Lin's hand, they dropped like flies. What kind of beast is he? Someone muttered. Then it clicked. It had to be him, the one who broke the record. But Mumu wasn't about to stand by. As soon as Lin finished, she rushed in, handling the rest. Her natural skills kicked in. She summoned the Tear of Life and conjured sharp, icy arrows that pierced through the remaining scorpions. Another notice lit up. 50 poisonous scorpions eliminated. EXP gained 500. All scorpions cleared. Student Mumu has leveled up to level 4. 1 free attribute point received. Mumu looked at the golden glow around her, stunned at how fast she had leveled up. Then another system update rolled in. Name Mumu. Class Mage. Strength 4. Physique 5. Intelligence 6. Spirit 5. Agility 4. Talent Awakened. Skill Life Imitating Tear. Ice Condensation Attack. Lin gave a light reminder. Next up is the Scorpion King. This one's huge. Look, wading through the water like it owns the place. The creature emerged, towering with a long, ominous tail swaying behind. Lin watched it approach and said quietly, "No doubt about it. This one's the real deal. It can even resist water attacks." Mumu quickly launched her ice technique again, striking its body repeatedly. But each hit only dealt a measly 10 damage. She stared dumbfounded. "Just 10? How tough is this thing's defense?" she asked in disbelief. "If we mess up even once, we're finished." "Calm down," Lin responded quickly. "Its weak spot is in the center of its abdomen. We have to wait for its second HP stage to expose it." Before he could finish, the Scorpion King lashed out, shattering the ground where they stood. Luckily, Lin reacted fast, pulling Mumu to safety in time. "We need a new foothold," he shouted. Mumu nodded and got to work. Then Lin unleashed his next move, a bold strike. A pillar of red light surged upward, smashing into the Scorpion King with force. But even that powerful strike only landed 150 damage. "Still too tough," Lin muttered, waiting for the perfect opening. Then, as the Scorpion King raised its massive body from the wall, Lin shouted, "Now!" Mumu instantly understood. She activated her freezing spell without hesitation. Lin had already figured it out. The Scorpion King only lifted its body during that specific move, momentarily exposing the vulnerable spot in its abdomen. Aiming directly at that weak point, Mumu unleashed a precision attack. Critical hit. Weak point struck, 1,000 damage dealt. Mumu's eyes went wide in awe. That was insane. And the system lit up with another notice. Scorpion King defeated. EXP gained, 3,000. Stone Cave instance complete. Reward summary. Heavy checkmark cleared all hidden objectives. Heavy checkmark defeated the Scorpion King. Heavy checkmark eliminated all poisonous scorpions. Heavy checkmark took 0 poison damage. Rating, SSS. Reward, gold treasure chest plus 5 attribute points. Level up, level 6 achieved. A radiant golden light enveloped Lin as his full profile appeared. Name Lin. Class Priest. Level 6. Strength 10. Physique 10. Mental strength 20. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Talent. Reverse the universe. Skills. Healing magic, single target. Capture magic. Purification magic, support. Forbidden magic area. Divine weapon therapy. Calamity comes. The sight left the team speechless. One by one, they dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by a mix of awe and fear. Tears welled up in their eyes. "Yes, sir. You know, ordinary man. Please let me follow you. I'll be loyal, like a dog, if need be." Lin's gaze turned ice cold. "No one says a word about today," he warned. "Stay silent, or suffer the consequences." Then, without another word, he and Mumu stepped into the teleportation zone. The space around them twisted. Swirls of black and yellow light surrounded them as they fully entered the portal. Inside, Lin turned to her. "We're clear. No eyes on us now." Before them stood a magnificent golden treasure chest, shimmering with power. Both of them stared, anticipation building. Lin whispered the unlocking incantation. The chest creaked open. Treasure, chest rewards. Unique growth skill, class mage. Gold level equipment, wind shoes. Silver level weapon, hunter greatsword. Silver level accessory, jade ring. Bonus, free attribute points times 5. Mumu stared in disbelief. 5 attribute points? No wonder your stats are insane. The weapons from the chest were nothing short of exceptional. The hunter's greatsword, a silver grade item forged at blacksmith level 1, was made specifically for greatsword users. Its stats were impressive. Plus 200 to attack power, plus 5 to strength, and a passive effect that shattered shields. Next were the wind-shielded boots, gold quality gear with blacksmithing level 1. They added plus 10 to agility, increased movement speed by 30%, and had a passive called Ghost Foot that significantly boosted evasion. Then came the Poison Skill Book, a golden grade spell tailored for mages. Once learned, it allowed the user to cast magical poison bubbles. On contact, these bubbles would burst, spreading toxic damage in a wide area. Enemies hit would suffer a poison state lasting 5 seconds. Finally, there was the Jade Ring, a silver accessory maxed out at forging level 1. Though it had no class requirement, its effect was massive, a 10% reduction in all skill cooldowns. The only caveat, it couldn't stack with other cooldown reduction items. Still, its utility was unmatched. Mumu stared at the loot, barely able to contain her excitement. "These drops, they're unbelievable." Lin nodded, eyes gleaming. "The gold tier items are top-notch for this stage. But the real gem," he glanced at the Jade Ring. "That cooldown reduction is priceless. In the right hands, it's just as valuable as free stat points. Maybe more. On the auction market, this could fetch hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins." Then, Turning to Mumu, he handed over the skill book. This one's for you. The poison spell is mage exclusive. Mumu hesitated, eyes flickering with uncertainty. She was an ice-type mage. Would it even work for her? Still, she accepted it with a shy smile, grateful nonetheless. But as she hovered over the book to learn it, a system warning flashed. Notice, after selecting your elemental path, only ice-type spells can be learned. Other elemental skills will not be compatible. Just as she was processing that, another system message popped up. Talent triggered. 5 elements. Hidden path unlocked. Progress 2 of 5. Her entire body lit up in a brilliant golden blaze. What's this? Master of the 5 elements? I've never even heard of this talent before. Even Lin looked surprised. Interesting. Looks like that poison spell activated something rare. He smiled knowingly. Seems you got a unique edge. If you gather more elemental skills, this talent might fully awaken. And when it does, he paused, his tone turning thoughtful. You'll have something no other mage can match. It might just be your trump card. Mumu beamed. My trump card, huh? I guess it's time to head out. Lin nodded. She jogged after him, then asked curiously, by the way, how do you allocate your 5 attribute points? Maybe I could learn from it. Lin replied calmly, my method won't work for you. It's tailored to my path. Oh, I see, Mumu said, not pushing further. As the two stepped out of the dungeon, they were met with a crowd gathered near the entrance. Curious whispers filled the air. Wait, did beginners really clear that dungeon? That's insane. I've heard the scorpions in there are terrifying. I thought that was an outer instance dungeon. Are they serious? Then, all eyes turned toward Mumu as she exited. Murmurs quickly turned into gasps. Is that the goddess Mumu? She's even cuter in person. And then, someone pointed at Lin. Wait, isn't that the guy who usually hides in the back? Kind of plain looking. No way, that can't be him. Didn't someone say he soloed a dungeon and scored an SSS rating? He even sold a dagger for 100,000 alliance coins. No beginner should have that kind of power. Amid the buzzing crowd, Lin and Mumu stood still, unbothered by the attention. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires tore through the air. A bright yellow supercar skidded to a halt in front of the dungeon, kicking up dust and drawing everyone's attention. Out stepped Huang Xiaofeng, the sole heir of the Huang group. His expression was smug, eyes sweeping the crowd with arrogance. Lao Zhao, he said, addressing the man beside him. I saw that girl you mentioned from a distance. You weren't lying. She's way hotter than anything in that dungeon. Lao Zhao chuckled but said, cut it out. Sensing trouble, Mumu tugged on Lin's sleeve. Let's go. Now. He gave her a confused look. Why? What's wrong? She frowned. That guy? I can't stand him. He's known for using his family's wealth to snatch resources, hire teams to clear dungeons, and his favorite pastime is targeting poor female students. It's disgusting. Before they could slip away, Huang Xiaofeng stepped forward with that same smug grin. He walked straight up to Mumu and raised his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Hey there, beautiful. Think we could get to know each other a little better? He asked, extending his hand toward her. Name's Huang Xiaofeng. Whispers rippled through the crowd again. That's the prince of the Huang family, right? I heard he skipped school for an entire semester. Idiot. He's waiting for the awakening exam. Once he awakens, he'll get fully customized silver tier gear. Buffed. Even if his gear is maxed out, everyone knows he's scum. See king type, always chasing girls. Shut up. That's all gossip. No one's proved anything. Despite the comments, Huang Xiaofeng didn't seem embarrassed. If anything, he looked more pleased with himself. After all, no matter where he went, this young master always managed to steal the spotlight. Sensing something off, Mumu swiftly ducked behind Lin, or rather, dragged him in front like a human shield, and coolly replied, sorry, I've already got a boyfriend. Lin turned to her, clearly puzzled, unsure how to react. Lin turned to Mumu, his tone a mix of mockery and flirtation. Young lady, are you seriously using me as a meat shield? I thought you knew this guy. But as he noticed the other man's wandering hands, Lin didn't hesitate. He cursed, shoved him aside, and snapped, back off. The young man flinched, caught off guard for a moment. But then his usual arrogance returned. With a sneer, he glared at Lin and swung his fist. You think a loser like you can hit me? He had no idea what was coming. With calm precision, Lin triggered a reversal move, a subtle yet powerful counter, guided by instinct more than strength. The blow redirected instantly, landing squarely on Huang's body. Caught completely off guard, Huang let out a strangled cry before crashing to the floor. Ugh, damn it. That hurts, he groaned, clutching himself and glaring. What the hell did you do? While Huang fumed, Lin just blinked innocently, pretending to be clueless. Huh? I didn't do anything, he said sweetly. Everyone saw that. Then, with a smirk, he added, besides, I'm just a priest. The crowd buzzed in confusion. What happened? Someone asked. Why did young Master Huang just collapse? I don't get it either. Lin's a priest, right? He doesn't even have combat skills. Only Moo seemed to understand. This was Lin's hidden talent. Huang, humiliated, roared and charged again, throwing another punch. But just like before, the moment it got close, it bounced back and hit him full force. He hit the ground hard, rolling and writhing. "You filthy punk," he screamed. Lin stood over him, smugly amused. Inwardly, he mused that reverse healing effect really works, even at this low output. It's enough to reflect damage and cause debuffs. Still not even using half its potential. The young prince, still cocky and defiant, yelled out, "If you've got the guts, let me go." "What? Afraid to fight me with your fake class skills? I'm telling you, you'll regret this. Get on your knees and beg your father for forgiveness while you still can." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hold up. You all know that using awakened skills against each other is forbidden between professions." Even the wealthy old man supporting the prince was baffled. How can a priest instantly take down someone like him? This kid's built like a tank, covered in top-tier gear. What the hell is going on? The crowd was buzzing. School forums were exploding with rumors. He soloed a dungeon using only items bought at an auction and reached S rank already. No way. It's a joke. There's no chance someone could awaken just yesterday and already rank up that fast, just by clearing the beginner and wilderness realms. Lao Zhao realized he might have picked the wrong fight. Stepping in quickly, he offered an apology. "Please forgive my friend. He got carried away. I sincerely apologize for the trouble." But inside, he was confused. If someone that powerful had awakened, there's no way it would have gone unnoticed. Unless he deliberately kept it hidden. And that makes him even more dangerous. Lin, keeping the peace, waved it off. "No need to make a scene. I don't want things getting tense between classmates." He glanced at Huang, sprawled on the floor. But this guy clearly doesn't know when to quit. Not that he's much of a threat anyway. Huang growled back, "Lao Zhao, why the hell are you apologizing? Teach him a lesson already." Without a word, the Lao Zhao pulled out a yellow talisman and, ignoring Huang's ranting, smacked it straight onto his forehead. Instantly, Huang went limp, knocked out cold. Turning back to Lin, Lao explained, "That's Huang, eldest son of the Huang group. After today, he's not going to let this go. He'll definitely send people after you." Lin didn't flinch. "Let him," Lao Zhao continued, handing him a card. "Skip school for the next month. There's 50,000 yuan on this card. Call it compensation. If you need help leveling up, I can arrange a dungeon run for you. Just make sure you're ready before exams. I only ask one thing. Don't provoke him any further. For now, it's safer to stay away." Lin stared at him thoughtfully. This guy wasn't just clever. He knew how to balance strength and diplomacy, and clearly had an agenda. But Lin declined the card, turned, and walked off. "I'd rather see how many people he actually sends after me," he thought. "Besides, it's a good chance to test what I'm really capable of." When disaster loomed, Lin made his move. He uploaded a post to the profession forum, listing newly acquired loot and a breakthrough strategy. Concussion Stone Cave. Clear in 1 minute 30 seconds. Jade rings from Royal Town. Rare. Hunter's Silver Grade Greatsword. Price negotiable. SSS level Stone Cave Guide. Unlocked for 5,000 Alliance coins. He attached detailed images of the loot and the cave layout. The post gained traction quickly. 10 likes for reposts, but the comments were far from friendly. "Trash Jade Ring? Just a 10% cooldown cut? Useless. 5,000 coins? You scamming or selling real estate? That cave's no joke. Clearing it in under 2 minutes? Who are you fooling?" Reading those harsh replies, Su Mumu looked over nervously. "Lin, are you sure people will actually pay that much for this strategy? Especially on a forum full of professional users?" Lin didn't even blink. "Trust me, no one says no to free attribute points. The terrain in that cave gives a real edge, especially when teams can't work together. That SSS ranking isn't just hype, it's almost impossible." And just like that, the tide shifted. "All right, I'm curious. Could be a scam, but even 1 extra point's worth it. Whatever, I'll risk it. Let's see if it works." Soon, the notifications came flooding in. "You've received 5,000 Alliance coins. You've received 5,000 Alliance coins. You've received 5,000 Alliance coins." Just minutes later, outside the stone cave, a player who had bought Lin's strategy finished the dungeon with an SSS level clear. Overjoyed, he posted a comment. "It works. I actually pulled off SSS. Took me 2 minutes on my first try. If I tighten my timing, I can beat 130 easy. This is legit." More and more people took notice. "So it's real. How much has he made already? Let's buy before the price goes up." The praise came pouring in, along with the payments. "You've received 5,000 Alliance coins. You've received 5,000 Alliance coins. You've received 5,000 Alliance coins." Each buyer confirmed the same thing. Unbelievable. It's simple, yet no one saw it. This guy figured it out first. Genius. He ditched school and became a full-time founder? Respect. The cave, known for its gloomy halls and weird conditions, had finally been cracked. Lin's strategy was changing the game, and the excuses were running out. Boss, I'm telling you, spread the word, charge a fair price, and don't hold back. You've earned this money, someone advised Lin, impressed by how easily he pulled it off. Turns out, dropping out of school had never looked so profitable or so simple. Soon, Lin's sales post was flooded with activity. Orders skyrocketed, and the forum lit up like wildfire. Headlines popped up. The secret to dropping out discovered in the stone cave. The mysterious hermit's SSS strategy revealed. Even passers-by joined the excitement. I don't care who this guy is. I want to learn from him. If you follow his method, you get free attribute points? No way. The post soared past 50,000 views, claiming the top spot on the forum's trending board. Su Mumu stood watching the numbers surge. New orders, more coins. Her eyes sparkled. This is insane. Another 100 orders just came in. In total, we've pulled in 500,000, she gasped. Meanwhile, in a quiet villa somewhere far from the chaos, a shadowy figure stared at Lin's post, intrigued. Turning to his aide, he asked, "Any info on the poster yet?" "Not yet," the aide replied. "They used advanced spoofing tools to block their data. But we traced the IP. Looks like it's coming from the professional academy in Zhang City." Hearing that, the man smirked. "Interesting. I've heard there's something unusual going on at that academy this year." Back at school, Lin was busy handling his buyers. "There's someone really eager to grab your greatsword," Mumu reported. "He wants to close immediately." "It's already gone," someone shouted. 80,000, no haggling. "Boss, I'm buying it now. Let's trade. I'll meet you at Gate 3 in front of the replica dungeon." "Give me 3 minutes," another said, rushing to complete the transaction. Mumu nearly jumped in joy. "We're loaded. With the greatsword sale alone, we've made almost 300,000. Lin, unfazed, simply nodded. "It's all within expectations. The price is fair, and the guide is valuable. That's why people are spreading it on their own." Then he added, calmly but seriously, "But we'll need more dungeon clears. Silver-grade weapons are great for beginners, but they'll be replaced sooner or later. No matter how good your gear is, if you lack battle instincts, all you're doing is dragging your team down." Back when they were just practicing, Mumu couldn't understand why Lin was so focused on tweaking his strategy for money, especially with the important test coming up. Every second was precious. Why waste it on earning cash instead of getting stronger? Lin just gave a soft smile. "Because this money, it's to protect the ones who matter most to me," he said. "All these years, they've always had my back." Suddenly, the past came flooding in, nights falling asleep mid-game, 18-hour marathons in arcades where men laughed and played. His voice faltered. "In my past life, I never appreciated my mom. Never really felt what love was," he admitted. "Coming here was a blessing. I had parents who gave everything to protect and care for me. But that peace didn't last. 10 years before the demon tide hit, a greedy relative set their sights on him. They hoped he'd die like his parents, just so they could steal what little was left. He remembered it clearly. The insults, the manipulation, the endless pressure. "If you won't deal with this, I'll reluctantly step in," they said. "But 90% of your sister's inheritance becomes mine." No complaints. Their eyes were cold, looking at him like he was trash. Throw him into a welfare home. So long as he doesn't die, who cares? Just feed him enough. Let him be a dog. All they wanted was the inheritance. Greedy, heartless, cruel. "I tried to stand up to them," he continued, "but it was like a bug trying to stop a speeding car. I had no choice. I ran. All he wanted back then was to survive, to eat, stay alive, and one day make them pay." But then his uncle and aunt stepped in, took him in, treated him like their own. He became part of their family, his uncle, aunt, Mumu, and his brother. For the first time, he felt safe. Bit by bit, he started trusting again. They helped him win back everything his parents left. Not out of revenge, but because they genuinely cared. Those greedy relatives? They ended up in court. Justice was served. He still remembered seeing them now, pushing and shoving to grab discounted goods at street markets. If not for his new family, he wouldn't even have been able to go to school like everyone else. Who knows how much pain he'd have swallowed alone. Now his eyes were clear, focused. "To be real," he said, "I want money so I can give back. To grow stronger. To protect the 3 people I care about most so I never have to relive that nightmare again." A voice suddenly piped up. Hello?" Looking down, Lin spotted a young girl with wide, curious eyes. She introduced herself shyly. "I'm Baiji, a student at Jiang City No. 1 Professional Academy. Are you a big sword hunter?" Lin answered casually. "You a student from that school? Muscle brother, huh?" "I don't do proxy trades. Only with the actual owner." Baiji turned red, flustered. "That's me. I'm really the owner. My phone just died, so I use another account. Please believe me." Lin squinted. That buff-looking avatar didn't match the kid standing in front of him. Could she really be the one playing a big sword build? Maybe she was just born strong, or dumped all her points into strength. Once he confirmed she was legit, he pulled out the sword. Here it is. Hunter's great sword. Check it thoroughly. Once it's sold, no takebacks. He tossed it her way. Bai Ji reacted fast and caught it cleanly. Holding it tightly, she thought, yup, with this much strength, he had to be right about me. She grinned and asked again, Sir, is this really only worth 80,000? It's silver-level graduation gear. Best in our class. I even checked the market. Swords like this go for over 2 million. Lin scratched his head. Didn't your teachers go over market prices? Bai Ji admitted sheepishly. I've always been terrible at math. I don't really get money stuff. Rich kid problems, Lin muttered. Next time, ask the price first. Don't let yourself get ripped off. He handed her his phone for payment and showed her how to complete the transfer. Thanks, boss. Really? A notification from the Alliance Wealth Bank popped up. You have received 80,000 Alliance coins. Total balance exceeds 1 million Alliance coins. Congratulations. Gold card privileges unlocked. Bai Ji looked up beaming. Thanks again for letting me buy it at that price. No need to thank me, Lin replied. It's just a trade. If you need more gear, just come by. They waved goodbye. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow beam shot down and pierced through his body, glowing intensely. Another notification appeared. You've activated an unknown power and gained a special buff. The attention of the goddess of luck. As the golden light surrounded him, Lin stared, realization dawning. So this is my natural talent? He smiled faintly. Yeah, and apparently, it can level up too. Bai Ji looked up at him, her expression serious and eyes full of determination. Can I join your team, boss? Lin studied her tense posture, her worried gaze. Inside, a thought struck him, a talent that enhances luck. That's even rarer than some legendary awakenings. She didn't seem like she was lying. No, she really might be the real deal. A talent like that wasn't just powerful. It had massive strategic value. With her on the team, even someone with weak abilities could end up opening a mythical treasure chest, all thanks to the boosted luck buff. Then something clicked in his mind. Wait, he asked, have you told anyone about how your talent works? Bai Ji blinked, confused, and shook her head quickly. No, I haven't told anyone. Good, he nodded. And are there any limits to it? Yes, she said. I can only use it 3 times a week, and only on one person at a time. Lin let out a breath of relief. All right, but listen closely. Don't let that secret slip. If the wrong people find out, you could end up being used. Bai Ji's face turned pale. That sounds scary. It is, Lin said bluntly. His eyes glinted red as he continued. Your buff is insanely rare. Once word gets out, those with professionals might start scheming. You could be locked up, forced to work for them, have your future stripped away, all for their own gain. Bai Ji looked shaken. But isn't the professional alliance supposed to be our final destination? It is, Lin replied. They're a global force leading humanity against the demon tides. But inside, it's a mess. Politics, hidden agendas, infighting. Even assassinations happen. So for now, join my team. I'll keep you safe. Her face lit up in an instant, a wide smile blooming. Really? I can really join. He smiled back, reaching out a hand. Yeah, welcome to the team. Bai Ji's joy was contagious. She took his hand, brimming with excitement. This is amazing. No one else ever believed in me enough to let me lead, or even form a team. Lin chuckled. Well, they missed out. Come on, I'll introduce you to the others. Bai Ji nodded eagerly. Yes, let's go meet them. I can't wait. Lin watched her and couldn't help but think. She's tiny, but she's running a great sword build? Who'd ever believe that? A while later, Lin brought Bai Ji to meet Mumu. Mumu blinked in surprise. Wait, so this is the buffed-out big bro you were talking about? The new teammate. Bai Ji lit up the moment she saw her. Ah, hello. You must be Bai Ji. The two girls shook hands, both smiling brightly. Please take care of me, Bai Ji said cheerfully. You're Mumu, right? You're so beautiful. And wow, your hands are really soft. Mumu blinked, then frowned slightly, feeling something was off. She gently pulled Bai Ji into a hug, glanced at Lin, and whispered, You're adorable, but I'm not the type you think I am, all right? Lin stood there, completely lost, looking confused and helpless under her gaze. Why is she staring daggers at me now? Clearing his throat to cut the tension, Lin quickly spoke up. Ahem, how about we all grab dinner? I'm heading into the next dungeon soon anyway. Bai Ji perked up. Oh, which dungeon? Mumu leaned in too. Yeah, which one? The Nightmare Level Goblin City, Lin said casually. There are free attribute points for clearing it. I'll solo it first, and then figure out a solid strategy for the team. Mumu's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? You're going into a nightmare-level dungeon alone. Her concern wasn't exaggerated. Nightmare-level dungeons were the most brutal for beginners. Set in wild, unstable realms, the rewards were incredible. Guaranteed gold or higher chests. But the monsters inside were severely enhanced. Even a full squad could get wiped out if they weren't careful. Worried, she jumped in front of Lin, arms spread. No way. Are you trying to die out there? I don't care how strong you are. Going solo in a nightmare dungeon is insane. Lin raised a hand to calm her. Relax, Mumu. Don't you believe in me? Of course I do, she snapped. But even the high-level fakers struggle in those dungeons. Just because it's for level 10 and under doesn't mean it's safe. Plenty of pros have walked in and barely crawled out. As the two went back and forth, Baiji watched with an amused expression. A knowing sparkle lit up her eyes. Ah, I see how it is. With a sly grin, she slowly backed away. Lord Lin, Goddess Mumu, suddenly remembered I have something important to do. I'll leave you two to talk it out. I'm very busy now, yes, very busy. And with that, she vanished with perfect comedic timing. Lin sighed, turning back to Mumu. Look, don't stress. I know you're worried, but this is just the first tough dungeon. Let me handle it. You go home and get something to eat, all right? Mumu, that's fine, whatever. I figured I'd just tell my parents later. When I noticed Mumu had stopped chasing me, I couldn't help feeling a bit relieved. Still, I didn't expect Mumu to react like that. So I played along. I'll take care of it later, I told him, smiling as I said. All right, I'll do what you say. As for Mumu, even though she said she understood, she was still unsure deep down. Is it really that simple? She wondered. Meanwhile, the school forum had just exploded with fresh gossip. Rumor has it, a new powerhouse just made their debut. Someone from the entrance tests reportedly cleared all the secret zones alone. And no, this isn't hearsay. Photos surfaced today showing a student from the professional academy. In those pics, the guy was chilling in the middle of a sleepover. Naturally, the post caught fire. Everyone online started speculating in the comments. Is this real or staged? He looks like a regular guy. No way he did that solo. Experts have weighed in. Clearing a whole Vice scene solo is practically impossible. Then the gender wars started. Why does everyone think it's a guy? What if it's a girl? If it is, she's got to be a goddess. Mumu's insanely gifted. Plus, she's crazy strong. And a magician, too. Some comments made solid points. No way a newbie's that powerful. But then one person dropped a bomb. I've got a student ID. I'm in that class. Someone did clear the zones alone. I just don't remember his name. People kept guessing. If he really pulled that off, he must have had elite gear, right? Probably some rich kid. Second gen or something. Maybe a young master or a miss from a top family. Speculation flew wild. My bet's on young master Huang Xiaofeng from the Huang group. Come on, be realistic. The real deal's gotta be someone from Jiang City's #1 pro academy. The truth? With a country this big, there's bound to be more elite students who can solo those dungeons. But whoever this person is, if they really cleared everything solo, found a hidden treasure chest in the rookie version, and walked out without a scratch, that's this year's top newcomer. No contest. Raw talent, power, brains, and a total grasp of the dungeon's mechanics. The admin had just posted even more pictures. And this time, people noticed something big. They're trading with a greatsword hunter. He's the same legendary figure who shares walkthroughs on the forum. A top student from Jiang City's #1 professional academy. Lin glanced at Mumu, who was staring at her screen without blinking. What are you looking at? He asked. Come eat. She didn't move. So he walked over, grabbed the phone from her hand, and held it up over his head. Hey, he teased with a grin. Mumu flared up in annoyance, and maybe something more. Eventually, both of them sat down for dinner with Mumu's parents, who were also Lin's aunts and uncles. The table was packed with meat, fish, and warm conversation. You two have been working so hard lately, her mom said. Eat more. Take care of yourselves. Thanks, Mom. Both Mumu and Lin answered together. Her father turned to Lin with a kind tone. So, how was the trial? Everything go all right? It went smoothly, Lin replied. He chuckled. Ever since you were young, you've always pushed to get stronger. Once you set your mind to something, nothing can hold you back. But still, don't push too far. Sometimes things break when strained too much. Hearing that, I smiled and joked to the person beside me. Uncle, are you hinting at someone in particular? Mumu Dad laughed. Exactly. That person's sitting right in front of me. Mumu scowled. Dad, don't say things like that. I'm just teasing, I said, grinning. But seriously, don't worry. I know my limits. I won't take on more than I can handle. I looked at him confidently as I said it. Then he nodded, pulling out a bank card. This family will always have your back. I waved it off. Uncle, I've made plenty of money. You keep it, I'm fine. But Mumu's mom chimed in with a disapproving tone. Lin, the exam season will be expensive. If you don't take it, I'll be upset. I sighed. Okay. Don't be mad. As I took the car, my mind drifted. Mom, Dad, can you see me? Thanks to this family, I've made it this far. I'm doing well. And now, I want to cherish this life even more. For you, I'll become stronger. That's why I'm here. A promise. A challenge. Elsewhere, in a luxurious villa, Huang Xiaofeng's furious yelling shook the walls. You traitor! Zhao Qihong, you dare stab me in the back. Zhao Qihong sat calmly in a chair by the bed. Big brother, he said evenly, I was the one who saved you. I even paid off your debts. Huang Xiaofeng sneered. Huh, without you, I'd probably be lying in a hospital right now. Huang Xiaofeng was still sprawled on the bed, pointing at Zhao Qihong and shouting, Save me already. You're useless trash. Damn it, if I'd had my gear on, none of this would have happened. He kept ranting until a sudden pain cut him off. The Zhao turned away without a word, only tossing back, get some rest. But the moment his back was turned, Huang Xiaofeng grabbed a porcelain cup of water and hurled it. You're the reason I lost face. Get out. What kind of brother are you? The cup smashed near the restaurant area, just missing Zhao Qihong's head. That made him pause. His sharp gaze swept back toward Huang Xiaofeng. So this spoiled brat thought being the heir of the Huang group meant he could do anything? Zhao Qihong scoffed. Uncle Huang asked me to help, and I said yes. Shouldn't have. You got beat so badly you pissed yourself. Your own mother wouldn't have recognized you. Then, with a twisted grin, he added coldly, all right, you don't have a mother. Those words hit like a dagger. Huang Xiaofeng's face twisted with fury. Get out. Don't ever come back. You're no brother of mine. You worthless trash. But despite what he said out loud, inside, Huang Xiaofeng was rattled. Huang, who the hell did you piss off this time? Someone new had shown up. Rumors said this mystery player could fight solo without using active skills, and still nearly destroy Xiaofeng. Whispers even claimed he'd cleared an entire dungeon alone. No proof yet, but the hype was spreading fast. Thanks to his guidebooks and rare gear drops, students were forming fan clubs around him. Huang Xiaofeng thought back. 2 top-tier rookies coming out of Jiang City? The odds were basically 0. Still, even after the beating, he wasn't backing down. Huang Xiaofeng grabbed his phone and barked into it. Get everyone. Gear up. Bring whatever weapons you have. If it's not enough, I'll pay. Just move. Even as sleep pulled at him, he clenched his jaw. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. That brat's about to learn a hard lesson. At Jiang City Academy, I'm the one in charge. The scene shifted, now inside the Goblin Dungeon. The first floor of the forest was cloaked in mist, the air cold enough to make me sneeze as I walked. This is the Goblin Underground City, I thought. Level range, 5 to 8. Difficulty, nightmare. A dark, maze-like dungeon packed with goblins. It spanned 5 floors, with more enemies, and stronger ones, lurking deeper in. If you couldn't clear the final floor, you'd leave empty-handed. No loot. No rewards, just a wasted effort. Lin knew this dungeon well. One of the toughest around at this point. Clearing it takes forever, and the entry conditions are harsh. Even powerful classes with great talent usually avoid it. But it wasn't all bad. There were hidden chests here, some gold tier, sometimes even platinum if you got lucky. That meant an easy boost of 10 to 15 free attribute points. If the buffs kicked in, jackpot. Just as he was lost in thought, the ground trembled beneath a heavy step. In front of him stood terrifying green goblins, tall, muscular, armed to the teeth. Goblin soldiers. Level 5. Strength 10. Physical 10. Intelligence 4. Spirit 5. Speed 4. Armed with blades and basic shields. These were the first floor guards. They spotted him. He just grinned. Showtime. 5 seconds later, monsters flooded in from the entrance, their swords cutting through the forest mist. Lin moved instantly, his body flashing through the trees like a streak of light, avoiding every slash. This run is for testing my new monster gathering route, he reminded himself. To get the SSS score in Goblin Dungeon, it wasn't enough to kill the secret boss. You had to clear every monster without using any consumables and beat each floor in under 10 minutes. The final goal? Reach the 5th floor and take down the hidden boss, the Goblin King. 30 seconds in, he was already slicing through goblin soldiers with ease. His speed was blinding. They couldn't even follow his movement. 2 minutes and 5 seconds later, he'd made it to the first basement. Ahead, the goblin captain waited. Lin gave a faint, satisfied smile. 3 minutes and 59 seconds, right on schedule. Then he charged. Blades clashed. Magic flared. Red streaks of energy exploded outward, launching the goblins back in every direction. Exactly as he'd planned. 3 minutes and 59 seconds. First floor, cleared. A notice board flickered into view. Spirit therapy skill has leveled up to level 2. Class, priest. Level 6. Stats, strength, 10 constitution, 10 intelligence, 25 spirit, 10 speed, 10. Awaken talent, reverse the universe. Main skills, healing technique, capture technique, purification technique. Support skills, forbidden technique, wide area technique. Divine weapon, therapy calamity, level 2. Behind him, the corpses of fallen goblins piled high like mountains. Lin rose to his feet. clearing the first floor in under 5 minutes. That proved his monster-pulling tactic worked. Even if his damage output wasn't top tier, that 5-minute margin left enough room to boost the score. Confident in the plan, he dove deeper into the dungeon. System alerts popped up one after another. All monsters on floor 2 have been eliminated. All monsters on floor 3 have been eliminated. All monsters on floor 4 have been eliminated. After clearing the 4th level, he stepped onto the 5th and final one, Goblin Palace. At the center of the vast, shadowy chamber, a massive green giant sat on a throne. The Goblin King. His presence was commanding, muscular, golden-armored, and wielding a colossal spear. Goblin King, level 8. Strength, 12 physical, 12 intelligence, 10 spirit, 9 speed, 7. Golden rank monster. Skills, Dragon Spear, Ferocious Leap, Legion Summon. The king's voice echoed through the hall. Human, how dare you storm my domain? Lin eyed him warily. Weird, the boss showed up right away. No mobs at all? The Goblin King didn't wait. He roared and lunged, spear blazing with energy. This dungeon lord wasn't just strong. His attacks were brutal. While his speed lagged, his defense and strike range made up for it. His golden armor was like a wall, and his spear swung wide and heavy. Lin remained focused, reading every move. Too slow, he calculated. Dodge sideways. Hit the ground face first to reduce the shockwave impact. He rolled under the leap, then countered. Reverse, he shouted. The system lit up. HP plus 1,521. Earthquake airwave damage reversed. HP plus 479. The Goblin King stumbled, losing 200 HP. Lin kept pressing forward, reversing damage, casting capture spells. But then the monster exploded in fury, charging with full force. A piercing green beam tore through the room, striking straight where Lin stood. He didn't run. He opened his arms and took the blow head on. The power surged through him, and he smiled. The notice board popped up once more. King Goblin unleashed the Dragon Spear technique. But instead of taking damage, the effect flipped. His HP shot up by 200, and his attack power spiked by 40 points. Then came a flying skill. Again, the effect reversed. He regained 140 HP, and the airborne status was cleared in an instant. King Goblin froze in shock. You didn't take any damage? Realization dawned on me, and I couldn't hide the sudden fear creeping across my face. The notice board flashed again. The Goblin King has entered Berserk mode. The Goblin King has entered Berserk mode. With eyes glowing crimson, he raised his weapon high. I've figured out your weakness. All of you, hear my command. Come forth and crush my enemies. In an instant, green giants surged out of the ground. The force of his voice even pushed Lin back. As expected from a nightmare difficulty secret realm boss, this wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't the moment for all-out power. Suddenly, Lin halted, eyes locked on the Goblin King. The king's gaze turned dark and sharp. Focus your attacks on that ant. Don't waste skills. Just kill him with raw power. Let him feel every blow. If skills don't work, then let's see how many hits he can take. The army obeyed. A sea of merciless eyes fixed on Lin. The green giants charged all at once. Faced with this wave, I had no choice but to fall back. When the wind-based skills hit, followed by ghostly strikes and cutting blades, Lin dodged everything, refusing to fight back. Archers loosed arrows. 2 struck his back. His HP kept dropping, 200, then another 200. Still, he stayed motionless, drifting into sleep, his expression calm. No pain, no fear. Then a smirk. He glanced sideways at the monsters, eyes full of scorn. So what if you land a hit? He activated a spell, Magical Recovery. The lost HP returned in full. The arrow wounds vanished. The Goblin King exploded in fury. Why? Why won't he die? Damn humanity. Even if he falls, he won't stay down. But enough was enough. The time for dodging had passed. Now, it was his turn to strike back. His eyes burned with a hatred so intense, it radiated danger. So much so that even the Demon King was at a loss. What is that look in your eyes? He muttered, shaken. Lin's weapon glowed deep crimson, like it had been soaked in blood. He unleashed a barrage of reverse healing and capture spells, draining the HP of every monster, big or small. Even the Goblin King couldn't resist the constant bleed. The monsters didn't go down without a fight. They kept launching waves of attacks, Typhon's ghost blades, elemental skills, everything they had. Seeing Lin turn his back, the Goblin King screamed, clutching his head in frustration. You coward. Stop running. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Lin chuckled. So this is your idea of courage? He suddenly spun around, slamming his weapon into the ground with both hands. The air snapped. He activated a magic weapon reversal technique. Disaster struck. Red lightning exploded outward, flooding the space in a blood-red glow. In one devastating blast, every minor monster was wiped out. The Demon King froze. Impossible. That's the power of my demon god. How can a human wield it? But Lin said nothing. Standing in the center of the bloodstorm, he whispered, "This is the end." The lightning converged into a massive column, tearing through the palace roof and firing into the sky. Clouds twisted into a blood-red vortex. Bolts of lightning came crashing down, engulfing the entire goblin castle. The Demon King struggled to breathe. Then, a notice board appeared. "You have annihilated the goblin army. Gained 1,000 experience points. The Goblin King's HP has dropped to 1%. He is now in a near-death state. All attributes have severely weakened. Attack intent has drastically dropped." The Demon King collapsed to his knees, mumbling, "It's over, my life is over." Lin just stood there, silent, eyes cold. He lifted his hand. Reverse healing. Capture. Final strike. The Goblin King was finished. Another notice board flashed. "You have defeated the Goblin King. Gained 5,000 experience points. Level up. Now, level 6. Nightmare level Goblin Dungeon cleared. Reward summary loading. All hidden conditions met. Rated SSS. You've attracted the attention of the Goddess of Luck. Gold level reward chest upgraded to platinum level chest." He stared at the two gleaming platinum chests in front of him. A carp turning into a dragon. "Bai Ji's blessing really came through," he murmured. There was still time, 20 hours left. More than enough to run the dungeon again. He didn't hesitate. When a notice board asked if he wanted to open the treasure chest, he pressed yes. The notice board popped up once more. "You've received the Platinum Tier Skill Holy Light. You've obtained a Fire Extinguisher tool. You've been granted 15x the usual amount of free attribute points. You've picked up the Sparkling Stone, a piece of Platinum grade gear. You've gained a Magical Stars, another Platinum level skill. And finally, you've earned the Sandstorm, a Gold Tier weapon." Let's break it down. Holy Light, Platinum Skill Book. Basic requirement, consumes mana. Effect, inflicts magical damage with divine properties. Especially effective against undead and demon types. Flame Flask, gold item. Throwable item. Deals 300 damage to enemies. Sparkling Stone, platinum equipment. Type, pre-forged equipment. A level 1. Cannot be reforged. Passive, boosts all attributes by +20. Active skill, Sparkling Meaning. O regenerates 1 magic charge every 5 minutes. Max of 3 charges. O spend 1 charge to instantly teleport up to 10 meters in any direction. Magical Stars, Platinum Skill Book. Prerequisites. O class advancement. O minimum level 5. O at least 20 intelligence. Effect. O uses mana to summon radiant stars across a 20-meter radius. O heals teammates for 300 HP. O applies a 5-second damage reduction buff, minus 10% damage taken. Sandstorm Bow, gold equipment. Exclusive to archers. Has a chance to trigger a sandstorm on impact. Adds earth elemental magic damage to attacks. After skimming the equipment pile, Lin gave a satisfied nod. 2 platinum skills. 1 platinum grade item. Holy Light brings bonus effectiveness, but that part's under wraps for now. The Sparkling Stone includes teleportation and boosts all stats. And Magical Stars doesn't just heal, it shields too. Now combine that with the air reversal talent. Suddenly the burst potential skyrockets. The skill area expands, impact intensifies, and even tanky monsters won't last long. This is a new level of group strategy. First things first, learn Magical Stars. As for Holy Light, it might not be worth using right now, unless it can't be sold. Skills aren't exactly plentiful, after all. Then came the big question. Should all 15 bonus points go into intelligence? Lin didn't hesitate. All 15 points, straight to intelligence. The notice board flashed once more. Sparkling Stars has been learned. All attributes increased by 20. Lin stepped out of the dungeon, clearly satisfied. The upgrade had brought a huge boost in quality. The information board lit up with his details. Full name, Priest. Class, Priest. Level, 7. Strength, 10 plus 20. Physical, 10 plus 20. Mental power, 42 plus 20. Spirit, 10 plus 20. Speed, 10 plus 20. Equipped. Wind response, Sparkling Stone, Jade Ring. Awakened talent, Universe Reversal. Skills, Healing, Capture, Support, Purification Magic, Forbidden Magic, Wide Area Spells, Divine Weapon Therapy, Calamity Descent. And used Magical Stars, too. Just then, a familiar voice echoed nearby. Caught you red-handed. Lin turned. There stood Mumu, arms crossed, staring at him. He grinned in return, a little sheepish. What a coincidence. You're here too. Mumu didn't buy it. Are you serious? Stop acting like that. She exhaled sharply, then gave him a worried look. What about the nightmare-level goblin dungeon? Did you clear it? Proudly, she showed off, yep. Mumu didn't press further. I had a sudden idea, so I thought I'd give this one a try too. Lin explained. As they talked, she pointed toward the dungeon's entrance. That one. Yeah, come on, he said cheerfully. Moo could only shake her head. She was out of words. While they chatted, a strange car came to a quiet stop nearby. Inside were two people, Huang Xiaofeng and his accomplice. They had trailed Lin and Moo through several teleport points before catching up. Peering through binoculars, Huang Xiaofeng muttered, "It's that punk again. Just looking at him makes me want to punch something." He turned to his partner. "Take care of him." When there was no response, Xiaofeng's face darkened. He smacked the other guy's head. "Hey, I'm talking to you, idiot." The man flinched, his face pale. "I can't. Not that one." Xiaofeng glared at him, disgusted. Hands on his hips, he sneered. "Useless. I knew I couldn't count on you clowns." Then, slowly, a twisted smile crept across his face. His eyes gleamed darkly. "Good thing I came prepared." Li sat alone in the dark, the glow of his computer screen lighting up his face as he tirelessly searched for something. Suddenly, a new post popped up on the screen. S-Rank Strategy Guide. Nightmare Level Goblin Dungeon. No clickbait. Half-Holy Light Build. Sandstorm Palace Route. Unlock cost. 8,000 Alliance currency. The guide had just been uploaded. 0 likes, 1 repost. But within minutes, it exploded in popularity. Comments flooded in. "This is insane. You're seriously doing Nightmare solo again?" S tier confirmed. "Wait, SSS again? Please take me next time. I've never tried Nightmare before. Free stat points just from clearing this? Unreal." People began dissecting the guide. Pull all the mobs together in Phase 1. It only took 7 minutes. The boss clear time was just 4.5 minutes. No joke, I'm trying this now. To optimize damage, you've got to master the aggro range and nail every cooldown. If you don't group the goblins perfectly, it's game over. This is a true nightmare run for the goblins. Lin just sat back, arms folded, eyes fixed on the bouncing wall of text. He kept scrolling. Next came a paparazzi post. The headline: Admin, Lin, student of the Professional Academy. Rumors: seller of the Hunter's Greatsword. Reputation: only known solo SSS clearer of multiple dungeons. 3 striking photos accompanied the post, each capturing Lin in a powerful pose. The last one showed him talking casually with Moo, with a dark aura hinted in the lighting. Beneath the glamour shots came a flood of mixed opinions. Some replies were just strings of question marks, disbelief in text form. Others were rapid-fire rebuttals. Just pictures? You think that proves anything? Beginner dungeons, sure. But soloing Stone Cave or Nightmare Goblins? Laughable. This kind of gossip isn't helping anyone. Still, more comments chimed in. When he awakened his talent, no one knew what it was. He went priest. Who even does that? I only remember him because he sold those dark daggers. His theory exam? Sure, he probably aced it. But in practice? Totally average. Let's not kid ourselves. He's just a normal student. Then the debate got more technical. You've got to understand monster aggro radius, terrain layers, timing. He's not a random rookie. A priest without purification or holy light. And you think he's clearing Nightmare? As Lee continued scrolling through the heated arguments, his phone suddenly buzzed. Notification: you received 8,000 Alliance currency. You have a new purchase request. Holy Light, spell book, 100,000 Alliance currency. Sandstorm Bow, 150,000 Alliance currency. Would you like to accept? His finger brushed the screen, triggering a fresh notification almost instantly. Dear valued Union Wealth Gold card member, you've received 500,000 Union credits. Your new total balance is 1.5 million Union credits. He rested his chin thoughtfully. 500,000? Better than expected. Maybe this is the way through. No damage taken, unless it's the boss stage. But let's be real. No one else can pull this off. No one even dares to buy the strategy. Still, that was fine by him. The Nightmare level instance remained a gold mine for refining his gear, improving his stats. The cash? Just a bonus. Another notification popped up. Cart buff active. 15 hours remaining. He stood slowly. The buff had 15 hours left. Enough time to breathe, clear his head, and prep for the next battle. Cracking his knuckles, he grinned. Let's jog. Rest the body through motion. The scene shifted outside. The moon hung bright in a clear sky, and the cool breeze made for perfect jogging weather. He ran along the sidewalk, weaving past scattered pedestrians. Then, from behind, an engine roared. He turned, startled. A sleek car sped up beside him, screeching to a dramatic stop. Smoke curled from the tires. He blinked. Huh, Huang Xiaofeng. The driver grinned. What a coincidence. Hop in. I've got a place in mind. His face darkened. Zhao Qihong told you to stay out of this. I'm not into drama, but don't think that means I'm scared of it. Huang stepped out, casually leaning against the car. At the mention of that name, his expression twisted in rage. Don't bring up that traitor again. Suddenly, one of his lackeys chimed in. Enough talk. Young master wants to challenge you. Huang smirked. Why pretend? None of us are here to talk peace. Lin's face shifted, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. You found where I live, didn't you? But the doubt vanished. He shot a cold smile back. So that's your move. Then, with a mocking tone, he added, just don't start bawling when you lose. Be a man about it. That jab stung. It hit hard. Damn it, he shouted. Don't you dare bleed, just to prove you're the gentleman here. Huang grabbed the junior by the collar and yanked him close, pointing to the stone hanging from his neck. Don't even think about jumping in. This is between me and him. The junior flinched, clearly shaken. Be but young prince, what if you can't? Huang Xiaofeng scoffed. This outfit alone is worth more than that loser will ever see in his life. You think I'd lose to him? Step aside. Lin's eyes narrowed as he watched Huang Xiaofeng's overly dramatic posturing. So he's not just here to act tough. Huang Xiaofeng suddenly dropped the polite facade and whispered behind his hand to the junior, stick to the original plan. Yes, young master, the junior responded instantly. They were so caught up in their scheming, they didn't even realize he was still standing right there, hearing every word. Fed up, he climbed into the car himself, slamming the door. Enough nonsense. Get moving. Don't care how many of you there are. Just stop wasting time. Huang Xiaofeng's face twitched in irritation. Then he turned back and sneered, full of confidence. Just wait. You'll regret this. Sooner or later, I'll make you crawl like a mutt. The moment he said it, his eyes flared red. The air thickened with a grim presence. Death itself seemed to breathe through it. I won't kill you, but you'll wish I had. The drive continued in silence, the path leading them deeper into the wilderness. Desolate mountains surrounded them, and under the pale moonlight, the forest grew thicker. Finally, the car came to a stop in a remote clearing. Trees loomed in all directions. Ahead of them, about 50 armed men stood waiting, weapons glinting under the moon as they shouted, Boss! Boss Huang Xiaofeng! Without hesitation, Huang Xiaofeng stepped out, totally unfazed. Then Lin asked why so many. Come on, solo or group? Huang answered, a cruel smirk on his face. All of us. Just you. With that, he drew his diamond tier weapon, Hot Wind Shadow Sword. The others behind him looked starved for blood, ready to pounce. But he stayed calm. Doesn't feel any different to me. That casual remark sent Huang Xiaofeng into a fury. Die, you bastard. At his order, the whole crowd surged forward like a swarm of ants. He gripped his staff tight, sidestepped the first flashing blade, and leapt back, eyes sharp and steady. One of the men watching couldn't hold back his shock. His speed stats insane. Lin darted through their formation, leaping smoothly to dodge the ambush and retreating to a better spot. But one attacker wasn't letting up. He launched himself into the air, slashing with a blade of yellow energy that sliced through the air toward Lin like lightning. Lin glanced back mid-run and clicked his tongue. Looks like these guys aren't weak. Time to pull out the real tools. An explosion went off behind him, loud, blinding. The attacker grinned, thinking he'd landed a solid hit. You little brat, that's all you've got. But as the smoke cleared, they all froze. Lin stood firm, his staff glowing red, absorbing the energy from the blast. A strange pressure surged around him. Some enemies suddenly coughed up blood without warning. One clutched his gut, blood dribbling from his mouth, his face contorted. What kind of move was that? He looked back, confused. Lin hadn't even launched an attack. It was like the energy hit bounced back on them. He didn't know this was a reverse healing technique, a special absorption skill. A few men staggered up, rushing to their leader. Big bro should we. But the leader, trembling and raising a shaky hand, said, I'm fine. Don't fall for that brat's tricks. He's just some support class. We've got the numbers in gold gear. Another henchman nodded fast. Right, let's smash him. But that thought didn't last. They charged. He answered with a flawless combo. Lightning fists, flying kicks, explosive blasts, and deep surge strikes. And still, he stood tall and calm, barely moving. He grinned quietly and began a chant. Star reversal. Power erupted from his staff. A fierce, magical wave blasted out, making every enemy's eyes go wide with horror. Chains surged out. Massive, metallic, glowing red with demonic eyes etched into the links. He continued casting. Fall between heaven and hell. From the staff, bone-white skulls emerged, gnashing, twisted demon heads with mouths open wide like they were hungry for souls. The iron chains shot forward, skewering stomachs and throwing men to the ground screaming. In one single move, more than a dozen were writhing on the forest floor, groaning in agony. Their leader, who had been acting tough seconds ago, now curled up on the dirt, bloodied, hands clutching his head in disbelief. This can't be. We were wiped out, just like that. A voice sighed in the distance. Guess it's better to trust money than people. Lin turned his head. There stood Huang Xiaofeng, now decked out in gaudy, absurd-looking armor, grinning proudly. This beauty came straight from Safubi's auction. he boasted. Top-tier gear, diamond level, unlimited growth. Cost me tens of millions. This suit's appraisal interface lit up. Diamond tier equipment set. Flexible attributes. Infinite level growth. Plus 100 to all stats. One of the injured men on the ground looked up with effort. Sofubi? That's the top auction house in all of Huaxia. Just a ticket to getting costs over 100 million. He stared at Huang Xiaofeng with new understanding. With money like that, no wonder he's the Huang Group's only heir. That gear must be a true legendary treasure. Hearing that praise only puffed Huang Xiaofeng up more. His grin stretched wider, smug and relentless. That's right. And today, I'll make you bow beneath me. Huang Xiaofeng leaned against his flashy armor like a trophy. What's wrong? You scared now? But he hadn't noticed. No one was standing with him anymore. He stepped forward, carelessly treading over fallen bodies, his smirk turning darker. Go ahead, beg for forgiveness. But in response, Lin simply raised his staff, shaking his head. All that glitter and still empty inside. You can't hide the rot in your heart, no matter how shiny the gear. You won't win. That line struck a nerve. Huang Xiaofeng's eyes burned with rage. You're dead. With a flash, he lunged. Lightning coiled around his body as he activated Wind Shadow. His whole form surged forward in a violent strike. But Lin blinked upward in an instant, dodging cleanly. Huang Xiaofeng ground his teeth, stunned. How did he avoid that? Undeterred, he kept up the assault, blow after blow, chasing him with furious precision. But Lin just danced around them, leaping, dodging, gliding away like he was taunting an impatient teen. Even the battered big brother managed to lift his head and mutter like a dazed commentator. This doesn't make sense. That one move wiped out all of us, even with our gold gear. He shivered. What was that technique? The damage shouldn't be that high. He tried to remember the scene and shuddered again. For a second, it didn't feel human. It felt like the demon tide from before. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofeng was losing it. None of his attacks connected. His face twisted in disbelief. No way, did you put all your stat points into speed? But I've got massive attribute boosts from this armor. He unleashed Wind Shadow again, striking with fatal intent. Still, Lin easily leapt over him. You've got power, he said mid-air, but your base stats are trash. Doesn't matter how hard you swing. If you can't land a hit, you've already lost. He clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to argue, because every word just now had struck a nerve. Then, with a wicked grin and glowing red eyes, he muttered, my turn. He raised his staff, unleashing spells to analyze movements, reverse healing effects, and lock down his opponent. A dark force wrapped around him. Ding! Ting! The system panel flashed. 1,000 damage dealt. Target armor compromised. All diamond tier equipment effects boosted. Huang staggered back, clutching his chest. Pain and fury twisted in him. My diamond gear. He was furious. The energy he released this time felt even more destructive. With a roar, he charged forward, slashing with everything he had. Tam! Tuck! Steel rang. Swish! Huang darted like lightning through the trees, evading each blow effortlessly, leaping high above to safety. From above, he landed in full view. The soldiers below panicked, scattering to hide. Huang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into a desperate strike. Stand still, he bellowed. But his prized armor was now shattered scraps. His eyes went wide. He didn't even understand what had just happened before he hit the ground hard. Ack! It hurts! Damn it! His health bar plummeted by over half. Even with all that pain, he didn't stop shouting. What the hell did you do to me? Huang knelt beside him and whispered, just a normal strike. For someone like you with no real skills, that's all it takes. As he spoke, a soft glow flowed from his palm, healing Huang. His HP ticked back up to 13408. Now that we've agreed to a truce, he said, go ahead and surrender. Just sign the terms. I, Huang, willingly gift all my diamond gear to the brother I wronged. I apologize sincerely and vow never to repeat my mistakes. Huang stumbled backward, cursing under his breath. You're insane. Keep dreaming. But just then another blast hit. His gear exploded into nothing. Feigning innocence, Huang shrugged. Oops. Cooldown's over. Huang was left in his underwear, sword in hand, no defense left. He charged in, wild with rage. You bastard. I'll end you. Huang Xiaofeng, still wearing only his tiny pants, unleashed his move. The Pegasus strike erupted in full force. But Huang didn't even blink. He didn't dodge. He held his ground. The sword energy roared, then detonated into a massive blast. Fawn burst out laughing like a maniac. Still breathing, you piece of trash? The air echoed with the sound of bones snapping. Xiaofeng's limbs contorted unnaturally as some unknown force crushed him from within. Through the smoke, Lin stepped out without a scratch, a staff in one hand, healing magic glowing in the other. He strolled forward, calm and cheerful. With one cast, the golden health bar shot up from nearly zero back to full. His broken bones began mending instantly. As he fell over his body, he grumbled, still missing. That freak really did a number on me. Xiaofeng tried to muster a threat, voice shaking. Touch me, and my father will. But Lin cut in, dead serious. I hate threats. His voice turned cold as he recited incantations, reverse healing, capture technique. Then the screaming began again. He grinned, amused like a child playing with a new toy. Relax. You've still got plenty of blood left. Huang dove into the chaos, landing face first in the middle of the battlefield. The onlookers were speechless. Huang Xiaofeng, barely clinging to life after multiple brutal attacks, looked like nothing more than an empty shell. But Lin wasn't done. He kept casting healing spells, not to save, but to prolong the suffering. Gripping his staff, he directed the torment like a conductor, tearing Huang Xiaofeng apart midair. The juniors below could only watch in horror, heads tilted up, silently hoping it would end. One of them muttered through chattering teeth, This is pure torture." Another whispered, "Boss, that guy. Is he really a priest?" With a gleeful tap of his staff, Lin summoned devastation. A towering column of power blasted straight down on Huang Xiaofeng's crumpled body. The junior clutched his head in panic. "Little prince, he's not dead, right?" Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, a camera silently captured everything. The live stream chat exploded. What's going on today? Who's filming this? Wait, isn't it the young master Huang Xiaofeng? Who's the guy beating him like that? Speculation swirled. Talks of hitmen, gangs, vendettas. The viewers watched in stunned silence as a man was beaten to a pulp, blood flying. What kind of magic is that? The number of live spectators climbed rapidly. The mage was terrifying. Somewhere in the crowd, Huang Xiaofeng finally summoned the courage to step forward. Somewhere, despite everything, Huang Xiaofeng still acted like he was untouchable, arrogant, greedy, like a mangy dog. Back in the live stream room, the comment section had turned into a full-on roast. His mother must be proud. Look how rude he talks. Never realized how trashy he really is. Now I see why he's so cocky. Must have had some shady tricks backing him up. One viewer suddenly blurted out, "Do you even know how much that gear costs?" Another chimed in, "Rich people make me sick." On trending, young master uses his status to bully until he messes with the wrong guy. He's got high-level gear, sure, but look at him now, getting tossed around like a rag doll. Money really can buy power, but can't buy skill. Everyone was buzzing about the priest. Wait, he's a priest? He can heal and deal damage. Bro just tore through diamond tier gear like paper. Give me his build. I'm switching classes. People were rewatching the brutal fight between him and Lin, stunned and fired up. Hey, doesn't he look like someone from my class? Are you from Jiang City Professional Academy too? We might be talking about the same dude. More rumors started surfacing. Didn't Huang Xiaofeng try to hit on Goddess Su recently and got rejected hard? Yeah, they've had beef for days. The chat exploded with speculation. Isn't he that priest who got his dungeon scanned by the leaf litter algorithm? No wonder Huang Xiaofeng's been choking on rage ever since. This whole situation is like watching a drama unfold in real time. Then, another twist hit the chat room. Someone revealed that the priest's login ID matched the one from the equipment trader selling top-tier SSS strategies and builds. Wait, that's him. He even has a dungeon clear record. And that's no casual level run either. Yo, our schoolmates must recognize him. One person posted the username. He's not even in the news yet, but mark my words, he will be. A regular buyer blinked at the screen, confused as he typed. He's never acted high and mighty to me. I bought gear from him before. Super chill guy. You all need to calm down with the rumors. But someone noticed a crack in the story. Your message is way too detailed. You know him, don't you? Another girl, wrapped in a blanket, furiously typed. Why can't this guy just stay low-key? Now everyone wants to cling to him. Guess I've missed my shot. In the Phantom Group 8 chat, someone with a dog avatar messaged. Boss Devil can deal damage. Tank, Regan mana, support, and carry. He's basically the whole team. The user with a pink hippo avatar replied with a thumbs-up sticker. The user with the devil avatar fired off another message. When a priest willingly drops his HP to 0, it means the class boundaries are about to shatter. Priest won't be at the bottom for much longer. A new era has officially begun. The one-eyed brown dog avatar chimed in. An innovative hybrid class. He's like a forest teacher, breaking resource limits, breaking talent caps. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofeng and his entire family were drowning in backlash. People like him are revolting. Acts like a saint in front of his daughter, but only knows how to abuse connections. Calling in the student council to punish other students? All because some rich brats dared to challenge him. Viewers were furious. Look at how arrogant he walks around. But deep down, he's nothing without daddy's money. His father, Huang Tianqi, is some big shot in the professional alliance. Figures. Voices online demanded action. How can scum like this even be considered for the alliance? The whole internet is dragging them now. Like father, like son. Someone snapped. Get that trash out of here. He's wasting space. The backlash got real. Huang network crashed and burned overnight. The stench of scandal was everywhere. Users demanded justice. The alliance better give us an explanation. Huang Group stocks tanked hard. Their market value crumbled. Hackers piled on, launching massive cyber attacks. Revenge for Huang Xiaofeng bullying his peers. Even in real life, the impact hit home. Mumu had enough. She rushed to her parents. Mom, Dad, this guy's gone too far. He needs to be taught a lesson. Her father paused mid-sip of tea, setting down his cup. Mumu, that's not our place. Her mother shook her head. That boy's already gone down a wrong path. And if he uses power that's not his to crush others, he'll face consequences. He won't make it as a real pro. Mumu wanted to argue more, but her mother stood firm. If we interfere, we'd only turn him into an arrogant of that other boy. Let him face it himself. Elsewhere, in a vast, dimly lit room, a white-haired man stood before a giant screen showing a virtual meeting with multiple participants. He studied the photo of a certain young man. He hasn't even completed the class test yet, but he's exceptional. He narrowed his eyes at the image, deep in thought. His awakened talent. It's got to be from a legendary tier, or higher. Then, his voice boomed through the chamber. Choosing the priest class? That's like using a blade fit for kings to cut a chicken. He turned to the meeting attendees. A prodigy like this, once in a century, deserves immediate special admission into the professional alliance. Just then he glanced over, and that moment you could see it. That was when he fell for you. The two blue-haired girls didn't even hesitate. For the sake of global peace, someone like him had to join the alliance immediately. A pudgy old man snickered mockingly. Old king, why are you still hanging around? Don't tell me you don't need your son anymore. The red-haired man chimed in. Honestly, this isn't a crisis for the royal minister. It's a chance. Why not use it? The man they were talking about remained seated, calm and silent. That man was none other than the president of the Huang Group and Union Branch Minister, Huang Tianqi. He spoke up calmly. I'm still at the company wrapping things up. I've already arranged future compensation. I know I've failed as a father, and I deeply regret my son's actions. I sent someone to handle things in my place. Rest assured, I will deal with this properly. Meanwhile, Xie Feng was getting pummeled, rolling on the ground, until someone ran in to break it up. Suddenly, a voice came from an approaching helicopter. A soft thud followed as something was lightly tossed down. Zhao Qihong rushed over. Chairman Huang Tianqi looked up, eager for a word. Xiaofeng let out a loud, arrogant laugh. My dad's here now. You're finished. Just wait for it. Dead man walking. You're being pretty blunt. What's your angle? You want pressure from the president? Then tell him to show up himself. Zhao Qihong bowed and placed a tablet in front of him. It's not like that. The Hunag family is already preparing to make amends for Xiaofeng's behavior. And Uncle Huang wants to personally apologize. To him, Xiaofeng shouted, stunned. You want my father to bow his head to that guy? Are you nuts? His voice cracked with disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? You're telling me my dad's going to apologize to him? You're messing with me. Moments later, Huang Tianqi appeared on screen. Hello, my friend. I've kept you waiting. The reply came immediately. Yes. Then he bowed and said, I'm Huang Xiaofeng's father. Everything that happened is because I failed to raise him right. I truly apologize for the trouble he's caused you. The other parties seemed taken aback, but polite. Huang Tianqi continued. Just saying sorry isn't enough. I want to meet with you personally to express my apology and to fully cover the damage done, including all equipment and gear. As long as it's within my power, I'll take care of it. And as for Huang Xiaofeng, I'm handing him over to Zhao Qihong. He'll be dealt with under strict family discipline. Hearing that, Xiaofeng exploded in rage. He couldn't accept it. Zhao Qihong had to physically drag him back during the scuffle. But in the end, he also accepted Huang Tianqi's apology. If you're truly this sincere, he said, then I'll accept it. But about the compensation, with a sly grin, he didn't hold back. I want more than gear. I want cash too. He laid out his demands. 3 sets of unlimited diamond tier equipment. A priest set, a mage set, and a swordsman set. Plus 5 million alliance credits. Can you deliver? Zhao Qihong broke into a cold sweat. Zhao Qihong thought raced. Unlimited diamond gear for 3 classes? That kind of setup was nearly impossible to find in the entire country. Though Huang Tianqi hesitated for a moment, he still nodded. The diamond gear has no level cap, but getting all 3 sets will take a few days. We don't have them in stock right now. Don't worry, I'll have someone head into the secret area to scan in special dungeon for them. The alliance will also pitch in to help. As Zhao Qihong escorted Huang Xiaofeng to the helicopter, he sighed inwardly. Why do I always end up cleaning up his mess? After everything was settled, he took a quick scan of the area and spotted something on the ground. It was a camera. He picked it up and addressed the audience in the live stream. Thanks for watching, everyone. The president came in person to apologize and negotiate compensation. Be sure to catch the official stream on the channel tomorrow. See you there. Meanwhile, Lin reflected on what Huang Tianqi had said. The alliance. So they've already had their eyes on me. They must know I'm not just some average talent. And then he remembered something else Huang Tianqi promised. I'm also willing to grant you access to all the secret realms around Jiang City, except for a few rare ones. In total, that's 50 dungeons. Lin knew the city didn't belong to him alone. There were other groups, deep-rooted powers, and plenty of competition. Still, he remained calm. 1 month. That's all I need. Everyone was stunned. 50 realms in 1 month? Is that even possible for someone who just changed classes? Tianqi replied, all right, bring your team tomorrow night. I'll treat you to dinner. But when he started talking about managing online rumors, he was immediately cut off. I'll handle the false job records myself. As for tomorrow's dinner, let the president stream it. Tianqi was surprised. This guy, Sleep, was already thinking that far ahead. He smiled, but his mind was racing. This kid, he's got potential. A real genius in the making. Once the call ended, he handed the device back to Zhao Qihong. In honor of both your efforts and Huang Tianqi's sincerity, I'll let it slide this time. But I've got family business to deal with, so don't push your luck. Zhao Qihong nodded. Understood. Uncle Huang's family has a lot going on. In extreme situations, people can act extreme. But Lin didn't want to hear anymore. He waved them off and sent them on their way. I'm not interested in getting involved in the royal uncle's private affairs. We barely know each other, so there's no need to talk too much. You understand the situation, right? Thanks for getting it. The next day, at 5-star restaurant Yezalin, reputedly the very first place in Jiang City to earn an official 5-star rating. It's always had great reviews. The chefs here, culinary ambassadors from all corners. What really sets it apart, though, is the attention to customer experience. Whether you're dining solo or with a group, everyone gets a private room. From the moment he walked in, he noticed something. Each room comes with its own service team, always on standby to ensure guests enjoy their meals at the perfect moment. And here's the kicker. Status doesn't matter. Even if you roll up in a luxury car and only order their most basic golden egg fried rice, you'll still be treated like a top-tier VIP. Mumu quietly advised him to be cautious. Even though Huang Tianqi publicly apologized during the stream, he still needed to tread carefully at this gathering. Of course, he understood. It wasn't surprising that Huang Tianqi apologized so seriously. He was probably trying to make connections early, sensing his potential. When they arrived, a staff member greeted them. Mr. Lin, this is room 888, reserved by Mr. Huang. Please come in. Huang Tianqi lit up when he saw them. You've arrived. Please take a seat. He welcomed warmly, gesturing toward the chairs. The guests today were Su Mumu and Bai Ji. Mumu took a moment to introduce herself. Bai Ji, this is where you can sit. Thank you, she replied, sitting down politely. Huang Tianqi turned to the waiter. You may serve the dishes. Then he raised his glass to the 3 guests. I want to sincerely apologize for my son, Huang Xiaofeng's behavior. I failed to teach him the right way to treat others. What he did was unacceptable. Mumu and Bai Ji were stunned. They hadn't expected this. Instead of acting high and mighty, the man was calm, respectful, and genuine. Was this really the father of Huang Xiaofeng, a man with such status in Jiang City? His brother didn't seem concerned at all, but here was a parent thinking about his child's future. The powerful chairman of Huang Group, unafraid to lower himself and offer an apology that earned their respect. Chairman Huang, I appreciate your honesty, Lin replied. If Huang Xiaofeng can recognize his mistakes and learn from them, I'm willing to let the past go. They stood and shook hands. Just then, a staff member came in to report. Boss, the items have arrived. Should we bring them in and show them? He nodded. Yes, let them see. The staff quickly followed the order. Understood. A display lit up with detailed information. Name, Devil's Equipment, 4-piece set. Type, Cleric Gear. Current grade, Diamond. Level restriction, none. Quality, Diamond. Requirements, Physical Equipment. Attributes, plus 30 mental strength, plus 30 physical strength, plus 15% self-healing bonus. Passive effect, Rejuvenation. Recover a portion of damage taken. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Special effect, increases self-healing by 50%. As he imagined himself geared up in that set, he couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. Diamond gear, it figures. But it's not clashing with the rest of my equipment. Straightforward and powerful. It's all about staying alive. And if you do the math, that passive damage recovery, it practically doubles survivability. Smiling, he said, I'm more than satisfied. Bai Ji chimed in cheerfully. This is more fun than drinking tea. Thanks. But Mumu took a more measured view. A 3-piece diamond set with no level limit. And you're giving out 3 of them? Even for the Hunag family. This goes beyond appearances. That's real investment. She looked at him with appreciation. This gear is incredible. Thank you, uncle. We'll accept it. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with reactions. That's the top guy in the city, the real power behind the Huang group. Why would he treat a newcomer like this with so much respect? It's not like his son's just a brat. He messed with someone who wouldn't back down. Yeah, if that apology wasn't genuine, or he didn't make up for it, people would be furious. If the minister hadn't stepped in, the Hunag family would have been buried in spit by now. Back in the private room, the mood had lightened. Everyone sat and chatted while enjoying the meal. Bai Ji, especially, was happily digging in. He leaned over to him. That's all for today. All right, he agreed. Looks like there's a bunch of reporters waiting outside. I'll walk you out. Before they left, he mentioned something else, a terrifying item, a skull-themed piece of equipment linked to a dream-level dungeon known as the Land of Bones. It's not the only resource tied to that place, he added. You'll receive more details and compensation later. He held the item tightly, fully content. Now, that was a solid reward. Outside, a swarm of reporters had gathered, surrounding the restaurant. One photographer shouted and pushed forward, camera flashes going off nonstop. Amid all the attention, he walked out calmly and confidently, unfazed by the lights or questions. Lin, we heard your awakened ability is reverse healing, capable of solo clearing any dungeon. Is that true? Lin, rumor has it you beat a beginner dungeon alone and earned an SSS rating. Can you confirm that? Is it true you're the anonymous master from the fake job forum? He kept walking, not saying a single word, brushing off all the questions. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofeng, still bedridden and recovering, was enveloped by a strange black smoke. He growled, Who the hell are you? A sinister smile spread across the shadow's face. Me? I'm Lord Maigao from the Abyss, a pure-blooded high-level devil, brimming with power. Huang Xiaofeng scoffed. I thought it was something serious. You devils again? Once humans awaken fully, we'll send you back to the Abyss where you belong. Lord Maigao clenched his jaw. And what are you proud of? You've been humiliated by a priest, mocked across the entire city. He turned to Huang Xiaofeng and shouted, This is a strategic retreat. Think about it, the way your father and everyone else treated you. Doesn't it burn? He tried to stir the anger in Huang Xiaofeng's heart. Huang Xiaofeng, are you really okay with this? Being laughed at by ignorant fools? Your so-called friends sucking up to the wife of the guy who bullied you like a pack of lapdogs. His tone grew darker. Make a deal with me, and I'll give you unimaginable strength. You can crush those who mocked you. You'll make your father see you were the one who deserved respect all along. But Huang Xiaofeng was already furious. He grabbed a pillow and hurled it. Get out of here. He raised it again and smacked Lord Maigao lightly, but with clear disgust. I'm Huang Xiaofeng, a genius among geniuses. I don't need sympathy from some bug like you. Take your powers and give them to someone who's desperate for scraps. Lord Maigao narrowed his eyes, watching the outburst. This one's completely unhinged. Should I just kill him and get it over with? But then he restrained himself. No patience. It's all for the KPI. Suppressing his rage, he put on a menacing look and turned to leave. In any case, if you ever change your mind, call me. I'll return right away. I'll give you abyssal power, lead you down a path where you fear nothing, and become the monster no one dares to challenge. Then, in a blink, he vanished. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm known as the Land of Bones, levels 6 to 10, difficulty, dream, and nightmare, the three of them had dozed off. As they approached the entrance, Mumu and Baiji drew closer to the dungeon. Lin turned to her. Baiji, how many times have you awakened your innate talent this week? According to reports, the Land of Bones, once a desolate wasteland, was now crawling with the undead. Step inside, and the moment they sense life, they'll come hunting, thinking it's a fresh feast. Baiji raised a finger. Once, right? You already used it once across 2 dungeons, he muttered, looking a bit disappointed. In that case, don't use it just yet. We might run into better resources. Every dungeon has a different kind of loot. Even though this is a dream-level resource dungeon, it mostly drops diamond gear and high-tier platinum, but that's not super useful to us right now. He paused, thinking. I remember this place has some serious monsters too. The Hunag family said they'd provide us better dungeons this week, especially ones that are tough to crack open. Lin thought it through carefully. At this point, the only thing we're missing is a post-transition weapon. Even if we don't find anything great, we can always sell the drops for a decent price. Then he turned to the girls. This time we've got 3 clear goals. First, free attribute points. Second, unlock platinum level weapons. Third, create SSS-rated strategies for every dream tier enchantment dungeon. I'm even thinking about teaching directly. Mumu smirked and gave him a little wink. Then now's not the time for you to mess up. I'm not stepping in to save you. With that, the 3 of them stepped through the cave entrance. This dungeon, infamous among students and pros alike, was nicknamed Bone Stew, an SS-rated challenge with 4 brutal conditions. 1. Defeat the final boss, the Undead Knight. 2. Wipe out every last undead in the realm. 3. Do not use the Holy Sword, the only known tool capable of suppressing all undead. 4. Before reaching the exit gate, the Holy Sword must have over 60% of its durability left. Baiji visibly shivered hearing that. Originally, people called this place Bone Stew because on normal or hard difficulty, it was easy. Just spam the Holy Sword and mow down enemies like popcorn. But this was their first time entering a dream level. Mumu tried to comfort her. Come on, it's not cheating. It's more like we're getting a 300% damage nerf. That's what dream level feels like. Then she hugged Baiji and ruffled her hair. Relax. Once we beat this dungeon, we'll flip the equipment and strategy guides for cash, and I'll buy you all the snacks you want. The girl scoffed. I don't need it, but late that night, her words faded away. All right, I'll do it for free. She finally gave in. He stood among a sea of bones and declared, let's begin. Watch closely. Without hesitation, he sliced the tip of his finger, letting the blood drip onto the ground. Instantly, eerie whispers echoed around them, and skeleton warriors appear all around them. As he cast his judgment, his blood, resonating with the remains, caused the barrier of the Holy Sword, once fiercely opposed to evil, to waver and weaken. Channeling human healing magic, he pushed his body into a continuous state of bleeding. Blood spilled from his mouth, fresh, full of impure energy. The corpses caught the scent and went berserk, charging in. Mumu quickly yanked Lin back, tossing him a small blue pill. He popped the pill into his mouth and kept running. The corpses were relentless. The system kept flashing alerts. Life force down by 25%. Still, he remained confident. His judgment was right. The undead were more drawn to vibrant blood than they were repelled by the Holy Sword's purity. Cradled in Mumu's arms, Baiji still seemed uneasy. Shouldn't we do something? But Mumu shook his head. No need. We trust him. Then, with a smirk, that's love. He cut himself again, forcing more blood to spill. The system blared. Life force below 10%. Warning. Suddenly, a green panel flashed before him. A message appeared, approaching the edge of the Bones dungeon zone. He grinned. He made it. At that moment, he stopped and cast a full healing spell. His life bar climbed rapidly. The horde was still closing in. He raised the staff high, facing the skeletal army. Too late to lose your appetite now. Let's see how your cursed souls handle this. His eyes burned red as he unleashed a devastating heavenly hell spell. The blast tore through the undead ranks. The system message followed. All life values within range reduced to 0. Silence. He stood alone on a field littered with shattered bones. Between him and the girls, a massive crater had formed. Then suddenly, a powerful presence surged through the air, so intense that all 3 of them turned in unison, drawn to its force. A ghostly voice echoed through the air, chilling and sharp. Who dared awake me? The ground trembled. From the darkness, the undead knight boss emerged, fury burning in his hollow eyes as he rode forward on a skeletal horse. I'll use your skull as a goblet and sip the dregs of your blood. A system alert popped up. Undead Knight, level 9. Strength, 11. Physique, 15. Strategy, 20. Spirit, 15. Agility, 10. Aptitude, Platinum. Affinities, Fire, Resentment. Skills, Undead Rage, Abyss of Darkness. Without warning, the knight activated his abilities. Flames of resentment burst forth, and with a roar, he launched Abyssal Undead Rage, charging directly at Lin. Lin calmly responded, casting a reversed healing spell fused with abduction magic. It drew in the knight's blood like a magnet. The attack hit hard. Damage dealt. Minus 500 HP. Smirking with disdain, Lin whispered, pathetic. He immediately followed up with Reversal Disaster. Divine Strike, a sacred technique that boosted damage output by 50%. Concentrating his attack, he hammered the knight again. Now, the knight's HP was barely visible, a sliver. He staggered, seriously wounded. Then, the knight triggered his passive, Wrath of the Undead. All his attributes surged, and he bellowed, Rise, my brethren. System announcement. All undead units revived, gaining plus 100 horsepower per second. Lin glanced back. Behind him, ghosts clawed their way from the ground, forming a ring of death around him. You're surrounded, mortal, the knight hissed. Any last words? But Lin remained unfazed. He chuckled. Mumu and Baiji exchanged glances. They understood. These undead really don't get basic math, Mumu muttered. The knight might gain 100 horsepower each second, but Lin had it all calculated. Every time one added 100 horsepower, he'd sap 500 HP in return. No matter how many came, his skills drained them faster than they could strengthen. Minutes ticked by. A new alert. Spirit defeated. The undead knight froze. His eyes dimmed. He understood too late. Lin's voice turned cold. Time's up. Raising his staff once more, he channeled the ultimate reversal, a fusion of healing, inversion, and capture. The spell struck with brutal force. Damage. Minus 750 HP, with 50% bonus. The knight couldn't withstand it. His body disintegrated into dust, sucked into the swirling energy of the spell. System notification. Boss defeated, undead knight of the divine realm. XP gained, 6,000. Dungeon cleared, skeleton dungeon. Hidden conditions, complete. Rating, SSS. Rewards. Oh, golden treasure, chest ×1. Oh, platinum treasure, chest ×1. Oh, level up, now level 8. New status window. Name Lin. Class priest. Level 8. Energy, 10 plus 20. Physique, 10 plus 20 plus 30. Strategy, 42 plus 20 plus 30. Spirit, 10 plus 20. Agility, 10 plus 20 plus 20. As the dust settled, Mumu and Baiji came running over, ready to celebrate what they thought was a clean victory. But system alerts continued to roll in. Notice, participants Su Mumu and Baiji did not contribute directly and received no XP rewards. Just then, a shimmering key materialized in front of them. Final mission activated. Complete the Divine Realm Skeleton Dungeon. Protect the Holy Sword and avoid undead attacks to earn the unique reward. The Stone Sword Key. Item acquired. Stone Sword Key. This key unlocks the gate to a replica of the long-lost undead kingdom. It requires special conditions to activate. Difficulty rating, natural disaster level. Baiji's eyes widened. This is the key to the natural disaster level dungeon? I wasn't seeing things. He took the key in hand, and another alert popped up. Final quest in the Land of Bones has ended. Activate treasure chest reward now. Mumu chimed in. At the top of the ladder in the skeleton dungeon, there's a secret one-time use key. Never been accessed before. Lin nodded. It's different from normal instance keys. Once you use it, both the key and the dungeon vanish. But the rewards are unlike anything else. True strategic resources. Baiji lit up. So, it's like the same difficulty level, but the special dungeons give way better loot than normal ones. Mumu grinned. Exactly. The reward from secret dungeons are leagues above anything from regular ones. They're built for players who go beyond the limits. Lin paused, then raised a thought. Wait, if your class isn't genuine, even with an SSS rank, doesn't that mean your shield HP won't stay at 100%? Before Lin could reply, Mumu and Baiji grabbed his arms. Enough thinking. Open the chest already. Mumu laughed. Let's see if the knight's divine luck is on your side. With a flourish, the platinum chest clicked open. A new message followed. Platinum treasure chest opened. Free attribute points ×10. Platinum grade equipment. Dog Hunter's stone staff. He looked at the item, then let out a dry chuckle. Not exactly made for a priest. Seems like even the chest knows I need a new weapon. She immediately replied, unsure, but Shilly chimed in confidently. 10 free attribute points is more than enough. She pulled up her system panel, displaying her stats. Intelligence plus 10, current intelligence. 52 plus 20 plus 30. But despite that, Lin insisted on handing her the stone staff. It's probably aligned with Earth Element Masters, he muttered as he passed it to her. They regrouped. So what now, he asked. Honestly, Lin said, with our gear and stats, we're ahead of the curve for the class advancement trials. Let's keep grinding XP until we hit level 10. The team of 3 activated a teleport and vanished to their next destination. As they arrived, Lin turned to Mumu and Baiji. From here on, try running the Land of Bones dungeon yourselves. You probably won't reach SSS rank, but an S. Rating should be manageable for the two of you. It's good experience. Baiji nodded. Got it. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed in at high speed. Startled, Lin instinctively stepped in front of Mumu. Hold on, something's not right. Across from them stood 2 unfamiliar players. One had a blade pressed close to Baiji's throat. The larger one stepped forward. Hey kid, you holding the stone sword key. These 2 weren't random players. They were a high-level party, fully classed, and clearly above level 10. The bald man narrowed his eyes at Lin. Be smart. Hand it over, or your little teammate here. He never finished the sentence. Baiji broke free in a flash, slashing her captor and launching him backward several meters. Don't wait on anyone. Fight with what you've got. The enemy magician grinned and unleashed a fire spell. Baiji wasn't fast enough this time. Flames blasted her off her feet. Clerics on their team rushed in to patch him up. The magician grinned arrogantly. Too bad, he said. You've got skill, but not enough to matter. Lin's expression turned cold. Let her go, or you'll regret it. Instead, the magician sent another blast toward Baiji, this time deliberately harsher. No need to be so serious. Honestly, I like strong ones. Then suddenly, a flash of blood-red light ripped through the air. The magician barely dodged it. What the hell was that? Baiji used the moment to bolt from his grasp. The bald guy, fuming, shouted, "What the hell are you idiots doing?" I said back off. Meanwhile, another opponent was writhing on the ground in pain. You're not even level 10. How is this possible? On the other side of the fight, Mumu activated lifelike scales, pinning a female enemy in place. Blood hung heavy in the air. Lin stepped forward, voice sharp. Get lost. Who told you it was okay to try robbing us? The magician burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Just wait till you're burning in hell. Then you'll regret acting so cocky today. Once the second elder steps in, none of you are walking away alive. Before his voice even faded, he unleashed a deadly curse, aiming to kill the boy first. He figured the two girls left wouldn't be a threat. Mumu stood there, stunned. This guy didn't even care if his own teammates lived or died. Lin narrowed his eyes. Mumu pointed at the two girls, stepping back. There's something off about them. They reek of demon-tied energy. They're corrupted, totally fallen. They've made pacts with abyssal demons, trading away their humanity. In exchange, they've gotten powers way beyond their limits, powers meant to destroy humans. Just then, Lin activated a divine weapon. With a single strike, the spell reversed, turning the enemy's own force against them. A violent explosion erupted. The magician laughed louder. Huh, what a waste. He can't even use his abilities. Old man, take their gear. Doesn't look too shabby. As the smoke settled, Lin emerged completely unharmed. In a flash, he shattered the bald man's arms with brute force. The magician's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? He whipped around, yelling at the pastor. You moron, heal him now. But the pastor was already shaking. Be big, brother, it's too late. He's gone. The magician froze, fear creeping in. What? That priest? He was barely level 10. How could his attack do that kind of damage? Unless he's made a deal too. No, that's not it. That guy in the dark. He's not a regular class. No, he's not even human. Panic took over. He turned on his heel and ran, shouting, Run. We have to run. I clenched my jaw. Running now? After siding with demons? You're not getting away. Lin raised his staff, casting a spell that warped space. The magician screamed helplessly. No, but it was too late. A surge of power surged out, instantly wiping out the magician and his crew. Lin stood still, gripping his staff. With the right enhancements, even dream-level bosses can be one-shot. Doesn't matter if they're 5 levels higher. If their health hits 0, they're done. Mumu stepped forward. If we don't act now, we're next. Baiji bit her lip. Should we get rid of the bodies? What if their guild starts looking? Lin checked their loot bags and shook his head. No need. These guys don't belong to any guild or group that would claim them. They operate in the shadows. If no one reports them missing, they'll just vanish quietly. He pulled out a few platinum and gold tier items. They've got decent gear, but it's all cursed. Only those who've given up their humanity can equip this stuff. I let out a breath. Such a waste and a shame. Just then, something caught his eye, an item clutched in the magician's hand. There it is, he shouted. That key. It's a pass into the forest of fallen giants, the place where lives end and disasters begin. Lin glanced at it and gave a faint smile. A duplicate pass, that's trouble. Still, it's worth it. Time to introduce the level 10 version of the Forest of Fallen Giants. He explained quietly to himself. The Dream Tier dungeon used to be a test site for aspiring professions. For years, no extermination team has ever cleared it. The second boss, Dark Curse, was everyone's nightmare. A true wall between ordinary students and professional elites. Only top-tier squads dare to take on the Forest disaster level variant. Not for gear, not for XP, but for one thing, the drop that came with the first clear. A legendary item, the key to the Forgotten Dungeon. The dungeon itself was like a natural calamity, but most of that remained hidden behind closed doors. Holding the key tightly, Lin kept walking as he spoke. When Mumu heard about it, her eyes widened in shock. The giant demise forest? She gasped. Does that mean we can go now? Lin nodded. Once Baiji finished triggering her passive talent, they dived straight in. Not only do we need to reach level 10 in that dungeon, Lin said, we'll need that pass to access the Forgotten Lair too. Mumu looked back at the scattered bodies. So what should we do with them? Burn them? Hack them up? Either way, they'll leave traces. She paused, sighing. If only one of us had summoning abilities, we could have fed the bodies to something useful. I couldn't help but groan. Hey, tone it down. Then Lin casually picked up the corpses. Or we just dump them in the dungeon. Let the system clean up when it resets. Mumu nodded. Honestly, I didn't think dungeon resets could handle this kind of disposal. Baiji joined in, dragging over a few more bodies. The three of them tossed them all into the portal. Lin opened his system panel. All right, back to prep. Time to rest up and get ready. Once Baiji's koi fish buff ends, we're heading straight into the forest of fallen giants. The scene shifts to the next day in Jiang City. The trio sat down at a local restaurant, plates stacked high in front of them. Mumu dug in, smiling. Feels like ever since we awakened, we haven't stopped grinding. Never had a real meal like this. Lin nodded. Don't worry. With the Alliance rewards coming in, today we're earning more than we're spending. Baiji, happily spooning ice cream into her mouth, looked perfectly content. Lin glanced at the others. If we get some downtime, we should come here more often. She nodded in agreement at first, but then reconsidered. No, it's smarter to hold on to the money and invest in gear. I'm not a kid. I don't need to blow cash on fun right now. Baiji noticed this and quickly chimed in. Boss, how about I chip in? Or just let me cover the whole thing. Lin gave a small smile and replied, next time we head out, our squad won't be short on funds. Just then, a waiter approached their table. Excuse me, he said, your bill has already been settled by that gentleman over there. Lin turned toward the direction the waiter pointed, visibly curious. The man standing there smiled and walked over. Hello, everyone, he said. I'm an official of the Professional Alliance. I also serve as the head of the Lingyun sect. Lin stood to greet him with a handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin, a student at Jiang City's #1 professional academy. These are my teammates, Su Mumu and Baiji. The man nodded with a smile. I know who you are. I came to invite you to join the Lingyun sect. It'll make entry into the Professional Alliance much smoother. The whole team looked shocked. Mumu spoke up. Entering the Alliance already? Lin caught that and stepped in, but I haven't taken a professional assessment yet. Even if I accepted your offer, hiding my strength and still getting into the Alliance would look shady. People would think I got in through connections. He slowly poured himself some tea, then continued. So, I'll have to decline. I'm also not looking to join any sect. Shang Guanyin accepted the cup of tea Lin had poured and said, didn't expect a refusal. But then again, the strong always make their own path. He downed the tea in one go. That's fine, he said calmly. I still hope to see you in the Alliance soon. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. The Alliance values talent. And personally, I'm looking forward to the day you join. I just want everything to be above board. Lin nodded with a light smile. Sound good. But in his mind, he was already thinking, Lingyun sect, huh? That guy's definitely someone to watch. The next day, back at Academy, Lin raised his voice. This challenge is just getting started. Baiji caught that and stepped forward, shouting, Hey, come here. A notification rang out. System message. You've been granted an unknown power. You've received a unique buff, Blessing of the Goddess of Luck. Every time you clear a dungeon, your treasure chest reward level increases by 1. Duration, 24 hours. Lin pulled out the passport without hesitation. Using the key, he activated the transmission gate. Destination, the Forest of Dead Giants. A system message popped up again. Request to open dungeon transmission door received. Confirm? Secret dungeon, disaster level, Forest of Dead Giants. Entering zone, forest where the giants fell. Recommended level, 8 to 15. Difficulty, disaster. Summary. This cursed forest is home to the remnants of calamity. A desolate land drowned in shadows, where giants met their end. Only despair and death await those who enter. A few steps in, the group found themselves surrounded by towering trees stretching endlessly in all directions. Mumu spoke up. They say this forest is just a fragment of some greater secret realm, cut off from the main one. Even though it starts at level 8, the challenge is on par with epic tier dungeons. Nothing else compares. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shook the forest floor. 2 monstrous figures emerged from the trees. Enemy detected. Ghost Nation soldiers. Level 8 strength, 15 physique, 15 strategy, 11 spirit, 12 agility, 11. Class, golden aptitude. Skills, horizontal slash, charge, leap slash, straight stab. Su Mumu and Baiji instantly switched to combat mode. Mumu called out, we'll handle these 2 first. Charging in with his blade, he activated the life simulating scales and slashed at the enemy, severing the head of 1 ghost soldier. Damage dealt, minus 200 HP. Critical strike, minus 623 HP. Mumu raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect that much damage. On the other side, constant sword strikes from the others were piling on damage. Lin snapped his fingers, casting healing magic, and quickly gave out orders. Baiji, Mumu, stay sharp. Watch their horizontal and shock attacks. When you see them charging, roll and duck. In his mind, Lin noted these new weapons are doing their job. Baiji and Su Mumu are hitting harder than most students their level. Just then, one of the giants swept its sword in a wide arc, but Baiji leapt high and dodged cleanly. Meanwhile, on the other side, another giant lunged forward with a slash. Baiji and Mumu narrowly avoided it, Then both fighters unleashed their special moves. Poison Bubble and Flame Slash at the same time. The ghost soldiers were blown apart, disintegrating into ash. Before anyone could catch their breath, the air in the forest started to shift, dense, heavy, and suffocating. The team instantly tensed up, fully alert. Right then, Lin shouted, "Heads up! First boss incoming!" A massive armored giant emerged, wielding an enormous staff. A notification popped up. Boss appeared, level 13. Strength, 27 Constitution, 22 Intelligence, 15 Spirit, 18 Agility, 20. Class, Platinum Grade. Skill set, Night Raid, Light Spear, Protection, Lion Barrier, Divine Light. The giant burst into radiant light. Lin stepped forward, raising his staff. With a swift motion, he cast Reverse Magical Stars and followed up with Heaven and Hell, both spells hammering the boss with arcane force. Bai Ji and Mumu watched in shock. "Did you just kill it?" Lin, ice cold, replied, "No, not yet." Then he turned to the group. "Watch your positions, target weak spots, and stack bleeding effects." At that moment, a spectral white horse charged in. Mumu unleashed Life Simulating Tear, syncing with Bai Ji's Fire Slash for a combo strike. System message: White Spirit Cavalry, poisoned, bleeding active, continuous damage applied. Bai Ji pressed in, landing slash after slash, chipping down the boss's health. Suddenly, green lights swirled around the night. A new alert flashed. Night skill activated Divine Light. Plus 2,000 HP restored, all attributes boosted. Night protection engaged. Plus 40% physical and magical defense. Mumu frowned, confused. Is this some kind of auto skill? Like once he hits a quarter HP, he goes into an invincible state. Bai Ji, still attacking, added, "And this is just the first boss." Lin calmly reassured them. "No, this is a unique skill. Before this knight became a ghost, he was once someone with his own code. I'll guide him from here. You two don't draw aggro." He stepped forward, shouting with confidence, "Come on, White Spirit Horse." A slight grin crept across his face as he thought. This position has no cover, but the view's open and range is perfect. A pro knight wouldn't waste that. They'd throw a spear. Sure enough, another system message appeared. Lion Barrier activated, shielding 300 physical / 300 magic damage. The knight hurled his light spear. It slammed into a tree branch near Lin, snapping it in two. But when the dust cleared, Lin stood untouched. He triggered Reverse Universe. Plus 1,500 HP restored attack, defense, and speed boosted. The boss still looked confused, not quite grasping what was happening. He turned to glare at Lin and fired off another reverse healing spell. Lin countered the attack while thinking, if long-range attacks won't cut it, then it's time to switch tactics. Let's go full offense, pull the weapon back and go melee. Just then, the knight gathered condensed energy and launched it straight at Lin. In response, Lin dashed forward, activating his prop skills to close the gap instantly. The knight, determined to overpower him, unleashed Reverse Bar Magic and Black Forbidden Magic. They collided in a violent clash. Two shockwaves exploded outward in a blaze of light. System notification. Stone equipped, all attributes plus 20. Active skill unlocked. Lightning Flash, dashed 10 meters in chosen direction. Lin smirked at the knight, thinking, "You walked right into my trap." Both sides kept charging, exchanging blow after blow in an intense, high-speed battle. The knight's health bar began to plummet. Lin waited for the right moment. He noticed the knight had used up most of his divine light energy. His burst phase was over, and now he was left fighting barehanded. Lin HP plus 500. System, HP maxed out. White Spirit Knight, Divine Light expired. Protection skill ended. Lion Barrier deactivated. Realizing the tide had turned, the knight tried to escape. But Bai Ji and Su Mumu were already blocking his path. Mumu shouted, "Now you want to run?" Too late. Lin rushed forward. Perfect timing. Cooldowns up. He activated Reverse Divine Weapon Healing, followed by another combo of Spirit Reversal and Heaven and Hell. The attacks hit dead on. System message. Boss defeated. White Spirit Horse. EXP gained. 8,600. Lin, level up, now level 9. Su Mumu, now level 7. Bai Ji, now level 6. Bai Ji grinned. This really was a disaster level dungeon. And that was just the first boss. Mumu fell silent, lost in thought. Without those immunity skills, even with diamond tier gear, we might not have made it past the entrance. Lin looked off into the distance. If we follow the route markers, the second boss should be somewhere up that mountain. He paused. Strange. Why didn't I see any signs guiding me when we entered? Suddenly, vines shot out and wrapped tightly around the three of them, hoisting them into the air. So that's it. Must be some kind of traditional challenge mechanism. An ear-level dungeon event? The vines dropped them. As they fell, Lin called out, "Roll when you hit the ground. If you don't, the system will count it as fall damage." They landed hard but properly. Lin stood and said calmly, "Looks like we're about to meet the legendary teacher." Out of nowhere, a figure lunged from behind, launching a moonlight strike straight at Baiji. Mumu shouted in panic, instantly on guard. Once the three of them had fallen asleep, Su Mumu and Baiji stepped into the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive figure clad in silver armor appeared before them. The system interface popped up with details. Level 15. Strength 40. Physique 50. Intelligence 50. Spirit 25. Agility 40. Aptitude diamond. Skills Dragon Slash, Moonlight Assault, Triple Slash, Moonlight Sword Chi, Dark Spell Release, Demon Arts. Special info: a mysterious being with unknown origins. Just then, the giant sword pierced the body of the sleeping man. Speaking to an old master, someone who had heard of him long ago, he stood with the blade still impaling him, silently musing. So this is why the boss is said to have godlike power. He doesn't even need to show himself to strike. Should I use counter-transformation? If I can't dodge this attack, it'll be a catastrophe. The scene intensified. The giant floated midair, sword embedded in his body. System details flashed again. Combat magic enchantment. Automatically imbues the weapon with magic. While active, attacks deal magic damage, and all attributes are boosted. Without warning, the giant launched an attack towards Su Mumu, and Baiji using Moonlight Sword Shadow. It was a directional assault, hard to evade, especially dangerous for classes with large health pools. Perfect for striking a vulnerable target behind the main line. Realizing the danger, he turned quickly and yelled, "Mumu, Baiji, don't dodge, just block it head on." Baiji didn't hesitate. She dashed forward, sword raised to meet the oncoming strike. Steel clashed, sending shockwaves in both directions. "Insane power," she gasped. "Feels like my arm's about to snap." Moments later, she collapsed, jamming her sword into the ground as she coughed up blood. Mumu ran to her side, panic in his eyes. The system reported, Mumu HP, minus 465. Baiji HP, minus 497. Su rushed over, helped her up, and gave her a healing pill. In his mind, he was already strategizing, and that wasn't even the teacher's strongest skill. Just the residual force from the sword clash caused this much damage. Good thing I brought enough meds. But now I have to rely on the priest's original abilities to keep us alive. At that moment, he collapsed into a slumbering stance, then suddenly shouted, "The divine magic of heaven and hell descend." A massive surge of energy blasted toward the giant. To amplify the impact, he stacked his magic weapon with healing spells, forming a powerful stream of force that engulfed the enemy. But even with all that, the giant's HP barely budged. Mumu was stunned. Even Lin's triple strike could only shave off a third of his health. And we're using top-tier gear. Determined, Mumu followed up with a combination move, activating his wood element cannon skill and chaining it with the ice element spell, Ice Lie, aiming to freeze the giant solid. But before long, the giant reappeared, completely unharmed. As he snapped out of his trance, he glanced up. Here it comes again. Lin soared into the air, spear flashing, and launched another round of attacks at the giant. This time, the giant countered with Fong Long Chop, knocking Lin back hard. The system registered. HP minus 157. Not stopping there, he unleashed Tam Lean Chop, again striking Lin. But this time, Lin's health surged back. Plus 789, plus 521, plus 378. Then, the giant caught on. Lin's weak spot was his neck. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a brutal arc, landing a critical hit right on target. Blood burst into the air. Su, Mumu, and Baiji froze in horror. But Lin wasn't finished. He reappeared, HP instantly recovering by plus 888. Breathing heavily, he smirked and said coldly, "The teacher's strength is no joke. I need to stay sharp," he thought. Thinking Lin was done for, the giant turned his attention to Su Mumu and Baiji. But behind him, Lin struck again, using his special technique to launch 3 piercing beams of light straight at the boss's back. The system sent out a notification. Hatred and taboo points with the priest have reached 100%. Raising his hand, Lin signaled the others, stick to the plan. He charged at the giant once more, drawing all the aggro toward himself to protect Su and Baiji. Even the toughest tank can wear down an enemy's HP. It's just a matter of time. Together, Lin, Su Mumu, and Baiji unleashed wave after wave of attacks from different angles. The giant's health began to drop steadily. This coordinated pressure was the key. It turned the fight in their favor. Even against a disaster-level threat, with enhanced HP and defense, all they needed was time. After withstanding the relentless strikes, the giant's HP plummeted. Then his aggro suddenly shifted to Bai Ji. She was hidden behind a tree, but he locked on. Charging forward, he struck, but this time his HP dropped. Minus 937. As the giant's health steadily drained, it became clear he had already activated the counter-transformation technique. But just then, Lin reappeared and shouted, "Hey, teacher, don't forget, I'm your real opponent. As long as I'm here, your ranged attacks won't land on my team." He shot into the air, activated counter-transference, and summoned the miraculous spirits of heaven and hell for one final strike. "Accept your fate," he roared. The final blow landed. The boss's HP dropped to 0, and with a thunderous crash, he collapsed. An item dropped from his body, catching Lin's eye. The system alert flashed. Dark Cavalry destroyed. Dark Cavalry now surrendered. Gain 9,300 EXP. Dark Curse permanently lifted from the dungeon. Disaster level boss, Jinong defeated. Dungeon difficulty downgraded from dream level to difficult. Final mission complete. 0 damage taken during battle. Dark Curse summon reward earned. Summons a level 15 golden grade Dark Curse Cavalry for combat. Lasts 1 hour. Usable up to level 20, 24-hour cooldown. Baiji tugged on Lin's sleeve, eyes wide with excitement. Lin laughed and shouted, "Boss, you really took down the teacher, uncle. And now you can summon him to fight with us? That's insane." He turned and gently ruffled Baiji's hair. "Yep, this is the kind of win we'll remember." In his mind, he reflected, "Just like I thought, a boss who's gone undefeated for ages, when finally taken down without suffering damage. The loot and bonuses are off the charts." Then Mumu suddenly yelled in panic, "Look, the system isn't done." The screen updated again. New system alert. Access granted to natural disaster level instance. Forgotten Lair. Congratulations, player. You have met all requirements. The original Sin Observer guarding the Forgotten Lair will now open the gateway. A glowing key materialized in Lin's hand. He held it up and turned to Mumu. "Didn't I tell you? Beating the teacher was the key to unlocking the Forgotten Lair. It triggers a hidden quest and opens the path to reshaping the dungeon's world." Mumu blinked. "Wait, so will this affect others too?" Lin nodded. "I wonder. It might change more than just our path." Mumu hesitated, then asked, "But is this a good thing? If we skip the teacher's lessons, won't people miss important training? Might lead to fake pros." Lin shrugged. "Maybe. But right now, stop overthinking. Let's move." The final boss is still waiting. After battling through waves of monsters, only one enemy remained. The final giant deep within the forest. This last foe was no ordinary boss. The setup for the giant was uniquely magical. As a second dark boss, he held the highest raw strength in the entire dungeon. Though his hulking, gorilla-like form seemed awkward, his devastating area attacks could shake the earth itself. In reality, though, he wasn't exactly smart. System data popped up. Boss, giant of the middle. Level, 15. Strength, 25. Physique, 30. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 15. Speed, 10. Aptitude, golden. Skills, bombardment, giant iron fist. Special info, unknown being, like a living puzzle. Its origins are unclear. Baiji looked up nervously. "Boss, the strategy, we need to apply pressure to his left leg." Lin responded calmly. "Exactly. No need to panic. He's slow and stumbles a lot." As they watched the creature sway clumsily, Baiji hesitated. Baiji gulped. "Okay, I'll go in first." But before she could move, Lin raised a hand. "Wait, not this time." He glanced at Baiji with a faint smile. "I didn't mention it earlier, but this time, let's try letting the old master handle it." Without another word, he activated the Dark Cavalry summon. The system announced, Dark Cavalry level 15 summoned. Power level equal to when it appeared as a boss. Lin gave the order. "Go, teacher." The Dark Knight charged forward without hesitation, launching a moonlight strike at the boss. The giant lashed out with a crushing counterattack, but the Dark Cavalry dodged smoothly. The boss's HP dropped significantly. Sensing its weak spot, the Dark Knight followed up with Thing Long Slash, Moonlight Sword Chi, and Triple Slash. From the back line, Lin called out, "Mumu, hit it with everything you've got. Baiji's buff is active." "Got it," they both shouted in unison. Baiji activated Great Swordsman's Encouragement, boosting team attack and synergy. At the same time, Su Mumu split himself with Life Doc Knock, doubling their attack force. Baiji dashed forward and struck with Flame Sword Chi, slicing clean into the boss. The boss's health dropped drastically. Seeing the moment of opportunity, Lin shouted, "End it now." He unleashed Falling Heaven and Hell, a powerful final skill. The attack landed hard, completely annihilating the boss. The moment the giant boss of the secret realm fell, a system alert flashed. Boss eliminated. 8,000 EXP gained. Lin instantly leveled up to 10. Mumu jumped to level 8, and Baiji hit level 7. Mumu, clearly thrilled, shouted, "Whoa. Lin, you hit level 10. Then came another notification. All hidden conditions cleared. Dungeon rating upgraded to SSS. Rewards doubled. Lin soared to level 11. Mumu climbed to level 9. Baiji reached level 8. Eyes wide, Baiji gasped. 2 levels at once. That's insane. I've never heard of that happening. Before she could say more, a treasure chest materialized. The boss was down, the dungeon crumbling, and the rewards were being tallied. More system messages followed. Due to the influence of special traits and the goddess of luck's observation, you've received a treasure chest. Level upgraded to diamond. All hidden requirements met. Rating upgraded to SSS. Additional reward granted. Under divine luck, you've also obtained a platinum chest. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to open the treasure chests? Mumu pulled Baiji into a tight hug. Baiji, you're seriously blessed. You must have been born with the luck of 1,000 lifetimes. Lin stood nearby, reading the notifications. This is exactly why I recruited her. With that, he tapped the option to open the chests. Items poured out. From the diamond chest. Oh, diamond tier skill. High to cinch. Oh, diamond tier gear. Giant's heart. Oh, every player received 15x bonus stat points. Oh, lightning only item times 1. From the platinum chest. Oh, 15x bonus stat points per person. Oh, platinum tier mount armor. White spirit knight chestplate. Oh, platinum tier mount weapon. White spirit knight spear. Oh, silver core. Item times 3. The item details lit up the screen one by one. Giant's mind. Equipment plus 15 to all stats. Grants active skill Giant's intelligence. For 5 seconds after activation, enter a dominant state. Marrow and stone dust. Enhancer boosts weapon armor breaking and physical attack. Electric spear. Modifier adds lightning elemental magic damage. White spirit knight chestplate. Class restricted knight exclusive armor. Boosts physical power. Slightly lowers movement speed. When full set is worn, activates a unique passive effect. The White Lance Spear, exclusive to the Knight class, glowed faintly at the tip. It boosted the user's strength and granted a radiant effect. Its skill, Luminous Spear, leveled up twice and, if equipped as part of the full set, unlocked a unique ability. Another reward appeared. Rising Tide, a priest-exclusive skill. Within its range, it fully healed all allies and randomly removed 2 debuffs. Lin studied the item descriptions. Not bad at all, he thought. Just then, a new notification popped up. Skill, Tidal Wave, level 14. Type, Undead Summoning. Effect, summons a floating tide of death that deals 500 damage to all enemies in range. Ignores boosts from enemy equipment or health stats. Randomly applies 2 negative effects. Lin went quiet, analyzing everything. His inversion talent hadn't morphed any of their stat-boosting skills into the kind of chaotic control effects typically seen in boss fights. For instance, the white element attack usually inflicted stun and slow. But through his inversion, it flipped into a buff that removed those effects and increased movement speed. Similarly, the skill High to Cinch, which typically cleared debuffs on the user's team, was now reversed, debuffing the enemies instead. But with random effects, it was hard to pin down. Could be a stat drop, reduced healing, or a stun. He mulled it over for a moment, then started learning High to Cinch. The process involved manipulating spiritual energy and controlling a specific stone. Looks like I'll need to prioritize dispel-type skills in the future, he noted mentally. They now formed the foundation of powerful control attacks. Plus, according to the description of Reversal, when this talent evolved, it could even alter the very core of a skill. It all hinges on how strong the original trait is. The stronger it is, the bigger the transformation. He finally turned to Mumu and Baiji. We'll sort through the rest once we're out. The dungeon's fading. I've got to report this to the academy and those attending the high-level banquet. His gaze grew distant. This is definitely going to stir things up again. The very next day, in the principal's office, the headmaster shot up from his seat and slammed a hand on the desk. You took down the dark demon in the giant forest of destruction? Did I hear that right? He stared in disbelief. You mean the giants of the forest of destruction? Those things are disaster-level threats. And now that the dungeon's rated SSS, the system's lowered its difficulty. Shangguan Yin confirmed the news. Yeah, after we exited the dungeon, he contacted me. I verified everything through the Alliance. It's legit, he said. The principal nodded, then turned to Shangguan Yin. About the Forgotten Lair certificate. I understand, she replied. You have to realize, the principal continued, only 73 people have ever worked in the Forgotten Lair. Out of those, 24 died. The rest gave up before even getting halfway. No one made it through. Not one. And no one's attempted a second run, he added. It's not because they didn't want to, they couldn't. They either lacked the second qualification or leveled past the entry cap. Huang Tianxi, stepped forward and patted Shangguan Yin on the shoulder. That's why we had to wait until he was locked at level 15. He couldn't afford to hit 16. For someone with his talent, the Alliance will always give full backing, but once inside, it's all on him. The principal let out a deep breath. This is great news. Really, all the Academy owes him a thank you. He exhaled again and added, we need to organize a recognition conference. I brought up sealing off this dungeon before, but everyone opposed me. Huang Tianqi shook his head, frustrated. A lot of students simply can't face adversity. That's why they fail. The Alliance doesn't nurture fragile talent or professionals. The principal nodded solemnly. Just yesterday, the Dark Cavalry dismissed several of our students. Shangguan Yin gave a wry smile. It's not quite like that. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Mumu strode in, looking tense. Sorry to interrupt, principal, but this couldn't wait. She held up her phone. The screen displayed a feed of posts and data, all focused on Lin. After we submitted the dungeon report to the Alliance, she said, it didn't even take 24 hours for the forums to explode. The posts on screen accused Lin of manipulating his stat allocations, hoarding skill points, selling strategies. Some even labeled his gear as hacked. Worse still, anonymous users dissected his video footage, branding his talent as unnatural, some calling it demonic, others insisting he had sold his soul for power. Mumu lowered the phone and took a breath. If Lin's truly the pride of the Karma Academy, if he's the one we all believe in, then please, she said, voice steady, do something. Protect his name. After listening carefully, the principal finally spoke up. Classmate Mumu, we understand how you feel. Shangguan Yin also opened the news feed, only to find that the number of slanderous stories and toxic analysis had grown worse, each one casting more doubt on Lin's credibility. Please have Lin step forward to clear his name, someone had written. Otherwise, we'll have grounds to question him and potentially ban anyone suspected of harboring demonic powers from entering the profession testing process. Mumu responded firmly. Lin is still just a student. Accusing him like this is absurd. Since when did being powerful mean being evil? One moment you worship someone, the next you're tearing them down. It's disgusting. This stat chart is nonsense, she continued. People have been manipulated by hype and fear. Anyone with a brain should see through it. The principal nodded, then turned to Mumu. Please go verify this teacher's situation directly. Huang Tianqi let out a hearty laugh. Assuming this teacher even exists. Shangguan Yin agreed. It's obviously a fabrication from people who don't understand how the Alliance actually works. He proposed a bold move. I suggest the Alliance, the school, and the Hunag family issue a joint public statement. But I'm not sure that would be enough, the principal said hesitantly. Just then, a voice called out from outside the room, cutting through the tension. Lin Yi stepped in with a proposal. I'd like to initiate a public inspection to test for demonic aura. And just like that, the Alliance released a press statement, holding a formal conference to address the rumors. The attacks were intense, but the response was stronger. All accusations were debunked. There was no such individual as the supposed source. The so-called leaks originated from within the school itself and were tied to exaggerated accounts of monster-related incidents. Scene change to the Alliance base. A swarm of reporters fired questions. Lin, why is there a need for a demonic aura test? Is your talent actually tied to the devil? Can the Alliance truly vouch for the authenticity of the test equipment? And what if the machines were tampered with? At the same time, voices of support rang out across the academy. You're the pride of professional academy. You can't let this bring you down. Suddenly, murmurs spread through the crowd. Lin had arrived. He's really here? I heard he volunteered for the test. The Alliance hall fell into an eerie hush as he walked past the reporters, his expression unreadable. The tension grew so thick it silenced even the most aggressive voices. Lin glanced back with a faint smile. For someone so loud, you sure don't act like a reporter. That was all it took. The crowd erupted, not in cheers, but in blame. Reporters started turning on each other. You were the one spouting nonsense earlier. Why aren't you asking questions now? Oh, now the world revolves around you, huh? It's live. Everyone's watching. Say something. The quiet shattered into chaos. The scene shifted inside the inspection chamber where demonic weapons were verified. A drone-like camera hovered in the air, capturing every moment as the crowd watched Lin enter. A voice called out, "Please step into the formation and wait for the scan." Without hesitation, Lin followed the instructions, taking off his coat calmly. A notification appeared, initiating demonic energy scan. Progress, 5%. One of the supervisors blinked in surprise. Honestly, this isn't even necessary. Some people just can't handle someone else being exceptional. Most of us believe in your strength. Lin gave a faint smile. I just find it amusing, really. None of what they say bothers me. But the people who trust me, I don't want them worrying because of rumors. The supervisor nodded. Understood. Scan progress. 50%. The supervisor added, let's hope the results are clean. If not, we're required to detain you immediately. Lin just closed his eyes. That's fine. The room tensed as the scan passed 85%, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Finally, it hit 100%. Scan complete. Demonic gas infection. 0%, no evil contract detected. The supervisor let out a relieved cheer. Perfect. I'll print the report immediately. Gasps filled the room. The reporters stared at the result in disbelief. 0 infection? No demonic link at all. This can't be real. Suddenly, online corrections started appearing. The narrative was crumbling. Weren't you saying he had to be evil? Why so quiet now? My God, he's a priest class and still this powerful? Without demonic contracts. What's his talent then? Something divine. He's like a living legend. The invincible night god. Lin casually picked up his coat. Now, he said, I'll publicly reveal my stat points and level. Anyone still questioning me, feel free to challenge me. One-on-one or all at once. Your choice. Scene shift to a bedroom. Huang Xiaofeng, catching the breaking news, bolted upright. No way. You really believe that? This Lin guy has to be possessed. What trick did he use to get past the scan? He suddenly leapt out the window, yelling, this young master must stop him before it's too late. Elsewhere, Lin was quietly buying snacks, milk tea, and a bowl of food for Mumu and Baiji. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Xiaofeng had followed and was lurking behind, squinting suspiciously. Milk tea and cheap snacks? Feeding peasants now? Has this forest dog completely lost all dignity? Still muttering to himself, Huang Xiaofeng didn't notice Lin appear behind him. Wham! A solid kick landed squarely on his backside, sending him flying forward in shock. Lin glanced at Huang Xiaofeng and said dryly, did you just break out of prison or something? You're still as shady as ever. Huang Xiaofeng barked back. Watch your mouth. This young master came all this way just to warn you. Lin raised an eyebrow, still acting like a loyal watchdog. Huang Xiaofeng turned around, clearly annoyed. Don't be ridiculous. I came to talk. You've run into them, haven't you? Those trash abyss demons. Lin answered flatly, not really, but I have met some real scum. Hey, don't go around saying stuff like that. Huang Xiaofeng snapped. This young master's trying to help you. What if defeating that guy just draws the abyss right to your door? My advice, report to the Alliance now and start cooperating before it's too late. Lin gave him a skeptical look. Wait, you mean the abyss demons actually came to you? And you not only resisted, but reported them? Huang Xiaofeng grinned smugly. Of course. Those gutter rats thought they could tempt me? Pathetic. They didn't even dare show their faces and still thought I'd bow down. Huang Xiaofeng, was born to be number one. Money, looks, power, I've got it all. Why would I need the devil's scraps to prove anything? Lin sighed under his breath, clearly running out of patience. He's arrogant, loud, and his personality's a mess, Lin thought, but at least he resisted the abyss demons. I'll give him that. He spoke calmly. I don't just hate the abyss demons. I have a trait they desperately want but can't obtain. I think you understand what that means. Huang Xiaofeng jabbed a finger at him. What's that supposed to mean, huh? You think you're better than me, Lin dog? Just wait. This young master's reporting everything. As he stormed off, Lin muttered, so noisy. Someone please contact Huang Tianxi and lock him up for a few hours. Just then, Lin's phone buzzed. It was a message from Jiang City First Professional Academy. Lin, we caught the liar. Someone's using your strategy, edited it a little, and now they're reselling it and smearing your name. Lin replied instantly. Ooh, Chao Yuan from our class. He copied your strategy and profited from it. He even tried to pin on my brother. Luckily, we got screenshots. Lin's expression darkened. Blacklist him. From now on, no strategies, no equipment trades, nothing. He's cut off. He messaged the group. Chao Yuan is blacklisted. Anyone caught sharing content with him will be removed as well. If you have evidence of him spreading lies, send it to me. I'll expose him on the Professional Alliance forum myself. Another reply came in. Got it, but the guys are furious. They want to go after him hard. What should we do? Lin paused, then typed. Let it go. The job test is coming up. No point wrecking your future over one loser. For a faker like him, the best punishment is being banned from ever earning free attribute points again. Lin addressed the crowd with a firm but generous tone. Chao Yuan's been dealt with. As thanks for supporting me, I'll share part of the strategy, an unreleased section that's never been sold anywhere. Gasps rippled through the chat. Wait, really? A private strategy that's never been up for sale? Of course, Lin replied. Any dungeon guide you want. And if any of you spot people like Chao Yuan trying to profit off my work, report them. I've got even more exclusive strategies ready for those who help. Someone chimed in excited. Uh-oh. When will I ever reach your level? Just dropping strategies like it's nothing. Lin chuckled. All right then. Here's a preview of the Land of Skeletons Trini Guide. Everyone, check out the intro section. As soon as the strategy preview dropped, the chat exploded with energy again. Long live the Night God. Maintains 100% of the Holy Sword's blood through the gateway? That's insane. Brother Lin, you're forever my idol. Please don't hold back on us. Just flood us with your brilliance. Lin grinned, but stayed focused. Glad you're hyped, but listen up. I need your help spreading the word. Chow Yuan's pirated dungeons violate my creator rights. Starting now, anyone caught buying or sharing pirated guides will be permanently cut off from all future releases. Everyone in the group immediately rallied behind him. Got it, Night God. Fight the thieves. Crush the smugglers. Let's do this. Within moments, the forum caught fire. Posts spread across every corner of the platform. Effective immediately, all pirated versions of Lin's strategies are being purged. Repeat offenders will be blacklisted permanently. If you help a pirate, you'll be blocked too. No exceptions. Elsewhere, a blonde student saw the announcement and slammed his palm on the desk in frustration. This is ridiculous. Can't even save a little money now. Someone countered. What are you even saying? Chow Yuan's a smuggler. These strategies are Lin's original work. Exactly. You want an SSS tier strategy and expect it for dirt cheap? Do it yourself if it's so easy. Arguments broke out. This is just monopoly tactics. How many strategies does he even have? This is just publicity. Land of Skeletons keeping Holy Sword's blood at 100%. That's already worth it. Someone muttered, I've been dreaming of that guide. I needed to stay alive in there. Another added, even if you say not to watch it. I have to. I'm not risking my run. And just like that, the battlefield of opinions raged on, between those who wanted everything for free and those who knew exactly what Lin's strategies were worth. A system notification blinked on screen. User has exited the group chat. The remaining members didn't miss a beat. We're locking that account out for good. Already checking his profile info. Every linked account is getting blocked the same way. No problem, I blocked him too. Clean sweep. Then the topic shifted. Looking forward to your guidance. How do we join the Night God's private group? Same here. I'm ready to pay big. I'll delete every pirated file I have. Support the original. Long live the Night God. In the Night God's group, we've got Land of Skeletons and other exclusive guides. Updates come nonstop. You can try out strategies directly and even trade extras with the group. Count me in. I'll follow the boss anywhere, mountain or sea. Just give me that one game-changing guide. Let me join Lin's fan group. This isn't just hype. It's the real deal. We only share serious builds here. No nonsense. I don't even think anymore. If it's Lin's, it's gold. Meanwhile, Lin was watching it all unfold and quietly muttered, why are there so many people all of a sudden? He shook his head and chuckled. Still, when you're countering a villain, nothing works better than aiming straight at their weak spot. Hitting where it hurts does more than fists ever could. He entered his passcode and stepped inside. Now that he'd locked down his strategy ecosystem and blocked off piracy threats, his source of income was secure. No more worrying about malicious undercutting. He turned to his device. Please rearrange current data and activate personal information display. A holographic window popped open. Name Lin. Profession, priest. Level, 11. Attributes. Strength, 15 plus 20. Constitution, 15 plus 20 plus 30. Intelligence, 75 plus 20 plus 30. Spirit, 15 plus 20. Agility, 15 plus 20 plus 20. Equipment, 4-piece Devil's Costume set. Thick Wind Shaman Stone. Emerald Ring. Natural Talent. Awakening. Inversion, Heaven and Earth. Level 2. Skill set. Single skill. Healing and Plundering. Support skill. Mingu's Forbidden Technique. Group skill. Divine Weapons to Treat Disasters. Magical Spirits. Falling into Heaven and Hell. Ocean of Rebirth, Sea of Undead. Suddenly, he noticed a red exclamation mark blinking next to Heaven and Earth Reversal, Level 2. He tapped it. A system window unfolded. Skill, Heaven and Earth Reversal, Level 2. Reverse boost to self and skills. Can toggle on off. At higher levels, changes skill nature entirely. Current effect. O healing equals health loss. O health loss equals healing. O buff equals debuff. O debuff equals buff. O applies to both allies and enemies. O stamina cost minus 10%, cooldown minus 10%, except fixed 40% cooldown skills. Next level requirement. Reach level 20. Use reversal skill to kill 10,000 secret rel creatures. Unlocks potential for unlimited firepower. Lin nodded to himself. No rush to level up just yet. First, I need to complete the profession evaluation. With his current upgrades and level up boosts, his intelligence stat had nearly reached 150. His next goal was clear. Hit 150 intelligence and push his build to the next stage. After stripping the bonus effect from his gear, he focused on boosting his agility. along with both mental and physical strength. Even then, his secondary stats still ranked among the top students. With that in mind, he made a call. Yo, Lin bro, what's up? Why'd you call? Asked Zhao Qihong. I'm looking to buy top-tier gear for a priest, upper gold grade or better, Lin replied. That includes weapons, shoes, necklaces, and jade pendants. I'll message you the details. Zhao Qihong checked the list and scratched his head. Gold grade stuff is easy to get, but upgrading it is a whole other problem. No worries, Lin said. Just get the base gear ready. I'll send everything over. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qihong called back. Lin bro, I've attached the selected items and their pros, cons, and prices in a map file. Lin scanned through them, calculating the potential profit margin. The gold tier weapon looked like a solid investment, until he noticed the shoes weren't quite right. I'll take the pre-staff, star healing staff, the bone necklace, and the white bird jade. Drop the shoes, he told Qihong. No problem, Lin replied. Also, I'll need some forging stones, planning to boost everything to level 10. Qihong hesitated. The price might be a little steep. Lin's face darkened slightly. Can't tell him I'm planning to raid the Deadland. Qihong picked up on the shift and quickly responded, Sorry, Lin bro. I'll get right on it. Final total, gear plus forging service, adds up to 2.4 million Alliance coins. The system then displayed the stats. Bone necklace, current forge level, 1/10. Quality, gold. Type, physical equipment. Effects, plus 10 healing per second, plus 200 HP, plus 20% physical defense. White bird jade pendant, current forge level, 1/10. Quality, gold. Type, equipment. Effects, plus 10 intelligence, plus 10 spirit. Special, summons a white bird spirit that absorbs 30% of incoming magic damage. Auto resummons after combat. Elite healing staff, current forge level, 1/10. Quality, gold. Class requirement, priest only. Effects, plus 10 mental power, grants plus 100 attack to targets affected by healing skills. Lin began the refining process. In front of him, vibrant lights exploded in every direction, and phantom-like chimpanzees briefly flickered into view. As the forging completed, each piece of equipment transformed, adopting the dazzling appearance of the 4 Demon Kings, now all upgraded to level 10. The crystal healing staff, level 10. The bone necklace, level 10. The white bird jade pendant, level 10. Every item had reached max enhancement, and their stats were significantly boosted. Lin gave a faint smile. This should do for now. Full level SSS tier gear. More than enough for Deadland. After all, in a dungeon like Deadland, the loot was never disappointing. Just then, a noise came from outside the room. Turning quickly, Lin stepped out and spotted Mumu, dabbing her face with a cluster of makeup tissues. Mumu, he called, puzzled. She flinched at his voice, turned around shyly, and whispered, You didn't say anything when you came back. I was using your bathroom. I hope you don't mind. The hot water in my room is acting up. Lin scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Oh, it's fine. Wanting to take a look at it. Quickly waving her hands, she replied, No need. Actually, do you have a moment? I wanted to talk. Still a little awkward, Lin nodded. Sure, but maybe dry your hair and change first. You'll catch a cold like that. Mumu smiled. Okay, just give me a few minutes. She darted back into the room. About 5 minutes later, after things had settled down, Lin looked over at her and asked gently, So, what's up? You still seem kind of distant. Mumu hesitated, then said, I wanted to tell you, little Bai Ji told me she really doesn't like the greatsword class. She's tried to adjust, even updated her gear, but she still finds the dungeon runs tough. Lin thought for a second. Really? She's never brought it up to me. I always thought her greatsword build was pretty solid. A bit tricky, sure, but still effective. If she can prove she's qualified, she could switch classes. Maybe something more suited for her. I'll check with Huang Tianqi, see if he has a solution. But in the end, Bai Ji needs to decide that for herself. Mumu looked relieved. That's perfect. I feel better now. I'll head home then. Just then, something clicked in Lin's mind. He suddenly stopped and said aloud, There's more, isn't there? This isn't just about Bai Ji. Mumu froze. Me? Lin calmly crossed his arms and sat back on the sofa. I was asking about your story. Mumu scowled. Ugh, fine. You saw right through me, you smug jerk. But you better not laugh. Seeing her flustered reaction, Lin chuckled softly and quickly covered his mouth. Okay, I won't laugh. Don't laugh at me, she snapped, then her tone softened. I'm sorry. You're already level 11, right? Have you noticed? Ever since you awakened your talent, it feels like there's this growing gap between us. Lin blinked. Huh? What do you mean? Mumu hesitated, then continued quietly. We've always been together, growing up playing games, doing everything side by side. I thought even after awakening our talents, we'd be the perfect duo. That nothing would change. That we'd always have each other's backs. She looked down, voice trembling. But now you don't need me. You get hidden quest rewards, shine in every crowd, and solve every challenge by yourself. Meanwhile, I'm just tagging along, doing small things that you could easily handle. I'm proud of you, really, but the more you grow, the more I feel like I'm being left behind, like I'm holding you back. Lin got up and gently patted her on the head. Moo, you're overthinking this. You don't get it, she burst out. You have no idea what it's like to chase after someone's footsteps, only to realize you can't keep up. Wanted to ease her worry, Lin grinned. All right then. From today, things are going to change. No more late-night snacks. No more junk food. Every morning at 5 a.m. Unless it's summer, you're coming out to train with me. WH1. Moo panicked. Isn't raising agility just a matter of adding stat points? Do you really think your points are enough? He shot back. At that, she broke down in dramatic sobs. Lin pulled something from his inventory and handed it to her. Here, take this. Moo's eyes widened. This is a giant's heart? For me. Lin nodded. Yeah, it's a gift for your transition phase. It's the best fit for you right now. Plus, your dungeon skill doubles its effect. Combine that with your coordination talent, and your growth potential is limitless. Holding the heart tightly, Moo's gaze sharpened. All right, starting today, no more junk food. I'm all in. Lin couldn't help but scratch his head. Man, I still need to use stuff like this to motivate her, even now. Right after, Moo suddenly grabbed his hand. In that case, Master Lin, let's begin my training now. Before he could react, she shoved him down into a chair. Lin blinked in surprise as she leaned in, lifting her hand like a playful cat ready to pounce. Back slaps, massages, cooking, cleaning. I got all covered, she grinned. Lin just burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Baiji had quietly slipped through the door, watching them with amusement. Baiji, you're here. That trip I sent you on, it helped, right? She said warmly. Baiji added, and now you're planning to dive straight into the land of death, aren't you? Shouldn't you take one more day off? Right then, a system prompt appeared. You've activated an unknown power, buff, Gaze of the Goddess of Fortune. Effect, increases treasure chest level by +1 for each dungeon cleared. Duration, 24 hours. Lin smiled. No need. I'm fully rested. Besides, you're both right. Balance is key. Work hard, rest well. You two go watch a movie or something. With that, he pulled out the stone sword key and activated it right in his home. A faint glow swirled around him as a portal formed, the entrance to the secret land of death. He didn't hesitate and selected the natural disaster difficulty, the highest available. He then prepared to step through. Moo, looking nervous, asked, Wait, did you just choose natural disaster level? Are you trying to cause a catastrophe? The system flashed more info. Dungeon info, level 15 to 25. Difficulty, disaster level. Zone, forbidden life area consumed by death. All living beings who enter become food for the undead. Lin thought to himself, fortunately, no one else is in this dungeon. Doesn't seem as terrifying as I expected. He activated Reverse Universe before entering. Then more system messages poured in. Warning, your life energy has disturbed the dungeon's core. Creatures awakening. Pterodactyl, Witch Demon King, Immortal Demon, Giant Corpse Doctor, Death Maiden. Union Legion number 7, rank 15, detected. A massive undead army is approaching. And from the shadows, voices echoed. I smell it, the scent of life, how delicious. The seal containing the undead riot was shattered, and from the depths emerged the sacred weapon, the red flame crown, a divine sword that had been holding this cursed place in check. For a brief moment, wielding it would grant overwhelming power. He glanced at the details of the weapon. Red flame crown, holy sword. A level, unknown. Type, divine weapon. Effect, grants plus 500% damage against undead. Secondary, 50% immunity to restrain effects. Attack attribute, divine flame. Inflicts large area divine fire damage. He muttered to himself, a holy sword. Isn't this how the top-ranked players coast through fights? But of course, it wasn't something he could just pick up and use, not without meeting the brutal conditions. To clear the dungeon known as the Land of Death, both basic and extra requirements had to be met. Main objectives. 1. Endure the undead onslaught for 2 hours until the Divine Knights arrive. 2. Eliminate at least one boss from the Secret Realm. Special challenges. 1. Defeat all Secret Realm bosses. 2. Stop the undead from respawning and wipe out every last one. 3. Do not use the red flame crown within the 2-hour window. 4. Only unlocks after completing the first 3. No hesitation. He unleashed reverse stars, sending monsters flying. Then followed it up with falling heaven and hell, a devastating move that slammed down like judgment itself. Flames surged through the battlefield, searing blood and bone. The undead shrieked, Why you know human, what kind of man burns with flames from hell? The blood of the undead legions drained by 754 points instantly. He wasn't done. He activated his divine weapon's reversal skill again, as thunderbolts cracked overhead. The land tore apart beneath them, splitting into jagged fragments. Blood loss, bleeding, layer after layer of damage stacked on. In a single second, he unleashed 1304 damage, obliterating the undead horde. Just as he predicted, with upgraded gear and enhanced stats, even the Demon Emperor's healing boost couldn't compete. A squad of level 15 gold rank undead was wiped clean in an instant. He didn't even have to rely on Bihaichu's finishing move. He grinned. Still, can't forget to thank my 2 teammates. No time to rest. Another undead army surged in. A new prompt appeared. Break through the blockade. Push deeper. Kill the boss. Destroy the altar of death. He remembered. Su, Mumu, and Baiji had stocked his pack full of rare potions and items. Time to use them all. Acceleration elixir. Boosts movement speed for 5 minutes. Standard maple egg pill. Temporarily adds 50 agility points for 5 minutes. Lightning dash spell. Grants a sprint buff that scales over 5 minutes. Chicken item. Temporarily boosts stamina. He gulped them down one by one, ready to charge straight into the heart of death itself. This time, he activated his speed boost and charged straight into the depths, cutting down anything in his path. As he tore through layer after layer of the undead siege, everything ahead was annihilated in a clean, direct line. Once he reached the thick of the horde, he unleashed reflection of the Sea of Birth, and with it, Sea of the Undead. These combined effects boosted his damage output by 10% and dragged every monster toward him like a raging tide. The battlefield turned into a drowning flood, sweeping monsters away like sea creatures devouring everything in sight. Every enemy caught in the current was afflicted with burning soul. Their attacks weakened, silenced, poisoned, stunned, slowed, and defenseless. The debuffs stacked, crushing their will to fight. Their lifespans were slashed by 1.8 seconds per tick. The result, total annihilation. As the black waters faded, a new wave of monsters emerged. At the center stood the towering boss. Altar of Death, 10,000 HP, but with 0 defense and no attack power. Guarding it was a hulking level 15 giant zombie, its stats completely hidden. He didn't flinch. He dove straight into battle and cast reverse sound magic, a forbidden spell that locked down his target. He figured 30 seconds was all he needed. While his summoned monsters closed in to attack, he stayed at range, casting skill after skill. Long-range spells, healing magic, capture magic, air healing, calamity spirits, falling heaven and earth. 3 skills landed in sync. System alert. Altar of Death destroyed. Undead summoning in this region has ceased. Giant zombie defeated. Zombie Hunter X2 appeared. Without a word, he kept attacking, wiping out both zombie hunters with relentless precision. Suddenly, 2 elite bosses awakened. Skeleton King and Immortal Witch Demon. He glanced at the fallen corpse of the Butcher's son, thinking, this place is disaster tier, but as long as it's level locked, there's nothing to fear. With my current setup, I'm more than ready. Then he called out, come out, priest. I need you now. In response, he summoned the Dark Gold Master, a golden level knight at level 15. Its combat duration, 1 hour. Climbing onto the knight's back, he soared toward the next target zone. He stopped. At the final point, a massive shadow loomed in the distance. Its stats blinked into view. Skeleton King, level 15, platinum grade. Legion Aura, Death Flag, Evil Halo, Resurrection of Flesh, Blood Shield of Renunciation. Beside him stood the Immortal Witch, also level 15, with a terrifying skill set. Death Fluctuation, Ice Mist Magic, Black Hole, Lunar Eclipse, Ice Wind, Blood Surge. The final battle was about to begin. But right then, he didn't feel a hint of fear. What ran through him was ice-cold focus. Standing beside him was the Dark Gold Knight. Oddly, the knight kept muttering something toward Lin, its words unintelligible. Lin could only tilt his head, awkwardly smiling as 3 ellipses floated over his head. Teacher, he said with a helpless look, but Lin had already made his decision. Raising his staff, he gave the order. Go! With a master's command, the Dark Gold Knight sprang into action. It lifted its massive sword onto its shoulder, stance low and ready to charge. Its immortal eyes began to burn with a fiery glow, and in a blink, it launched forward, targeting the first enemy it could reach. Seeing this sudden assault, the witch demon flared with rage, veins bulging. No hesitation, he was ready to strike back. But the knight was faster. Drawing on dark magic, it unleashed Moonlight Slash, a lightning-fast spell that landed squarely on the witch demon, dealing 1,441 damage instantly. Despite blood pouring from his mouth and wounds cracking open, the witch demon grinned wickedly. A sudden glow burst from his chest. He was summoning reinforcements. In moments, undead foot soldiers burst from the ground and charged in blindly. But the Dark Gold Knight was ready. He activated Spell Shield, a barrier that reflected all magical attacks for the next 3 seconds. The Witch Demon paid for it immediately. His own spells ricocheted back, striking him with full force. His body trembled from the backlash, unable to recover. He staggered, calling out desperately, "Skeleton King, help me!" But just as the Skeleton King lifted his foot to move, he felt a presence behind him. He turned his head. Lin was already there. "Huh? Since when?" Lin didn't answer with words. He raised his staff, slammed it into the ground, and activated Reversal, Sea of the Undead Tidal Collapse. Waves of dark energy surged beneath the Skeleton King. His health started dropping immediately. Status effects: Dry State, Weakened, Corroded, Direct HP Loss, -999. Meanwhile, the Dark Gold Knight was airborne, unleashing a brutal combo on the Witch Demon. Rising Dragon ///. Each strike hit like a hammer, piling on damage. The Witch Demon's body couldn't hold. It cracked apart, bursting into scattered pieces as an explosion triggered additional hits. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, the Witch Demon activated Black Hole, targeting the Dark Gold Knight. But it was too late. The Knight's speed was unmatched. With one swift movement, it dodged to the side, and the spell hit nothing but air. Once again, the Dark Gold Master turned his gaze toward the Witch Demon, eyes sharp, filled with lethal intent. The Witch Demon panicked, hastily casting one final spell. A massive sphere of icy energy began to form. "Ha! Ice missed." He started to laugh, but never got to finish. The Dark Gold Master struck first, vanishing in a blur and reappearing mid-swing with Moonlight Slash. One clean cut. The Witch Demon was split in half, his body dropping with a shriek. But even in pieces, the demon wasn't done. In a crazed frenzy, he activated his ultimate move, roaring, "King of Kings at the Abyss's end. I offer my soul. Let this fool fall into eternal damnation." From afar, Lin's eyes widened. "Get back. She's going to explode. She's dragging us down with her." The Witch Demon activated her forbidden spell, Blood of Ice Wind, sacrificing her entire soul and draining every last bit of health. It triggered a massive burst of ice magic across the entire battlefield, freezing everything in its radius. But the moment the spell activated, there was no one left in the area. The Witch Demon screamed in rage. "What? Where did you all go?" Meanwhile, behind the Skeleton King, the Dark Gold Master silently appeared. His sword plunged deep through bone and marrow. Target eliminated. "Well done, teacher. And, uncle," the knight said with pride. As for the Witch Demon, casting that ultimate move had shattered her completely. Her body disintegrated into the air, gone without a trace. The Skeleton King, with his final breath, roared in fury. "Humanity is foolish, but true despair is yet to come." Then he vanished. System notification. Skeleton King and Undead Witch defeated. Basic dungeon clear conditions met. Secret realm bosses defeated. Teleportation gate has been activated. You may now exit. Points awarded based on completion tier. But Lin wasn't interested in points right now. He turned his focus to healing the Black Metal Master first, casting a cleansing spell that made the knight's armor gleam once again. With a nod, he said, "Now, there's still an altar left. Let's finish this." The Dark Knight raised his sword to the sky. From above, a pterodactyl descended, once his comrade in the Dark Cavalry, now summoned only in rare moments. The dragon's silhouette appeared overhead, wings casting shadows over the ruined land. Lin climbed onto its back. The altar was gone. The undead were no longer a threat. Just cleanup remained. "Let's move to the next area," he said. The two of them took to the skies, soaring toward their next target. "Those were the last 2 bosses," he added, giving a thumbs up. "Thanks to you, I saved a huang of time on the battlefield." That praise caught his ally off guard. Did I just blush? But before they could enjoy the flight, a sudden ambush struck from below. Ice spells bombarded the skies. Icy blasts fired relentlessly upward from below. Another giant dragon had entered the battlefield. "Sir, the enemies spotted us. Be careful." Before they could react, an ice arrow streaked through the air. Its impact didn't injure, it knocked them unconscious. Both fell from the sky. The Black Gold Knight landed first, immediately rising and preparing for combat. At that moment, the system displayed new threat intel. Enemy, Evil Dragon of Death. A level, 15. Class, Diamond Aptitude. Attributes, Strength, Physical, Intelligence, Spirit, Agility, Unknown. Skills, Ice Breath, Wind Breath, Dragon Power, Ice Wind Aura, Absolute Mobility, Dragon Claw. Description, once revered as a great guardian dragon, now corrupted and revived by the King of Immortals. Fueled by the aura of death, It wields devastating ice magic that delivers continuous damage and heavy slowing effects. And then, below it, a shadow moved. Another presence revealed itself. Enemy, Death Maiden. A level, unknown. Class, Diamond Aptitude. Attributes, Strength, Physical, Intelligence, Spirit, Agility, unknown. Skills, Winter Frost Arrow, Silent Magic, Aura of Power, Natural Gunner, Dark Arrow, Life Drain. Description: once a noble spirit of the Scepter clan, Death Maiden was resurrected by the King of Immortals as a deadly dark archer. Her arrows are infused with the power of death, and each fallen enemy becomes a slave to her growing darkness. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but grin with excitement. Now this is what Secret Boss should feel like. No one's getting SSS on this run. The Black Knight next to him tilted his head, confused, 3 question marks hovering in silence. Lin didn't wait. He leaped into the air and unleashed a devastating martial combo. Heaven to Hell. Reverse Light of the Stars. Blue Sea Reversal. Sea of Souls. A crimson tsunami surged forward, crashing down like divine wrath. Both the Evil Dragon and Death Maiden took a direct hit, each losing 1,555 HP in an instant. Death Maiden staggered, visibly shaken and sweating. Enraged, she raised her bow and screamed, "You cowards dare ambush me? Watch this." Her breath swirled, blue lightning crackling through her drawn arrow. She loosed the shot, a streak of blinding light roaring straight toward Lin. He didn't flinch. With a slight smirk, he whispered, "Guess I'll accept this gift too." The arrow struck its mark. A huge explosion rocked the battlefield, dirt and stone flying in every direction. Death Maiden let out a triumphant laugh. "Huh, that's all you've got." But from within the smoke, Lin emerged, calm, composed. Using just 2 fingers, he casually crushed the arrowhead. The system lit up with updates. Ice Frost damage encountered. HP plus 845. Frost Arrow Impact. HP plus 148. Buffs applied. Oh, Freeze Effect removed. Oh, Massive Area Attack Power boosted. Oh, Movement Speed greatly increased for all allies. Death Maiden's smile faded instantly. She realized this wasn't a victory. This was just the beginning of her downfall. The Goddess of Death stared in disbelief at Lin's health bar, which kept regenerating. "Ow! That arrow hit him right in the heart," she muttered. But instead of watching his life drain, she saw her skill fail to take hold. Is this immunity? A dominant resistance? Before she could make sense of it, the evil dragon roared and opened its jaws wide to charge another attack. She raised a hand. "Wait, hold on. Something's off." Too late. The dragon unleashed its breath. But instead of devastation, the system chimed in. Plus 512 HP. Plus 539 HP. Plus 699 HP. Frost Effect dispelled. Frost Effect dispelled. The freezing power was completely nullified. Behind her, the Dark Knight silently appeared. Before she could react, he surged forward. She snapped into action, rapidly firing arrows with blinding speed and precision. But the Dark Knight, calm and deadly, darted through the storm of arrows, deflecting every shot with his blade. Not a single one landed. Seeing her barrage so effortlessly neutralized, she snarled through clenched teeth. "I won't let you get close." She raised her voice and commanded, "All undead spirits, obey. Stop him. Activate undead thought." But it was already too late. The Dark Knight's eyes glowed, and in one swift motion, he dashed in and drove Moonlight slash straight through her chest. Her health plummeted, over half gone in one strike, blood pouring from the wound. In desperation, she cast Silence Magic to keep him from speaking, then followed up with Bloodsuck and Life Drain. Plus 347 HP. Plus 256 HP. Plus 277 HP. She laughed. "Huh, I can heal too. Don't think I'm that easy to finish." But her smile faded just as quickly. The Dark Knight closed the gap again, his eyes cold, and unleashed a brutal slash. She blocked with her bow, barely holding on. "Damn traitor. You only know how to fight up close," she cursed, then suddenly lunged in and grabbed him, clutching him tightly. A notification popped up. Talisman of Control activated. Use his spell power to take control of a creature. The weaker the creature, the longer the effect. Duration, 1 to 60 seconds. Effect is broken upon death of the caster. Cannot be dispelled. She whispered her final command. Commit suicide. Immediately, the Black Gold Knight's health dropped by 300 points. Control command. Suicide. Each attack will deal 300 damage to self until the spell ends. The spell's corrupt energy began to surge, then slowly fade. The control was weakening. But before her grip was broken, she let out one last desperate scream. Even a second is enough. Frost Arrow come. A final ice-charged arrow struck the Dark Knight. Minus 794 HP. Movement speed decreased. Attack speed decreased. Attack power slightly reduced. Yet, despite being slowed, the Dark Knight remained composed. He gently lifted his arm and blocked the incoming blast without flinching. Lin's sudden shout made the teacher switch to a defensive stance. Right then, the system announced that the Dark Knight had summoned a massive black shield. The added weight slowed him down significantly, but in exchange, incoming damage dropped by 70%. The surrounding ice broke apart, but the goddess of death remained unfazed. You've taken all my attacks and still think you can win? Once I break through that shield, your head is mine, she declared before charging in, landing a hit that visibly dropped the Dark Knight's health bar. Seeing the drop, she laughed smugly. Out of blood, are you? This is the end for you. Once you're gone, I'll take care of the rest of your crew. She dashed in again, but Lin quickly stepped forward, raising a hand. You just said you'd take care of me? Let's see who takes care of who. In an instant, he reversed the spell. The imprisonment technique was activated. At the same time, he cast a high-level healing skill to recover the knight's health. Caught in the reversal, the goddess of death was stunned. What? What is this? Why aren't you dead yet? Just then, a dragon silently crept up behind them. But sensing the strange pull of the black metal curse, he turned just in time to intercept. With a burst from his cracked energy shield, he flung the dragon back, then leapt up, slicing its head clean off midair. Below, he raised his priest staff, channeling magic into a deadly downward strike that split the dragon's body apart like shattered glass. A system notification followed. You have slain the death evil dragon. As the dragon dissolved, the skeleton king shouted in disbelief. Death evil dragon, you dare defeat it with brute force. That's when the supernatural energy core burst forth. Without hesitation, he unleashed the anti-transferent blow, not even giving her a chance to react. Notification. You have killed Kay, the female death. Teacher, I'll handle the northwest. I've got the southeast. Move fast. Following orders, the black gold dark spell swept the altar clean. Even though this special dungeon seemed daunting at first, it turned out much easier than expected. Using the reflection between the Sea of Life and the Sea of Death, he scanned the area and cleared the stage in under 10 minutes, far ahead of the 2-hour limit set for Mission 4. Moments later, he stood atop the mountain, surrounded by heaps of fallen corpses. The system chimed in. You have eradicated all remaining undead in the Land of Death. The objectives of the previous 4 missions are now complete. Just as he processed that, it hit him. Something was missing. One mission remained. The system spoke again. Twin-winged Angel Kuro Shadow Clone is descending. Activating Special Mission 5. Choose your destiny. A beam of light pierced the clouds, shining down onto him. Option 1. Accept God's gift. Receive reward from Twin-winged Angel Kuro and surrender all the red-crowned holy swords absorbed from the souls of the undead. Then, exit the land of the dead spirit. Option 2. Defy the divine. Slay the clone of Kuro. If successful, earn a high-level rating. But failure means being downgraded to C rank. He paused, confused. Wait, another boss in this dungeon. The system clarified. Choosing the gift grants an immediate SSS rank rating. But killing the Baiji clone unlocks something rarer. High rank. Higher rank? That's not even supposed to exist. Was SSS not the highest? He started to wonder, do the elites of the Concealment and Blockade Alliance even know about this hidden tier? Or has it been kept secret? Then, reason took over. No need to hide the info. Very few players could even reach this point. Plus, the entire realm was built through system mechanics. If it shifted without notice, no one would know. And maybe higher rank and the angels were real. But perhaps humanity simply lacked the power to truly access them, just as the ancients once couldn't reach the stars. He looked up. The angels' wings unfolded, revealing countless giant eyes staring down. They didn't blink, they waited. Then a thunderous explosion burst forth, targeting him directly. Behind him, the dark metal curse slowly faded away. System prompt. The dark cavalry has retreated. Summoning is now on cooldown. At that moment, Lin felt an overwhelming pressure settle over him. Is this the ancient pact? He wondered. The supreme leader of the angels? But then he recalled the system's message. He might not need to fight this being at all. So, where's the clone? Just then, pure white feathers drifted down from above. From the sky, a figure emerged, descending slowly among feathers and wings covered with enormous, unblinking eyes. Twin-winged Angel Kuro, Phantom Clone. Rank unknown. Note, combat is not advised. All abilities classified. Description, a divine being from a sacred realm, created to suppress the undead and purify the breath of death. Hovering in midair, the clone spoke. Human, you've done well. On behalf of the holy nation, I thank you. These undead abominations must sleep forever beneath the earth. Surrender your red flame crown, and you may go. Lin blinked. Wait, that's it. I wiped out everything here, and there's no reward. Kuro's expression darkened. You question an angel? You should be grateful. Now leave. Do not obstruct our sacred duty. Without another word, the angel slashed at him with a blade of holy fire. Lin frowned. So this is how righteous angels treat humanity? We're just disposable to them, never truly on their side. With that thought, he tapped into the next task. Is there anything left for me to do here? Angel, he asked dryly. Kuro looked down with disdain. Lin switched to combat stance. Guess my rewards are in your hands, then. He activated Reverse Universe, readying himself. Kuro scoffed. Calling you inferior is being generous. Serving the holy nation is the highest honor a human could hope for. Yet you dare defy the divine will. Lin wasn't having it. He launched the robbery technique straight at him. Save your speech. I'm done listening. Kuro's face twisted in rage as divine power surged. Bolts of holy lightning rained down, aimed at Lin's position. He dodged swiftly, his eyes narrowing, every muscle on edge. Thunder roared above as Kuro launched one strike after another. The ground erupted in chunks, smoke and dirt flying from each blast zone. Lin weaved through the chaos, his body moving at unpredictable angles. But despite his speed, a flicker of frustration crossed his face. Watching Kuro's movements, Lin spotted it, the weak point. The clone never checked his blind spot. Without hesitation, Lin surged forward, circling around behind him in a blur. Lin took the full brunt of the red flame beam. His body pierced straight through from back to front by the searing sword. Blood spilled from his mouth, but even through the pain, he activated Reverse Universe, absorbing the blow entirely. Despite the wound, a faint smirk formed on his lips. His life force values were climbing instead of falling. Hovering above, Kuro narrowed his eyes, clearly shaken by the scene. His face twisted with disbelief before he shouted furiously, You think using wicked tricks will let you escape divine justice? The moment his words echoed, thunder roared overhead. Thousands of celestial eyes and cross-shaped sigils lit up in the sky, forming a blinding net-like formation aimed straight at him. But Lin didn't flinch. He stared back with calm red eyes, unshaken, then countered with reversing the magical spirits. Their clash rocked the entire area. The ground trembled violently as his next move, fall into heaven and hell, shattered layers of terrain, sending debris flying in every direction. Lin raised his weapon high, striking with force. His life bar took a hit, but in return his damage output spiked. Kuro's voice echoed again through the chaos. You insignificant insect. Do you really wish to die? He didn't wait for an answer. But something had changed. Lin's stats were rising rapidly, boosted as his life dropped. The advantage was shifting. Kuro, enraged and off balance, screamed wildly, Judgment! He fired off another flurry of divine strikes. Lin, unfazed, cast a counterspell that halted the barrage in its tracks. His thoughts raced. At first, this was terrifying. But now, this angel doesn't seem all that clever. Maybe it's because this is just a phantom, not the real deal. Meanwhile, Kuro was losing control. How? How can this be happening? I've used physical attacks, magical skills, ranged strikes, close combat. Why haven't you taken any real damage? Lin simply stared him down, cool and composed. Anyone who saw me take down this boss wouldn't even bother asking. This guy's done. Lightning rained down again from the sky. Kuro roared. Invincible. What kind of cheat are you running? No way that's possible. But the thunderbolts never touched him. A radiant white mist had risen around Lin, forming a protective space that shielded him from everything. At that moment, he spoke up arrogantly. That's right. At most, you managed to snip a bit of my hair and tear my coat. With a calm motion, he countered again, shifting the tides of battle like the sea itself. Raising the cross hanging from his left arm, he pointed it at the churning sea of undead. Instantly, the tide turned against him, coiling around him and dragging him down. His health bar began to drain rapidly. A system message flashed. Illusion of the Two Wing by Ji is now under triple slow debuff. Movement halted. Attack power drastically reduced. Lin slowly lowered his hand. His voice was icy. Let's reverse that healing and see how you handle it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuro was slammed from the sky to the ground with brutal force. A sharp cry of pain echoed. His health plummeted. More alerts rang through the system. Illusion of the Two-Winged Angel suffers from triple slow debuff. Kuro clutched his chest, groaning in agony, gasping on the shattered battlefield. Looking up through clenched teeth, he growled with fury. Lin. But Lin gave no reply. Without pause, he activated the reverse healing and looting combo. Kuro's health dropped to 0. As the move concluded, all that remained was a scatter of blood and a lone feather drifting through the fading smoke. The bow system updated. Eliminated. Shadow of the Two-Winged Angel of Suffering. Secret Dungeon. Land of the Dead completed. Reward, diamond tier clearance chest. A shining chest appeared overhead. Ornate, edged with blades and thorns. Another message followed. All hidden objectives completed. Achievement rating, SSS. Under Goddess of Luck's influence. Diamond tier, chest awarded. Secret Realm completion level, Omega. As the realm began dissolving, energy gathered into a singular point, forming a unique, personalized reward. Then, a question echoed in his mind. The only exclusive reward. System update, acquired. Unique advanced weapon, Flash Spirit, Moon. The weapon materialized in his hand, pulsing faintly with energy. Data streamed across his vision. Weapon name, Hidden Moon Spirit. Type, unique developmental weapon. Training level, 1. Quality, unknown. Class requirement, Priest/Nightfall. Attributes boosted, +1 to all stats. Forms unlocked. Liberation form, Energy Destruction form, Moon Shadow form, Devouring Evolution, Moon Oath, Time of Destruction, Moon Image slot, activated. Each transformation came with detailed descriptions, all tied to the weapon's growth. It could evolve using core abilities from other priest-type weapons, enhancing its stats and unlocking new skills along the way. The Liberation form morphs the weapon into a blade of healing. Each strike restores health to its target, except yourself. Hitting an enemy heals them, but also unlocks access to the Sea Moon Oath ability. The Destruction form reshapes it into a blade meant for damage. Every strike delivers both physical and magical harm to enemies, again, excluding yourself. This unlocks the skill known as Moment of Death. In its base Moon Shadow form, it deals moderate physical damage while simultaneously healing you. This form grants permission to use the Moon Shadow loophole. The Sea Moon Oath channels concentrated moonlight to summon a luminous jellyfish. While active, this jellyfish steadily heals all nearby allies, including yourself, and cleanses negative effects for everyone in range. The Moment of Destruction condenses the moon's energy into a powerful blade, unleashing a devastating AoE slash. It not only deals massive damage to all enemies in range, but also boosts any following attacks. Moon Shadow Loophole, an active skill, thrusts the wielder into a state of darkness, temporarily untouchable and capable of quick movement to a designated point. A blade that can both save lives and take them. Lin gripped the shimmering weapon in hand, observing the shifting form with a glint of curiosity. 3 forms, 3 major techniques, he thought. They fit my style almost too perfectly. But what intrigues me most is whether this so-called mature weapon can exceed diamond rank, like this dungeon. Without delay, he opened the diamond chest. Rewards unlocked. 20 free attribute points. Diamond tier gear, Bone Guide Necklace. Ancient Dragon Necklace. Diamond skill, Great Attack Speed. Platinum rank Sword Core. StarCraft grade Special Sword. Rare elixirs. Magic Strategy Tome. He selected the Ancient Dragon Necklace and the Attack Speed Badge. With that combo, his defense and battlefield control reached a whole new level. His full status screen displayed. Name Lin. Profession, Priest. Class, Tier 2. Strength, 15, 2050. Physical, 15, 30, 350. Intelligence, 95, 30, 350. Spirit, 15, 30, 50. Agility, 15, 20250. Equipped items. Ghost Splendid Costume, yellow for Peace Set. Wind Shoes. Sparkling Stones. Emerald Ring. Hidden Moonlight. Ancient Dragon Necklace. White Bird Jade. Innate Talent. Reverse the Universe LV.2. Skills. Single Heal. Looting. Auxiliary. Illuminate You. Forbidden Magic. Group Healing of the Divine. Artifact Skill. Divine Fall. Ultimate. Heaven and Hell. Area Spells. Sea of Undead. Sea of Tides. He added the free points into Intelligence, inching closer to pro-level thresholds, hovering just around level 20. With that, Lin exited the dungeon. But this was only the beginning. As he stepped through the gates, golden sunlight poured through the tree canopy above. The warmth touched his face as if signaling the dawn of something greater. Lin was still lost in thought, riding the high of the Goddess of Luck's blessing. Maybe I should hit up a bunch of level 10 dungeons and loot them clean, he mused. But just then, a sharp voice came from the roadside bushes. I've been waiting long enough. A man stepped out, spear in hand, his eyes burning with anger. Lin turned cautiously, surprised. Huh? Before he could react, the man charged, spear aimed straight at him. His voice was filled with hatred. Die, Lin. This is your end. He lunged forward with force, the spear targeting Lin's chest. You're the reason my life was ruined. They all turned on me. Friends, family. They cast me aside just because I copied your strategy. They made me skip the trial, give up everything, all because of you. The spear struck, but Lin had already activated spell. It absorbed the impact, leaving him unharmed. Gripping the spear lodged in front of him, he looked at the man coldly. Are you done? His mind flashed back. He remembered telling others not to waste time on anger and drama. The school had promised not to interfere, and he only wanted to teach this guy a small lesson. Nothing extreme, just something to block him from gaining attribute points. But now the man was shouting about quitting school, despite punishments and detentions being the worst the Alliance would allow. Without hesitation, Lin yanked the spear out and slammed his fist into the man's face. Then he spoke calmly, yet firmly. Speculation, manipulation, lies. You used my strategy and twisted the story. That's what you did. The man trembled, blood on his lips, seething. Teeth clenched. He let out a furious roar and charged again. This time, Lin's eyes narrowed. Something was off. Demonic energy? He leapt back just in time to avoid the blow. The man, Chao Yuan, was radiating something dark. Rage warped his expression. From behind Chao Yuan, a demonic presence emerged, whispering poison into his ear. I told you, you were never a match for him. You're just background noise, fodder in a world of talent. Chao Yuan's painful past flooded back, beaten, rejected, ridiculed. The girl he liked turned him away. Others mocked him. And now, the demon spat cruelly. You're nothing but trash. A stepping stone for someone else's greatness. Chao Yuan clenched his fists, rage boiling over. He wanted Lin dead. The abyss demon leaned in, fueling his fury. Good. If you want to defy the heavens, reshape your destiny, and wield power over others, then come. Step into the abyss. A wave of purple smoke rose. The demon's voice echoed again. Now, you have no one else. Only I remain. Pledge yourself to me, my servant. Chao Yuan dropped to one knee, head lowered. His skin turned a deep, unnatural purple. Lord of the Abyss, he said, voice trembling with excitement. Grant me your power. The transformation was immediate. He rose, screaming wildly. I'm not human anymore. Lin's eyes widened. He pointed straight at Chao Yuan. You've fallen. Chao Yuan burst into crazed laughter, demonic energy swirling around him, twisting the air. This is the power of the abyss, he howled. It's overwhelming. My body feels unstoppable. Lin raised his hand, eyes sharp. Chao Yuan, you still have time to stop this. Back out now, and you might still be saved. But if you keep going, his voice turned cold. Then I'll have no choice but to kill you. A sphere of energy began to form in Lin's palm as he locked eyes with his former classmate. But Chao Yuan just laughed harder. The ghost circling him solidified, and a massive, jagged blade appeared in his hands. If you can't kill me, you'll never rest. This is your karma. He charged forward, slashing violently. Lin managed to dodge, but not fast enough. His waist was slashed open, blood flowing. His health dropped by 312 points. Lin's expression turned grim. He raised his hand, summoning his sword. So be it. Grabbing the hilt tightly, he muttered under his breath, then lunged forward with precision. Even with abyssal power, he thought, he's still no match for me. Their swords clashed. Chao Yuan managed to block, his strength amplified by dark energy. Lin stayed calm, analyzing. At best, he's a level 10 boss. Strong but manageable. Chao Yuan sneered through gritted teeth. Huh, you guessed right. But your stats are nothing. You're dead, Lin. Lin didn't stop. He advanced, a slight smile playing at the edge of his lips. If that's the case, he thought, then I don't need to use reverse universe yet. Not while demons are likely watching. If they realize I've got a nearly invincible skill, they'll retreat, regroup, and I'll lose the element of surprise. Lin lunged forward, his blade slicing into Chao Yuan's body. Blood gushed from the wound, and Chao Yuan's face drained of color. Staring at the gash in disbelief, he stammered, How? How is this possible? Even weaker than one of your daggers. And yet I'm bleeding this much? Inwardly, Lin chuckled. Still got the job done. He mused with a faint smile, gripping his sword tighter. He was already analyzing the situation. That copycat brother of his has lousy observational and theoretical skills. Even low-tier magical attacks, barely above level 1, fly right past him. With that in mind, Lin struck again, darting in and out, each hit landing cleanly and further wounding Chao Yuan. His eyes flashed a dangerous red as a new thought crossed his mind. Spare Chao Yuan's life. Raising his sword before his face, Lin took on an intimidating posture, thinking silently. Invite the ghost into the container. The air between them thickened, demonic energy radiating from Chao Yuan. Lin frowned. Just being vile isn't enough. Even after transforming, he's still this weak? His stats soared, yet he can't take down a priest? Just pathetic. Chao Yuan's body tensed as he inhaled deeply, gathering energy. Lin, I'll consume you. In the depths of the abyssal demon's heart, he calculated. If Lin dies, Huang Xiaofeng will break down. Then I can easily make my move. If Lin lets me in, Huang Xiaofeng might even pledge loyalty and join my demon army. Inside him, the abyssal force grinned, whispering to itself, still, I prefer the second option. Chao Yuan then slashed across his own body, the damage leaving him reeling. His health dropped by 634. Despite his worsening state, Chao Yuan pressed the attack. Lin, unfazed, casually remarked, now then, here comes the main course. Effortlessly, Lin restored the lost health, his calm demeanor clearly irritating Chao Yuan, who clenched his teeth and yelled in frustration. Their swords clashed with force, metal singing through the air. You're not Chao Yuan, are you? Lin asked coolly. You're the demon from the abyss. The demon's laugh echoed, thick with malice, as fear-charged energy swirled around them. Too bad, it sneered. The alliance is already closing in. I have no time to waste on you. Hurry up and die. Lin rested his sword on his shoulder, his expression calm, composed. His silence unsettled even the abyssal entity. Then the demon smirked with glowing red eyes and gestured toward itself. Or, you can always join us. Lin smirked to himself. Hook, line, and sinker, he thought. Facing Chao Yuan, he asked in a flat tone, and what exactly can the abyssal demons offer me if I were to join you? The abyss didn't hesitate. A torrent of demonic energy erupted from him, swallowing the sky above. Is this not enough? He bellowed, laughing as dark energy surged around him. Arms stretched wide, he shouted, look around. This is the power of the abyss. Lin raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. That's quite the show, he said coolly, gathering magic in his hand. With a slight grin, he added, speaking of abyssal demons, you know Huang Xiaofeng, right? Didn't he reject your little recruitment pitch and even curse you out? The demonic energy pulsed even stronger. I was the one who reached out to him, the abyss snapped. But that brat didn't know his place. He dared to insult the abyss. If it weren't for his absurd compatibility with our power, I'd have crushed him myself. Lin's expression didn't change. So, you're saying you handed him an opportunity, and he spit on it? The demon's face twisted with fury. He recalled Huang Xiaofeng jabbing a finger at him and declaring, I'm a genius, Huang Xiaofeng. That memory clearly stung. Gripping his hair in frustration, he growled, that freak. How could he not understand? Watching him spiral into old grudges, Lin thought to himself, yeah, Huang Xiaofeng definitely isn't one to sugarcoat things. This demon's intelligence is about on par with his. Straightening up with resolve, Lin placed a hand over his chest. His voice rang out, firm and proud. Even if someone's power runs deep, if they're exposed, the alliance will hunt them down. Better me than him. The abyss immediately tensed, eyes narrowing. Oh, and why is that? His once lazy expression turned cold and calculating as he began outlining his scheme. The alliance already trusts me. My strength alone can get me into the inner circle. Once there, I can tear this human society down from the inside and reduce this filthy world to ash. The demon paused, visibly intrigued. You? Destroy the world? Weren't you that favorite teacher of theirs? Lin's fist trembled, his voice tight with anger. Humans are frauds. Hypocrites. His eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, if the strong really protect the weak, then why did my parents die? Back then, Lin said coldly, those with power, they looked the other way. His voice trembled with anger as the memories flooded in. In the end, it was my parents who stepped up. They lured the monster away just so I could live. And they died, torn to pieces. His fists clenched. In his mind, furious faces swirled, whispering bitter truths. Professions exploit the weak. The weak get used, then discarded. There's no justice here. No fairness. Only greed. Only selfishness. No light. Just darkness. Power rules everything. No one is innocent. They all deserve to die. Moved by his words, the abyss widened its eyes. Beautiful, it whispered. Suddenly, Chao Yuan's body twisted grotesquely. Strange, swollen human-like tentacles burst from him. A thick wave of demonic energy surged from his mouth as he roared. I feel your pain. His hand morphed, dark purple claws stretching long and sharp. The demonic aura intensified. Then the true form of the abyss burst out of Chao Yuan's body and rushed toward Lin, laughing with excitement. Come, join the abyss, it cried. I'll grant you power beyond anything you've imagined. With a wild, monstrous grin, it flew straight at him. Together, we'll wipe this rotten world clean. Lin didn't flinch. He stood tall, arms outstretched, as if welcoming the dark aura. But just as the demon closed in, Lin suddenly summoned the famed moon hidden blade. His hand gripped the hilt, his smile turning sinister. Beneath the swirling demonic light, he whispered to himself, activate, destructive form. The abyssal demon's eyes flew open. Are you mocking me? In the blink of an eye, Lin dashed forward and slashed the demon clean across, instantly knocking down 521 points of its strength. The impact sent the creature reeling. Its eyes showed real fear now. Lin's sword glowed as he invoked the reversal of celestial and infernal energies. Blow after blow landed with punishing force. The abyss demon's face contorted in agony. Beneath it, countless twisted hands clawed upward, adding to the horror. The moonlight reflected off the crashing waves, waves born from the sea of the dead. Each slash tore away over 4,074 points of the demon's strength. Its cries of pain echoed wildly as it scrambled backward. Terrified, it screamed, "What is this human monster? How can he do this kind of damage?" Bleeding, broken, and crawling away, the demon's mind raced in panic. No wonder Chao Yuan failed. Even with abyssal power, he couldn't beat him. It wouldn't have mattered who he sent. No one could shake this man. Lin stared calmly at the howling demon. "Running now," he said, voice steady. "You've revealed your true form. You're in combat mode. You can't rely on illusions anymore." The demon froze, panic spreading across its face. You knew my abilities from the start?" It stammered. "You let this all happen just to trap me?" Lin's eyes gleamed, his expression darkening. "Exactly." With a furious roar, the abyss demon lunged at him, claws flashing. "You deceitful human. I'll end this now." It swung its hand, attempting to retreat back into slumber, but Lin was gone. Startled, the demon spun around. The moment it turned, it was struck and launched skyward. That gliding technique, it growled midair. "You've already used it." It retaliated with a powerful strike, hitting Lin and draining 587 points from his life bar. The demon grinned wickedly. Nowhere left to run. A twisted smile crept across its face as it laughed maniacally, but just for a moment. The thrill didn't last. Lin's eyes narrowed. Calmly, he muttered, "Reversal healing on you." The moment the spell hit, the demon howled in agony, as if lit on fire from the inside out. The system chimed. Abyssal entity eliminated. From the lingering blue smoke, a sword emerged, its surface glowing faintly. Lin held it gently, eyes reflecting satisfaction. Real combat doesn't give much experience, he thought. But weapons that grow, they feed on abyssal souls. The blade shimmered faintly with the remnants of the abyss's power. Lin knew. Only by absorbing souls like that one could it evolve further. Onlookers nearby were stunned, eyes wide. "What just happened?" "I have no idea," someone muttered. "It all happened too fast. I didn't even catch what fake class he used." "Don't panic," another shouted. "I already called the patrol team. They're on their way." Lin stood silent, sword in hand. At his feet lay two motionless bodies, Chao Yuan and the abyssal demon. This weapon, he thought, I'll keep enhancing it with more of those souls. But first, I need to report to the Alliance. As he considered what to do about Chao Yuan, the sound of boots and clashing metal echoed behind him. He turned just as a group of armed fighters came charging toward him, yelling at the top of their lungs. The moment the man across from him noticed the situation, he quickly removed his gear and tossed his weapon aside. The red-haired man stepped forward, gripping a weapon tightly, his voice sharp and commanding as he rushed at Lin. "Hands on your head and don't move. Otherwise, I have the authority to take you down immediately." Lin didn't hesitate. He dropped his weapon with a clatter and calmly responded, "All right." As the blade hit the ground, the man across from him looked groggy but professional. He muttered, "Apologies, just standard protocol. You won't feel a thing." Chains suddenly locked around Lin's wrists, raising his arms overhead. He glanced around, silently observing. These so-called professionals are like a city's security system, Lin thought. They use paralysis skills to neutralize threats quickly, but at least they're reasonable. No need to stir up trouble. While chatter continued around them, Lin remained lost in thought. Nearby, officials scoured the area, checking for evidence of a fight, tending to the injured, calming civilians, and staying focused on their duties. Just then, someone came running up to the red-haired man and called out, "Sir, the gravely injured individual is student, but he seems to possess powerful energy. We suspect he might have been corrupted by a high-level demon." The urgency in the man's voice grew as he added, "Also, there are the skeletal remains of an abyss demon. It's completely lifeless now." The red-haired man stared in disbelief. He pulled up the system panel and muttered, "Level 20 abyss demon, body shredded by sword strikes. That's the same sword we just took. But why is there only a dry husk left?" The screen flickered, showing a flashback of the battle between a sleeper and the abyss demon. The man and his team behind him were stunned. "No way. How is this possible?" Lin Yi, still bound and smiling calmly, stood before them, his presence alone catching everyone off guard. "Wait, are you telling me that student took out an abyss demon? I knew he was talented, but this? That's way beyond anything we imagined." The red-haired man then stepped forward and formally introduced himself. I'm Wang Ma Chao, captain of the first team for the Abyss Demon Capture Task Force under the Professional Alliance. Reaching out, Wang Ma Chao released the paralysis effect on Lin and asked seriously, "Tell me, was that demon's destruction you're doing? And about that student, was he possessed by the demon, transformed, and then, were you the one who ended it?" Lin rotated his wrist slightly, then calmly explained, "That student was actually the founder of our school. Right in front of me, he transformed into a devil and tried to kill me. So I had no choice but to fight back." Ma Chao folded his arms, a doubtful look in his eyes. But how did he manage to summon a demon of a body? Those things don't usually show up in the physical world. Lin gave a light smile. "I think that demon had been lurking, waiting for someone with the potential to fall. When Chao Yuan pretended to crave power and leaned toward evil, the demon revealed itself, ready to tempt him. And that's when I struck." Ma Chao and his team behind him widened their eyes, clearly stunned. The explanation made sense, but it was still hard to believe. Ma Chao's brows furrowed deeply as a brutal image of Liney flashed through his mind. Tricking a cunning, high-level demon like that, he thought. Even seasoned professionals trained for defense would hesitate. But this kid, he's not even certified yet. Ma Chao looked grim. "You fought both the corrupted one and an abyss demon, and you're still standing. What's more, this so-called evil student is now on the brink of death, stuck at exactly 1% health. He's too injured to escape, fight back, or even bleed out." He paused, then added, "And that's not something even experienced professionals can usually manage, let alone a student." Lin stood silently, head lowered. Two soldiers stood behind him, maintaining guard, as Ma Chao's voice continued. "That's why we'll need you to come with us to the Alliance Department. I hope you'll cooperate." Just then, one of Ma Chao's teammates blurted out, "But Captain, he's not just any student. Haven't you heard the rumors? This guy's practically a legend." Ma Chao let out a sigh and crossed his arms again. "It's not about whether he should be eliminated. It's about understanding the weight of what just happened and keeping Chang City safe. We have to treat this seriously by the book." He turned back toward Lin. "Right now, you're a risk. And until we understand everything, we need to follow procedure." Ma Chao's tone softened slightly. "Lin, I know this might interfere with your upcoming career test. And no, I can't give you any warning about how long this will take." Lin sank into quiet thought. So the goddess of luck's blessings might be wasted. But after checking my notes and data, I know I've still got a major edge. My goals aren't complete yet, and I've already pushed past my limits. Finally, he exhaled, gave a small shrug, and said with clarity, "Understood. I'll fully cooperate in your mission to fight against the profound evil." Ma Chao stood silently, arms crossed, when his phone buzzed in his pocket. A holographic image flickered to life. An older man appeared, clearly the boss. With a stern gaze fixed on Ma Chao, he spoke plainly. "Ma Chao doesn't need to bring Lin back to the investigation department, and he's off the case involving the profound demon for now. He can resume after finishing his professional assessment. The company will take it from there." A pale-faced supervisor, clearly alarmed, chimed in quickly, "But that's a standard procedure. We can't bypass that." Ma Chao lifted his gaze to the boss, voice steady. "If I just let him go, wouldn't that mean I'd face punishment from HQ?" The old man gave a slight smile. "No one's going to trouble you. This decision doesn't just come from me. It's backed by HQ and all the department heads. You know the legendary instructor, don't you?" With that, the boss launched into a story that left Ma Chao and many others stunned. He killed it, came out unscathed, and he even got official approval to enter the forgotten hidden nest. Ma Chao slowly turned toward Lin, who just stood there with a foolish grin. Ma Chao thought to himself, "I figured the rumors online were half lies, but could he really have some unheard-of divine talent? Or maybe something unique that counters Dark Knights?" Calmly, Lin glanced at the boss. "So, I don't need to investigate anymore." The boss nodded. "That's right. Just focus on your tasks. If you ever need assistance, call on any professional without hesitation." Turning to Ma Chao, the boss gently lifted the sword from the ground and offered it to Lin. "Sorry, Lin, but I still need to ask you something." Taking the sword, Lin looked at Ma Chao. Ma Chao didn't waste a second. "Is this related to the incident Huang Xiaofeng reported earlier?" Lin closed his eyes and nodded solemnly. "Yes, that gloomy devil. He's the one who tried to tempt Xiaofeng. But when that plan failed, he moved on. Chao Yuan became his next target. As expected of a true professional, Ma Chao thought. He connected the dots immediately. There was no need to hide the truth any longer. The boss, now fully serious, confirmed Lin's words. After examining Han Huang's physical condition, there's no doubt. He's a rare, evil genius. 1 in 10,000. Lin nodded in agreement and added, "And I managed to fool the Abyss demon easily. While proving myself, it kept bringing me up. I couldn't ignore that." Crossing his arms, Lin continued calmly. The Abyss Demon assumed Huang Xiaofeng had feelings for me, which is why he rejected the temptation. So at first, it likely planned to replace me to manipulate him instead. The boss burst into laughter and gave Lin high praise. Meanwhile, Ma Chao just stood there, unsure of what to say. Incredible! Not only did this young hero destroy the Abyss Demon and capture the evildoers alive, but he also gathered valuable intel. He's stronger than some high-ranking professionals. We won't get in the way of your progress anymore. Just as the boss was about to end the hologram, he suddenly called out, "Hold on, there's still something I want to say, but it might not be suitable for everyone to hear. Can I ask that unrelated personnel leave?" The boss gave a nod, waved his hand, and ordered the surrounding crowd to clear out. All right, disperse. Wang Machao led the team away and temporarily handed Lin the equipment. Machao followed the order without hesitation. Understood. The entire operations squad lined up and retreated quickly. Machao's teammates followed suit and cleared the area as well. Once the crowd had gone, Machao returned the communication device to Lin. "Lin, please accept my apology for my earlier behavior." Lin replied coolly, "It's fine," and took the device. He then looked down at the screen, where the boss now appeared within a secure illusion. "It's clear now," Lin said, inviting him to speak. He tightened his grip on the sword and began. "This is the Dark Moon Seal, a growth-type weapon I obtained after passing through the gate of the Land of Death. When I used it to cut down the Abyss Demon, the blade absorbed its power." The old man's face tensed with concern. He narrowed his eyes at Lin, who stared down seriously. "There's very little information left on weapons like this," he added. Even top-tier libraries came up empty. Lin recalled the endless hours he'd spent walking through the archives. Then he asked, "Are all growth weapons capable of slaying abyssal demons at the edge of the real world? Are they easy to upgrade?" The boss's expression darkened. "Weapons that can evolve in rarity are extremely rare. Since the founding of the Alliance, only 3 have ever been officially recorded. This kind of growth involves highly classified data." "I don't know everything, Lin," he admitted. Lin's sword continued to glow faintly, just like the boss's voice, steady and serious. "But I can tell you this. All known growth weapons gain experience by battling monsters. For most users, leveling them up without fighting extra-dimensional beings like demons would be nearly impossible." Lin glanced down at his sword, brows furrowed. "So, this weapon of mine, is it the first of its kind?" he asked, unsure. The boss gave a gentle smile and nodded. "Yes, and thank you for trusting me with something this important to the Alliance." Lin gripped the sword tighter, his tone firm. "If that's the case, I have a theory. I believe that although the Demonic Weapons Division hasn't been fully developed yet, it's only a matter of time. This sword might just be the beginning. In the future, more weapons or tools like this will emerge, and they'll be capable of challenging abyssal demons. This could be a huge turning point for humanity." The boss's expression grew serious. "That's a valuable insight, but best to keep it under wraps for now." He went on, "Long ago, even just having a single rare jade, guiltless or not, could trigger jealousy. Just like now, there are always those lurking in the shadows, waiting." The old man nodded thoughtfully. "If more young people had your foresight, our alliances would grow stronger than ever." He gave a light cough, then said, "All right, I'll report this personally. The Alliance will give it the attention it deserves. For now, focus on your professional exam. Once it's over, we'll be in touch." Lin gave a simple, respectful reply. "Understood." As the hologram faded, Lin turned and walked toward Ma Chao, extending his hand. "I'll take the device back." Ma Chao handed it over and raised his hand in a friendly gesture. "With someone like you, Lin, I truly hope you'll join the Alliance someday. If you don't mind, just call me Old Wong." Meanwhile, at the Alliance headquarters, the boss stood before a full meeting hall. "So, what's your impression?" he asked. A middle-aged man, Tianchi, took off his glasses and smiled. "The boy's impressive, strong, composed, and insightful. In this generation, I've only seen one other like him." Tianchi, smiling again, seemed lost in thought, thinking of a white-haired figure from the past. "To be honest, I always believed that boy was this generation's leader." The old man lifted a glass of wine, chuckling. "Hard to say. Every young man walks his own path. But to gain such a powerful weapon, even from sleep, and face down a devil inside a realm like that, that's something special." He paused, a quiet sense of anticipation in the air. He was already imagining the bright future ahead, the rise of Heaven's Child. Beneath the table, a shadow silently slipped away. It darted upward, vanishing into a rift in space. The dark form hovered in the underworld, muttering to itself, "Apricot is dead. Apricot is dead. Something strange has awakened among the humans." Then, just as suddenly, it faded into the dim, eerie stillness. When he finally woke up, Lin opened the door to his dimly lit home. The lights inside were already on. "I'm back," he called out casually. Unbeknownst to him, Mumu was crouched behind the sofa, grinning as she peeked at him. She kept her eyes on Lin, who looked around the room, clearly confused, searching for someone he couldn't see. Just as she was about to jump out dramatically, Lin suddenly spotted a tuft of pink hair poking out. "Oh, come on. I can see you behind the couch," he said with a sigh. Mumu stood up, looking slightly annoyed. "Can't you at least act surprised for once?" Lin smiled gently. "I warned you. I try my best out there, but when I'm home, I just want to relax and eat junk food." "That's not true," she protested immediately. She stretched out her arms, proudly showing off her nameplate with a glowing level 10 on it. "Look, I've already reached level 10. Lin's eyes widened. "That fast?" Seeing her brother's surprised face, she asked excitedly. "Isn't that impressive? Can we run a dungeon tomorrow?" He gently patted her on the cheek, already wondering about her recent activity. She had been putting in real effort. "Did you stay up all night again?" he asked. Blushing slightly, she replied. "Not me. It was Mumu. She helped me train the entire night." His expression turned skeptical. Mumu quickly clarified. "I didn't even have time to rest properly. I was busy upgrading, simulating water, simulating tears, unlocking new skills. As long as she clears the dungeon alone, I get access to the secret reward chest." She plopped down on the sofa, visibly pleased with herself. Lin scratched his head, clearly processing the situation. "Wait, if those tears are simulated and there's no time or distance restriction, does that mean she can clear the dungeon alone without any direct support?" "Exactly," she confirmed. She added with a grin, "Right now, she's inside the nightmare of Loch Ness." A huge blue dragon just appeared. According to the system prompt, the secret realm boss is already seriously wounded. It's almost over. She opened the control panel swiftly, while Lin leaned in, intrigued. "So your celestial beast can run dungeons solo and track progress in real time too?" he asked, astonished. They locked eyes for a moment, and then she spoke confidently. "That's right. Tach Mumu can do anything for me. Jealous much?" He sat down beside her, replying, "Yeah, I kind of do want an all-powerful assistant like that." His eyes locked on her control panel as he added, "But tell me, about that replica under her tears, does it have any fatigue limit? Can it just keep grinding the secret realm forever?" "Obviously not," she replied casually. "How else do you think I stayed up all night and still hit level 10? Cough, cough. Master Lin, what's up with you today? Why are you suddenly acting like a rookie?" He kept tapping away at the control panel, muttering, "I'm just shocked your talent's actually so effective." Picking up his phone, he continued, "Guess I need to revamp your point allocation strategy, from level 10 up to 20 now." She perked up. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I'm adjusting your stat build," he said seriously. "I'll need to optimize your talents, gear bonuses, skills, and attributes to get the best performance and more points." Mumu clapped in delight. "Great. I'll send everything over right away. Oh, including my height, weight, and waist size." "Huh," she yelped, blushing and kicking his leg. "What are you trying to do, huh?" He raised both hands, acting innocent. "What? I'm being serious. It's for better attribute calibration. The more accurate the input, the more refined the stat adjustments." He added, "Your physical attributes also impact the simulated versions of you, and with better tuning, you'll have a big edge in the higher stages." Lin leaned in, still analyzing early-stage fights. "Sure, you can brute force small mobs. But later on, precision and minor tweaks are everything. A small attribute difference can decide the win, or cost a fortune to fix." "I get it," she grumbled, turning away. "But what does that have to do with 3 rounds? Ugh, forget it. Just don't peek." Then he paused. "All right, Baiji, isn't she switching classes? Ask her if she's okay sharing her stats." "I'm not going to pry. It's her business." "Fine," Mumu snapped. "But I still want to know what everyone else is working with." With that, she stormed off to her room and slammed the door. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. "I was just trying to help the team gain an edge." Inside her room, she stared at a tape measure in her hand and whispered to herself. To Mumu, it's just numbers. What could matter more than getting stronger? Her gaze drifted into the distance as memories of their childhood flashed through her mind. From the time they were kids till now, they'd practically grown up side by side. There wasn't much they hadn't seen of each other. Still, the thought of measuring herself made her feel a little awkward. She sighed, trying to justify it. "Well, it's for the data, right?" With that, she tossed her breast pads aside and picked up the tape measure. "Still just 80B, she muttered in frustration. "All that milk, and nothing's changed." As she imagined the smug look he might give after reading her stats, her face twisted in annoyance. Ugh, what if he laughs at me? If he sees that, how will I ever keep a shred of dignity? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Wait, there's Mumu. If I just submit her numbers, they're basically mine anyway. No one would know she's even real. Coughing awkwardly, she quickly refined the replica's data, then waved the clueless mini version of herself aside. Holding the tape measure with gleaming eyes, she stared down the tiny Moo like a predator. Stand still, just a quick measurement. She wrapped the tape around Moo's chest. Inside the room, strange noises echoed while outside. Everyone nearby looked confused and puzzled. 10 minutes later, Moo stepped out of the room, holding a slip of paper. All done. Here's the data, she said shyly, handing it to Lin. But don't let anyone else see it. He glanced at the numbers and blinked. Wait, ADC, are you sure this is accurate? Arms crossed. She replied with a forced calm. Of course. That's what I measured last time. He frowned slightly. If the numbers are off, the whole build strategy falls apart. She froze. Then, without a word, she snatched the sheet from his hands, furiously crossed out the fake ADC, scribbled in ADB, and shouted, There, that's the real one. He chuckled and flicked her forehead. Now that's more like it. She let out a yelp, rubbing her forehead. Oh, Lin, unfazed, he asked. And Baiji, did you check with her? She sighed and replied in a bored tone. Yeah, she refused. Then, mimicking Baiji's voice with her finger on her lips, she said, Oh no, I can't trouble the boss with something so bothersome and time-consuming. She clasped her hands in front of her and added softly, The boss has already given me great gear resources, even some spare attribute points. How could I possibly ask for more? Without missing a beat, Moo pulled up the entire conversation with Baiji and showed it to Lin. This silly girl even made it clear she wasn't dodging anything or trying to hide secrets, she explained. She just didn't want to trouble you. And to prove it, she even sent me a full health report to show how much she trusts you. Lin rubbed his forehead, sighing. If it were anyone else, I might have thought it was a bait-and-switch move. But I know her. She's really just scared of becoming a burden and being misunderstood. In his mind, he pictured Baiji, simple, sweet, and honestly too easy to fool. He then took her phone and copied the data to his own, continuing, But still, she's part of the team. And with talent like that, why wouldn't she want to contribute? Moo watched him work and commented casually, Well, it's kind of expected, right? He glanced back at her, confused. What do you mean? The system just reported a new skill. Moo learned soul conversion. It lets her summon souls to fight. Both of them turned toward the direction of the report, and there came the little Moo, waddling toward them with a cheerful gurgle. But it didn't say what kind of soul she summons, Moo added. Lin stared in disbelief and pointed at the approaching mini-version. She can summon too? What is this, an endless nesting doll game? Crossing her arms smugly, Moo raised her finger and waved it side to side. Nope, not the same thing. This one's different. She explained, that skill only works inside dungeons. Unlike Moo, this summon can't appear in the real world. And once it's defeated, it's gone for good. Moo, on the other hand, can be revived. As for what else it does, no clue. I haven't tested it yet, she added with a shrug. Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, got it. He snapped his fingers. Let's head into a dungeon and run a test. Without wasting time, the three of them entered the eerie realm of the Lizardmen tribe. Inside the dungeon, they found themselves before massive ancient trees. Beneath their thick roots, small cavern entrances yawned open. High above, on the trunks, strange shadows with glowing red eyes flickered in the darkness. A system prompt appeared with information. Dungeon, Lizardmen tribe. Recommended level, 8 to 10. Description, Lizardfolk, an expansive race with incredibly high reproductive capability. The warriors of the tribe were brutal and experienced in combat, unafraid of death, and far from stupid. They were known for using cunning strategies to crush their enemies. Thankfully, their raw individual strength wasn't overwhelming. Only the top-tier fighters were acknowledged by the system and given special class titles, which granted them immense power. Lin and Su Moo had switched into their battle gear, weapons ready in hand. She glanced at his new weapon and commented, Lin, your priest weapon's changed. It looks like a knife now. Yeah, he replied, raising it. Figured I'd let her give it a test run. With that, he took a swing toward her. Slash. Moo, standing behind, suddenly piped up, Whoa, what was that? After the strike, Su Moo blinked in surprise as a new life bar appeared above her. Not bad at all, she said proudly. Watch closely, little Moo. Your big bro's just getting started. From the back, Moo couldn't help but look on in awe. Raising her hand, she activated her skill and called out, Tears, begin revival. Use soul conversion. Suddenly, a green light spread across the area surrounding a small tree. A delicate golden bell with a jade-green tail dangled from her finger, gently swinging back and forth, giving off a strange, mystical energy. A system prompt appeared immediately. Tears of Reincarnation is activating soul conversion. A mysterious soul has heard the summoning and is forming a connection to your world. It will descend to fight for you. All eyes turned toward the source of the magic. Then, the ground in front of little Moo cracked open. and a massive black shadow surged upward with a deafening roar. Another alert from the system popped up. The guardian spirit of the giant tree is arriving. A towering knight emerged, wrapped in thick layers of bark-like armor. The figure exuded power and presence, like a guardian forged from the heart of the forest itself. The system displayed new data. Giant Tree Guardian. Class. Knight level 10. STR 30 Con, 35 Int, 35 Spirit, 35 Acumen, 20. Aptitude Gold. Skills. Shield Technique, Divine Strike, Triple Death Slash, Fortress Stance, Last Stand Smash. Note: this soul hails from an unknown world. Other details classified. Lin studied the creature with narrowed eyes. Even with just gold-level aptitude, that summon is already beyond expectations. She basically pulled in a boss-tier fighter with maxed-out elite stats. He nodded to himself. If Su Mumu keeps leveling, she'll be able to call in even stronger boss-class spirits. It's similar to a priest summoning token, he continued, thinking aloud. But there's a key difference. The priest doesn't die, and their summon has cooldown restrictions. But her talent? She could drop a boss-level soul right at the start of a dungeon, with 0 cooldown. He looked up at her again and muttered, "That's practically a semi-god tier ability." Just then, Su Mumu, still stunned by the enormous guardian sheet summoned, turned and called out, "Mumu." She turned her head with a casual grin and said, "Oh, all right." After that, she stepped in front of the knight and commanded, "Giant Tree Guardian, wipe out every one of those lizard creatures." The moment her words dropped, the Giant Tree Guardian sprang into action. Just then, a swarm of lizard folk burst out from the twisted roots of the giant tree, screeching in a bizarre, echoing chant. "Kaba! Kaba!" They charged toward the knight, claws out, wild with aggression. But the knight scoffed. "Insects," he muttered. With that, he launched a devastating heavenly strike. The entire sky lit up as the giant tree guardian moved. From a distance, the mountains rumbled and quaked, the air filled with the anguished cries of the lizard folk. A system prompt flashed. Heavenly Strike activated, special skill of the giant tree guardian. Using Howler's energy, this attack deals massive physical damage and generates a shockwave that delivers minor splash damage. The first target hit is instantly knocked to the ground. From behind, the tree's guardian murmured, "Rest in peace." The knight watched the towering guardian wielding its weapon with awe. That move, it's kind of like the Goblin King's attack, he mused. But the power and range, it's clearly on another level. He turned away from the knight and suddenly suggested to Mumu, "What if we tried fighting it?" Caught off guard, she snapped back, "What? That thing's on your team now. Can't you see it's helping us clear monsters and finish quests?" She added, "And don't forget, there's still a boss we haven't touched yet." But while she was ranting, little Mumu raised her hand, controlling the giant tree guardian. Seeing the confusion, he quickly clarified, No, I meant imitation of life, Mumu." The girl beside him froze, then immediately rushed in front of him, shielding him with her arms spread wide. "No way," she shot back. He scratched his head. "But doesn't she revive?" Before she could answer, he turned away and let the giant tree guardian charge into the next area. He added, "The lizard captain ahead should help me gauge Forest Brothers' combat ability. This one's for me." With that, he shifted into his ninja destruction form, eyes glowing red, weapon radiating lethal intent. He launched off the ground, cape billowing, soaring above the giant tree guardian as the knight below stared in disbelief. He landed right in the middle of a group of lizard guards with weak health stats and began slashing. But something was off. No critical hit. No instant kill. He paused, blinking. "Wait, that's not right, is it?" He spun around and delivered a clean, powerful slash across the lizard's chest. Blood sprayed through the air, and the creature dropped. The system pinged right after. Lizard Guardian eliminated. Outside the fight, Su Mumu watched, fists clenched tight. "Your base attacks are insane now," she shouted, clearly impressed. Before her eyes, the scene unfolded like a storm. He moved swiftly, slicing through the guards like wind sweeping through leaves. Each strike was fast, precise, and followed by bursts of blood as enemies fell one by one. As he fought, a thought crossed his mind. So, this hidden weapon, lightning and moon, it's better than I thought. Until now, I could only attack from range and relied on healing spells. But up close, it's a game changer. He pointed his weapon ahead, eyes blazing with intensity. Meanwhile, Lin was still deep in thought, breaking it all down. The faster your attack speed, the more value you pull out of the hidden moon spirit. That's true for regular holy items. But if it's something like Baiji illusions, those ignore physical damage completely. It's a whole different fight. Under the blood-red moon, a new weapon formed in his hand, an evil energy sword. A white cross glowed on its hilt, and a small yellow tag with a skull in the center hung from it, enhancing both its power and ominous presence. But raw damage wasn't enough. To really bring down tough enemies, he needed more unseen layers of defense, healing spells that caused direct bleeding, skills that bypassed resistance. Without changing expression, he dashed past another lizard guard, slashing across its gut and dropping it cold. That strike snapped him out of his internal monologue. Suddenly, his eyes turned a bright purple. He picked up a red, lightning-shaped item and swung it down hard. The moment it struck, the ground shook. The impact sent out a thunderous blast, ripping through the lizard crowd. Their health bars plummeted in a chain reaction of damage. Moo and the giant tree guardian all stood watching from the side as he hovered midair, commanding the battlefield like royalty. A system notice blinked into view. All enemies destroyed. Seeing his overwhelming power, Moo's eyes narrowed. She clenched her fists again. She couldn't fall behind. Not now. Not ever. Right after that, Moo leapt onto the knight's arm and commanded, "Giant tree guardian, keep pushing forward with me. Wipe them all out." Without missing a beat, the guardian responded, "Understood." The knight turned back, smirking. "All right, your turn to shine. I'll keep the blood flowing," he said, the aftermath of the last attack still swirling in white smoke ahead of him. Then he instantly shifted into his chi ring form. Time to see what Moon Shadow and Huya Chio are really made of, he thought. The group pressed onward. A system message popped up. "You've entered the Lizardman tribe. 300 Lizardman warriors will defend their stronghold and leader with their lives." They were surrounded, hundreds of shadows with glowing red eyes closing in fast. Moo glanced at the system message. 300 plus 10 elite guards? That's not exactly a light fight. But he smirked, full of fight. "Just feed me blood. I'll keep the tree guardian standing." Then came little Moo's voice, loud and clear as he raised a hand to his forehead and pointed forward. "Giant tree guardian, tear down the walls." The moment the command was issued, the tree guardian shifted into assault mode. Movement speed surged. Attack power rose, just as the system had described. He charged into the mass of lizardmen, bark-covered shield raised high. The impact sent enemies flying, rocks and debris exploding into the air. It wasn't long before Moon Shadow activated. She and Moo jumped into the fray, targeting the twisted, snarling lizardmen. Not wanting to fall behind, he used a quick trick to bait the Moon Shadow into action. The lizard warriors swarmed him like ravenous beasts, but they couldn't land a single blow. While slashing through them, he mentally broke down the skill he just triggered. Immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Massive speed boost after activation. Teleport up to 100 meters. A truly divine technique, perfect for surviving and chasing. Meanwhile, Lin cast blue sea moons. The system flashed again. Summoning. Virtual Moon Water Mother. All status effects on you and the chosen target are removed. The Virtual Moon Water Mother gathers moonlight, restoring 521 HP every 0.5 seconds for 15 seconds. The battlefield lit up with healing waves, power rising, health surging, the momentum unstoppable. Immediately, the sea moon enveloped the giant tree guardian in a glowing aura, catching everyone off guard. Even the knight's HP started steadily rising. Just then, the leader of the lizardmen burst onto the battlefield with a roar. Without hesitation, Moo raised his hand and called out, "Guardian of the giant tree, go all out. Show them your true strength." The guardian answered with a heavy, thunderous blow. Yes, the strike landed hard. The lizardman leader howled in agony as the impact echoed across the battlefield. From the side, Lin glanced at Moo. This being, it has its own awareness. Its power is off the charts. No wonder Lin doesn't need to micromanage. It only obeys her. His eyes returned to the guardian, who was still locked in combat. Its strength is incredible, he thought, but there's a major drawback. Close-range combat like this leaves it wide open to ranged attackers with sharp reflexes. He had learned what he needed. All the moonlight abilities had been tested. He wasted no time switching into the ring of destruction mode, cutting off the stream of thoughts. Then he struck, a deadly counterattack from above. His energy flared, the spirit blazed, and the blow crashed down like divine judgment. The lizardman leader raised his head with a final scream as the ground rumbled and stones cracked beneath him. System notification, realm boss defeated, lizardman leader eliminated. He hovered above, his expression cold, shirt fluttering in the breeze, eyes empty and sharp, like a man drenched in battle lust. The giant tree guardian paused mid-motion, turning toward him as if something had just clicked. "I can sense it now," the guardian thought. "This man, he carries a power I recognize." As the moment carried on from the last chapter, Lin's gaze narrowed slightly, noticing the tree guardian walking toward him. Before Lin could react, the massive guardian knelt down on one knee. With quiet respect, he spoke. "Sir, before I return to the other world, I'd like to ask a favor." Lin scratched his head, confused. What are you doing? He asked. But in his mind, something clicked. Wait, you're not just a summoned being. You're real. From another world with consciousness. No wonder. Once the Guardian falls, there's no reviving it. This summon, like the one used by the old master, can only be activated once. Even though it carries memories and intelligence, it's merely a projection created by the summoning tool. It can be killed, but it'll just keep coming back, an illusion that can't truly die. Lin stared up at the massive Guardian beneath the tree and called out, "What do you need me to do?" One hand stayed hidden behind his back, quietly gathering power in case something went wrong. He couldn't shake off a troubling thought. Creatures from beyond, with minds of their own, like those demons and angels they'd encountered before. Could something like this really be harmless? The giant tree guardian answered instantly. The Forgotten Lair. I want you to bring my master there. You have the mark. You're allowed in. My master has the same right. You can take her with you. Lin narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "Who's your master? And who are you?" The guardian turned to Mumu and replied simply, "She is. As for me, I'm just a nameless guard." After hearing that, Lin motioned and said, "Get up." At the same moment, a system notification popped up. Instance complete. Tribal translation finished. Calculating rewards. You received a silver chest. No additional hidden reward chest due to full party. Open now. The guardian slowly faded away, vanishing bit by bit. Lin frowned and muttered, "I need to make sure of something before I give an answer." With a grim face, he turned to Mumu and said, "Let's step outside." She nodded from behind. "Okay," she replied softly, watching him closely. Something was clearly bothering him. Beside them, the younger Mumu strutted arrogantly, unaware of the tension. The team left the dungeon together, each lost in thought. Lin's mind raced. Based on everything he knew, awakening talents were tied directly to a person's profession. You awaken a talent only after gaining a profession, and only with a talent can that profession grow powerful. The connection is absolute. If a profession dies in battle, no matter how strong their awakening, they vanish completely. But now, a summoned creature, one with intelligence and even a biological form, was defending its master. More than that, this so-called fake tear could call upon otherworldly beings and make them serve her. She even had the key to enter the Forgotten Lair. What kind of being is she? Just thinking about the angel Kuro's projection left him uneasy. He couldn't stop the doubts from growing. Could soon Mumu, and maybe even humanity itself, be in danger? Anyone with intentions that threaten the human world must be taken seriously, even if they seem insignificant at first glance. That settled it. He spun around and called to Mumu. "There's something I need to do. You can head home or take on another mission without me." Mumu responded right away, yes. Lin then turned to Mumu. Seeing his look, she tilted her head in confusion. "What's wrong?" He quickly glanced at his phone, pretending to check something. "It's nothing. I just might be gone a bit longer than expected. So, I figured I'd give you a heads up." A short while later, he returned to his room and made a call. "Hello, are you free now?" The scene shifted 20th floor of the Tanda building, right in the center of Jiang City Center. Lin sat across from a man who calmly poured tea into his cup. "What's so urgent that you had to meet in person?" the man asked. Lin lifted his tea, blew on it gently, and replied, "Uncle Huang, you and the Alliance leaders must have known I had access to the Forgotten Lair, right?" Huang Tianqi poured himself a cup as well and nodded. "Yes. And you want to know why none of us told you anything about that instance, right?" That reply caught Lin off guard. Why would Huang Tianqi bring it up so directly? It would be a waste not to press further. "Exactly. That's one of the things I wanted to ask," he said without hesitation. "Were you all worried it might mess with my mindset? Is that why you wanted me to finish the profession assessment first?" Huang Tianqi let out a light sigh. "That's part of it. But if you're asking, I'll tell you. You probably don't realize just how dangerous that instance is. It's on a whole other level, dozens of times tougher than any secret realm you've faced." He leaned forward slightly. "Even the weakest monsters in their start at diamond level. Most people never even make it out. They die before they get the chance to run. And yet, the geniuses who do get a pass, they still go in. They don't hesitate. Do you know why?" Lin answered without missing a beat. "Because the gear and skills inside are stronger than diamond tier." "Exactly," Huang Tianqi confirmed. "Take down the boss, and you'll get legendary grade gear. Push through the entire map alone, and you'll unlock legendary weapons and skills." As Lin listened, something clicked in his mind. So that's the reason. If it had been someone like Huang Teng, someone confident to the point of arrogance, believing his talent and strength were unbeatable, he would have probably charged in blindly and been crushed. He looked Huang Tianqi in the eye and asked seriously, "How strong do I need to be to enter?" He answered right away, "Level 15 is the minimum requirement, but I recommend waiting until you're at least level 20. Have your equipment and skills fully ready before attempting it." Lin nodded with a slight smile. "Don't worry, I'm not rushing into anything. This instance is too important. I'll treat it like I'm preparing for a career exam. I'll be thorough. Huang Tianqi looked out the window for a moment before adding in a quieter tone. Actually, there's another reason I wanted to talk to you. Right now, most of the Alliance's efforts are focused on hunting down deep demons and fallen. These sewer rats have gotten bold lately. He glanced back. You were nearly dragged into it too. The white clown has resurfaced. And on top of that, we've confirmed that abyssal devils have planted spies inside both the Alliance and the city. They're definitely preparing something big. We can't let what happened before repeat itself. Not with these professionals. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Because of this, our next steps might change. When the time comes, keep an eye on any messages I send. Lin furrowed his brow. What exactly do you mean by that? Huang Tianqi refilled his cup. To prevent anything from going wrong, the Alliance has locked down the entire city and started an internal sweep. We're identifying and isolating professionals showing signs of instability. We've also quarantined a few individuals as a precaution. He set the teapot down. The professional exam is coming up, and we can't risk these people causing a scene. That's why we haven't gone public with this. You don't need to worry about the deep demons. Just focus on preparing. We already know what we're dealing with. Even if they've infiltrated us, we've got countermeasures ready. Lin took a slow sip of tea and nodded. All right, but I do have one more question. He looked up seriously. If someone's awakening talent is a summoning type, and the creature they summon comes from another world, complete with its own memories and awareness, could that creature ever turn on them? Huang Tianqi answered firmly, no. Seeing the surprise in Lin's expression, he explained further, you should already know, the awakening talent and the profession are essentially one. That power comes from within you. It's like a second brain. It lives and dies with its user. It's their greatest partner. He leaned forward slightly. So no matter what kind of creature it brings forth, no matter what world it's from, it will never betray its summoner. Even if it seems to think for itself, even if it has its own quirks or morality, its nature is still rooted in absolute obedience. He paused, then added, in fact, we even tested this during a battle, using high-level mind control to try and manipulate a summoned creature into attacking its master. It didn't work. The bond was unbreakable. Lin rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply before asking, then what if someone summons an abyss demon? Huang Tianqi answered calmly, it wouldn't change anything. Even with a summoner that powerful, those abyss creatures didn't try to tempt anyone or stir chaos. On the contrary, they actually adapted to our side, becoming agents that monitored movements within the abyss itself. After a pause, he gave Lin a curious look. So, was it you who awakened with that kind of talent? Or someone else? Lin shook his head. Not me. It was a friend of mine. A teammate. He went quiet for a second, mulling it over. If summoned creatures truly couldn't betray their summoners, then it meant something else was at play. And if his friend really planned to take the entity known as Fake Tier into the Forgotten Cave, avoiding Alliance attention would be next to impossible. So he explained, her talent lets her summon that otherworldly creature, and it realized I had the pass to the Forgotten Cave. That's why she asked me to bring her there. Huang Tianqi suddenly stood up, eyes lighting up. So she also has the pass. Lin nodded slowly. Seems like it, but I'm not completely sure if it's legitimate. Looking out the window, Huang Tianqi said with certainty, it wouldn't lie to your friend, and it wouldn't lie to you either. If that creature has the same mark, then yes, you can bring her in. Just inform the Alliance first. He turned back with a reassuring tone. Honestly, your friend sounds like someone with limitless potential. Don't worry, if her ability comes from an awakened talent and not some illegal ritual or dark contract, the Alliance won't interfere. We won't investigate her. In fact, people with talents like that are highly valued. They'll be given proper training, equipment, support, everything they need for growth. Lin clenched his fists slightly. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. But deep down, he was unsettled. Still, I hate feeling like I'm not in control of the situation. Just then, Huang Tianqi turned to him and said, you've asked everything you needed. Mind if I ask you something now? Lin responded calmly, go ahead. Huang Tianqi pulled out a file marked report number 31. This is the case file for the Abyss Demon, Mei Gao. He flipped through it before explaining. The senior prosecutor's analysis concluded its death wasn't due to typical physical trauma. It appeared to be burned, but in truth, its organs and tissues shriveled and shut down instantly, almost like a magical desiccation. Very similar to how old herbicides worked in ancient times. He handed the report to Lin and asked, could it be that your awakening talent is related to something like a milk poison technique? Lin took the file. The report was clear. An experienced autopsy expert had even confirmed the condition and noted how effective countertransference treatments had failed against it. As Lin read through the report, he replied calmly, he was right. The poisoning technique is my awakening talent. Huang Tianqi's eyes lit up. Excellent. We were still debating that point earlier. Some experts argued Chao's injury might have been inflicted by another professional to stir panic and gain an advantage. We weren't sure whether the credit for taking down Mei Gao belonged to you, or if it should even count toward your record. Lin raised an eyebrow. Huh? Huang Tianqi chuckled. Wait, you mean you didn't know? You're not familiar with how bounty rewards for abyss demons work. He leaned in slightly. Any profession that successfully eliminates one earns first-class credit from the Alliance. Then, with a pat on Lin's shoulder, he added, just wait for the official medal ceremony. You'll receive your reward, platinum-tier equipment of your choice, rare materials, maybe even a customized item, depending on your specialization. Lin's face brightened. Sound great. Once I've thought things through, I'll send over the details. As he stood, he added, all right, I'll head back now. I still need to take my team through a few more dungeons. Huang Tianqi gave his shoulder another friendly pat. Good luck with the career exam. Go win that top spot and make your name known across the country. Lin responded modestly, I'll definitely do my best. Then, giving him a curious glance, he asked, by the way, did you make a bet with someone? Huang Tianqi froze for a second, clearly caught off guard. He awkwardly cleared his throat, scribbled a few lines in his notebook, and then burst out laughing. The morning sun cast a soft glow over the grand mansion, its golden light glinting off spotless windows and pristine white walls that rose calmly beneath the vast sky. Meanwhile, on a bustling street nearby, the hero's voice rang out with steady urgency. He wanted to know why Little Bite sought him out. Startled to hear her name, Bai turned quickly and made her way over. Facing him directly, she stood firm and declared she had made a decision. She handed him a book, telling him it held everything about her. She wanted him to have it. The hero paused, taken aback by the trust she placed in him. Her openness struck a chord. He knew then he couldn't let her down. He'd have to plan things out from here. Resting a steady hand on her shoulder, he told her not to worry and promised to handle it all. Once her talent hit level 2, he'd take her into the next duo instance. After scanning through the data she'd given him, he added that now might be the right moment to consider switching her profession. Her eyes lit up, and she beamed with excitement. She said she'd take care of herself and keep pushing forward. Then, bouncing on her feet, she cheerfully declared she wasn't at her limit yet and would keep going. With a quick wave, she turned to leave. The hero watched in silence, lifting his hand in response as she disappeared into the distance. When the scene changed, he sat quietly, the weight of concern settling in. He figured now wasn't the time to hold her back. His thoughts drifted to that last 3-person instance they needed to bring in those combat logs. It wasn't just stats and equipment that mattered. Physical motion, swing reach, reaction times, and behavior in fights. Those told the real story. And since only 3 players were involved, Baiji's performance data was clean and easy to analyze. He pushed his glasses up slightly, his brows furrowed. Her output didn't particularly shine, aside from that absurd luck buff, but she still deserved a proper game plan. One that'd get her through the final trial and into the job without drawing attention to her true potential. A solo transfer test wasn't something you could pass on luck alone. The scene shifted again, this time to the shadowy depths of an underground city. A heavy tension settled over the space as chain smoker Evil Fallen broke the news. Lord Mei was dead. Black Fist Evil Fallen, unfazed, nodded. He already knew. With a steely calm, he said it was time to take down whoever was responsible. Before the air could get thicker, Aya strode into the room. She warned them straight out. The Professional Alliance had eyes everywhere. If the power of the Abyss was exposed now, the Alliance would strike fast and hard. She stepped up close, grabbed his chin, and locked eyes with him. You think you're getting away, big guy? Even with wings, you wouldn't make it far. Black Fist tried to argue, but Aya shut him down instantly. Forget Lord Mei for a minute. What I want to know is who's stepping in as commander. She scanned the room. So, are we still going ahead with the assassination? Chain Smoker didn't blink. Of course. The mission's still on. Black Fist threw his hands up, annoyed. Why is it always us? Seriously, can't we just lay some traps or do something smarter? Mei Gao's gone, sure, but that doesn't mean we lose our heads. With a snap of his fingers, a twisting cloud of green smoke formed into a human-like figure. He explained they didn't need full-scale chaos, just enough to shake up the final phase of the instance. A display lit up, showing a horrifying figure, the bewildered descender, a nightmare forged from the abyss itself. He said that no matter the target, Shangguan Yin or just some random recruit, something terrifying always emerged to wipe out threats. Black Fist furrowed his brows. Why would the master burn something that rare? Before anyone else could respond, the smoky figure spoke on its own. It claimed that the sacrifice was worth it. Diamond-grade gear, rare skill books, and if they all moved together, no enemy could stand against them. Black Fist looked stunned, ready to object again, but Aya snapped. You really think the Alliance won't see this coming? You're seriously planning to walk right into their trap? Aya leaned back with a sly grin and motioned toward Little Playing Card, who was just standing off to the side. Then she reminded everyone, Little Boiled Egg wasn't exactly known for thinking things through. His brain never really fired on all cylinders, and he always rushed in head first. She chuckled, half to herself, wondering why we always ended up teasing him like that. Black Fist didn't say a word, but the look on his face said plenty. He just sat there, seething in silence. Aya's grin faded. Her voice turned sharp. She said she hated having to work with people like him, hot-headed and unpredictable, and blamed Lord May for ever putting him on the team. She warned that mistakes like that would catch up to all of us sooner or later. The room fell quiet. Black Fist stood up and left without a sound. Still with that mocking tone, Aya called after him, using his nickname again, Little Playing Card. But then something unexpected happened. He stopped, turned back, and bowed his head. His apology came low and sincere. No pride, no sarcasm, just real regret. He walked up to Black Fist, placed a steady hand on his head, and told him to stop apologizing. He reminded him that he was stronger than the enemies they were about to face, that there was more power in him than he even realized. And if he was thinking about quitting, he needed to remember who he was and what he was built to do. Just then, the green figure surged upward, and an eerie wave of energy rippled through the space. Everyone turned. The air grew heavier as the smoke spread, wrapping around them in a slow, deliberate spiral. Aya glanced behind her, tense. Chain Smoker and Black Fist looked up at the rising force, faces frozen in disbelief. A deep, thunderous voice rang out, declaring that with Lord May gone, a new demon commander would be arriving, and this one wouldn't come alone. This time, an evil fallen would accompany the new leader. That name hit like a shockwave. White Clown. He didn't flinch, said he knew exactly who that was. White Clown wasn't just a title, it was a nightmare. The same guy who took down a dozen top-tier pros and turned a pack club into a killing field, leaving nothing but blood and ash. A massacre with thousands of innocent lives lost. He fell silent for a second, letting the weight of it sink in. As much as he respected the guy's power, the destruction he brought with him was too much. If White Clown ever stepped foot in Jiang City, he'd walk. No more missions. Not with that monster loose. The air turned heavy. No one moved. The green entity floated above the table like a storm about to break. Chain Smoker tried to say something, but whatever words he had caught in his throat as the creature's presence pressed down on him. Then it laughed, a low, echoing sound that filled the room with unease and authority. It said their ideas weren't bad and that they were free to reject his plan if they dared. Without warning, a surge of energy pulsed out from the creature, spreading fast and thick through the room, growing stronger with every second. Still calm, the being continued. White Clown, he said, wouldn't be stepping in to command them. He had no authority to issue orders, nor would he fight beside them. His sole purpose in Jiang City was to finish the original task, assassinate Shang Wanyan. Along with that, he'd help move Huang Xiaofeng to Understand City. That man, the creature said, was an evil genius, one who could be a powerful asset to their cause. After those two tasks were complete, they were free to deal with Lin, the one who had killed Lord May. The creature gave strict orders to stay in the shadows, to remain invisible. They were to stick to the original plan. Unleash chaos using the Bewilder Descender during the final test. With enhanced monsters doing the killing, it would all seem like a natural outcome, part of the instance itself. As he went on, the glow around him shifted. Green turned to red. Red deepened into black. His voice grew sharper, more intense. He promised that the professionals who dared stand against him would soon suffer in ways the world wouldn't forget. I lower my head and ask carefully, do we really need to burn a relic that powerful just to take out Lin? This was an artifact that could generate permanent diamond tier gear. Was that really a fair trade? Black Fist chimed in, agreeing. Once we had a full set of gear at that level, our side would be unstoppable. Sure, Lin had taken down Lord May, but he was just level 20. That didn't make him some mythical threat. He added that Lin's danger level probably wasn't even above Shang Wanyan's. If they were going to use something as rare as the Bewilder Descender, the smarter move would be targeting Shang Wanyan instead. The creature finally answered. It said that while the Professional Alliance might move in shadows, its information network was solid, and the intel was confirmed. That's when Black Fist spoke again. Lin already earned the qualification certificate for the Forgotten Lair. According to whispers from the Alliance's upper ranks, that alone made Lin more valuable than the head of the entire Ling Yin sect. Before anyone could react, the creature cut in. He explained that all the agents who'd once been guarding Shang Wanyan had shifted their focus to Lin. Even if all four of them teamed up with White Clown, the creature warned, there was still a real chance they'd fail to land a blow. Do you understand? It asked. Chain Smoker bowed again. We understand. The creature nodded. Once the mission was done, he said, they'd be taken back into the abyss to undergo baptism. He raised a glowing orb into the air, attempting to initiate his transformation into a full abyss barrier. But with it came a warning. Failure meant they weren't ready to tap into the deeper forces that awaited below. Everyone stood in silence, staring up, half in fear, half in awe. Then, in unison, they pledged themselves to the task, promising they wouldn't let him down. The next day brought a new setting, an open arena packed with people. Excitement buzzed in the air as the crowd gathered. At the center stood an announcer, his voice ringing out across the field. He proudly introduced Lin as a top student of the academy, one who had proven his bravery and wisdom by defeating abyss demons in battle. In honor of those accomplishments, the Professional Alliance would now present him with a special commendation. Murmurs rippled through the spectators. One student leaned in and said that Lin had the highest stat readings in the entire academy. So why had people tried to link him to the abyss before? Someone else nearby chimed in. Master Lin's going to crush the final test. Just watch. And after that, he's probably going to open his own school. Might even lead his own division in the Alliance. I sat on a side bench, quietly listening. Then I caught a whisper behind me. Why is Lin even showing up like this? Didn't they look into his background already? Another voice joined in. Yeah, people have always guessed he's one of those big forum legends. But he's never admitted it out loud. Tension spread through the crowd as someone voiced concern. The abyss demons might return for revenge. Another student scoffed, brushing it off. Those creatures, he said, were nothing but gutter rats. They'd never dare take on professionals face to face. Mumu lowered her eyes, a quiet sadness settling over her. He hadn't said a word to her about the risks he was facing. She called him an idiot in her heart, foolish for carrying so much alone. Still, she silently prayed the Alliance would protect him, that they'd keep the abyss far away. The announcer's voice rose again, calling the principal to the stage to present the award. As the principal stepped forward, he called Lin a beacon among students, a future pillar of the Professional Alliance. Handing over the reward, he praised Lin's efforts. Lin, standing firm, responded with humility. He said he didn't deserve such recognition. Every professional, he said, played an important role in fighting the spread of the abyss. Then the principal unveiled several skill books, all of them platinum grade. He told Lin he could take them all if he wanted. The crowd gasped. One student shouted in disbelief about the platinum level. Another just yelled, "That's insane." Lin looked at the options and calmly said he wouldn't take everything. Some of the skills just didn't match his playstyle. He needed to choose carefully. In his mind, Lin ran through his setup. The hidden shining moon and the ancient dragon necklace were core pieces. Both carried huge potential and worked together seamlessly. The synergy from that four-piece combo couldn't be broken without a serious downgrade. Any swap had to be exceptional. Then he studied the platinum ring. Powerful, no doubt. The stats were divine, the effects top tier, but it lacked cooldown reduction and didn't support his core abilities. It just wasn't a fit. He didn't want to sound cocky, but truthfully, nothing else on the table would improve his current loadout. These are the ones I'm picking, he finally said. He chose the belt of invigoration, the boots of swiftness, and holy light. As he confirmed, the stage lit up. A huge display screen appeared, showing the belt of invigoration, its stats, level, quality, and type. A second screen popped up with the boots of swiftness, and a third followed, highlighting holy light with full visuals and a breakdown of its features. Lin stared at the last skill book, Holy Light. He murmured under his breath, White Spirit Knight's skill. But then an idea hit him. What if he reversed the function? Flipping it could wreck enemy stats, and even throw entire formations into chaos. He rested his hand on the book, as if preparing to bind the skill. Next, he activated Boots of Swiftness. He thought about how the synergy with the ancient dragon necklace cut movement debuffs in half. That combo was perfect against nimble bosses and helped fix one of his biggest attribute gaps. The crowd watched, silent and wide-eyed. A whisper broke through, someone saying Lin's power had reached monstrous levels. Another voice called him good-looking. Someone even shouted, asking him to reveal his stat sheet. Before things could get any louder, the principal stepped forward. The ceremony was over, he announced. Everyone should return to their studies and prep for the upcoming exam. As the crowd slowly thinned, the principal moved closer to Lin and lowered his voice. He let Lin know that the Alliance had stationed covert guards nearby. Today's public appearance wasn't just a celebration. It was part of a larger tactic to make Lin more visible, making it harder for enemies to strike. Lin gave a calm nod. The principal went on. The final professional test was in 3 days. He asked what Lin's prep looked like. Lin answered confidently. He planned to upgrade all his gear to level 10 and help his teammates pass their tests too. Just then, a soft glow pulsed from the principal's bracelet. He looked over and asked quietly if Lin could reveal his team members. Then his tone shifted. With a serious look, he motioned for Lin to follow him. There's something you need to see. Inside the principal's office, Lin stood quietly while the principal sifted through a stack of documents. Without wasting time, he looked up and read out two names, Su Mumu and Bai Ji. He asked if they were on Lin's team. Lin confirmed without pause. Su Mumu, he said, was no problem. Bai Ji, though, sparked his curiosity. The principal gave a thoughtful nod as he glanced at Bai Ji's file. According to the records, she hadn't fully tapped into her potential. She had even considered switching to a different path. Still, he pointed out, if Lin had chosen her, there had to be something special, something others might overlook. There would be no shortcuts in the upcoming test, but if she could pass, her future wouldn't be hindered. He urged Lin not to stress and to concentrate on guiding his team through the trial ahead. Lin responded with a steady nod and a single word of acknowledgement. Then the principal picked up another sheet, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. He was about to speak when he was cut off. That, the principal said, was Lin's real reward, something tied to a broader plan involving the professional alliance. The scene cut to the battlefield, a rugged mountain range within the Lizardman instance. Bai Ji, now wielding the level 10 goddess of luck talent, was locked in fierce combat against dragons. From a higher vantage point, Lin called down to her. Her range was enough, he said. She just needed to trust her instincts and react faster. Bai Ji raised her greatsword. Got it, she answered. A dragon roared and spewed fire toward her. She braced, lifting her sword to absorb the blast. One beast fell. She sensed another above and looked up. Before she could move, Donnie's voice rang out. Don't hold back. The angle's perfect. Bai Ji spun and slammed her blade into the dragon's tail. As the creature recoiled, she paused to catch her breath. Then a glowing screen materialized in front of her, showing the gaze of the goddess of luck. After taking down the last of the enemies, Bai Ji stood still for a moment, wiping the sweat from her brow. A system notification blinked in front of her, and, as she read it, a grin lit up her face. It was a new ability, Hand of Luck. The description said that whenever she opened treasure chests, her chances of getting high-tier gear and compatible skills would go up. From a distance, Lin observed the moment, eyes narrowing in surprise. This had to be the result of her talent leveling up to stage 2. Bai Ji clutched her equipment bag, visibly thrilled. Lin, on the other hand, was already breaking down what it meant. This new ability, he said, was almost like skipping the grind. It boosted her odds of scoring rare loot while completely eliminating items she couldn't use. He rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. The Hand of Luck wasn't just powerful. It was a personal passive skill, something only she could tap into. With that in mind, he realized their value was now on par. Bai Ji turned to him, asking if her current equipment and skill loadout, both tailored based on his advice, were up to standard. Lin gave a small smile. She'd come a long way, he told her. As long as she kept her focus and followed the plan, she didn't need to worry about the final test. He placed a gentle hand on her head, a rare moment of quiet encouragement. But even as he reassured her, something lingered in his thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that something didn't quite add up. From the beginning, he'd assumed she was chosen for the Great Sovereign class due to some physical advantage. Meeting her gaze, he suddenly asked if she still intended to change her profession. Caught off guard, Bai Ji looked uneasy. She confessed that she really did enjoy using the greatsword, and asked if she'd done something wrong. Lin shook his head. Not at all, he said. He'd seen how much effort she'd poured into getting stronger, how committed she was to becoming a true great sovereign warrior. He even brought up her daily training routines and the lengths she went to in order to improve. Just then, Su Mumu walked up beside them and gently rested her hand on Bai Ji's head, quietly standing by her side. Lin's voice dropped to a more serious tone. He explained that choosing a profession wasn't just about power. It was about shaping your future. Frankly, he said, her physique might not hold up under the relentless strain of the warrior class. Forcing herself to continue could lead to injuries she might never recover from. Even if her teammates stuck by her for a while, eventually she'd have no choice but to walk away from the role. Bai Ji stood frozen, the weight of his words hitting her all at once. He went on. Switching professions wasn't easy. The trial would be solo, no support, no backup. He admitted he hadn't cleared it himself, so he wouldn't be able to help. And failure, he warned, wasn't just a setback. It could be dangerous. Then, gently placing his hand on her head again, he told her that passing the trial would transform the way she fought and open up entirely new paths. But this, he reminded her, was her decision to make. Whatever she chose, she'd still be part of the team. She didn't try to speak. Tears silently gathered in her eyes. All this time, she'd seen herself as a support unit, someone who mostly just kept herself afloat. But her captain and teammates had treated her with real respect and warmth. Before she could respond, Lin shifted the mood. He suggested they talk more after the next boss fight. But Bai Ji stepped forward. Her voice was firm. She'd made her decision. She would take the profession change trial. Lin blinked, surprised for just a moment. then nodded with a satisfied smile. As they entered the next zone, Lin suddenly groaned, rubbing his head. He muttered about feeling dizzy and nauseous. Mumu approached, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. She said she'd been looking for him all day. Tomorrow was the big exam, and she hadn't even located her team yet. Lin just grinned and told her not to stress because he had something planned. Then he pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to her. "Take a look," he said with a sly smile. "Everything will make sense once you read this." As the scene shifted to the professional testing grounds, tension hung thick in the air. The streets were packed, every road, balcony, and building crammed with spectators eager to witness the event. Amid the chatter, a pamphlet pinned to a wall seemed to draw everyone's gaze. Among the murmuring voices, one disheartened student muttered bitterly to himself. "Forget it, just forget it," he grumbled, then scoffed, saying with dry humor that his talent was so bad he might as well get a job tightening bolts. Turning to a friend, he asked if they should head over together. But the friend shook his head. He already had a spot lined up through a connection at the Alliance branch. At that moment, Bai and Mumu arrived, both taken aback by the massive crowd. Bai stared around wide-eyed and blurted, "There are so many people." Mumu, staying focused, turned to him and asked, "Little Bai, are you ready?" He gave a quick, confident nod. Just as they were about to move forward, someone suddenly shouted, "Momo." They turned to see Mumu's parents nearby, holding up a handmade sign and cheering at the top of their lungs. "Let's go, you've got this," they called out proudly. Bai leaned in and whispered, asking if her parents didn't know the truth. Mumu looked startled, then admitted she hadn't told them. She had hoped they'd hear about it on their own somehow. Clearly, something important had been kept under wraps. Before they could dwell on it, a hush swept through the crowd. The focus shifted toward the stage as whispers spread. Someone important had arrived. All eyes turned to the dais as the city lord of Jiang City stepped forward. His presence brought an immediate stillness. Speaking calmly but with authority, he addressed the students and announced a sudden change. The professional qualification exam will be delayed by 3 days due to unavoidable circumstances. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some feared it was a sign that the demon tide might be making a return. Others speculated that the delay was tied to the recent conflict on the western outskirts of the city, a place now sealed off with no access, no movement, and even communication signals blocked completely. As the murmurs in the crowd swelled, the city lord raised his voice again, drawing everyone's attention. He explained that there was more to today's gathering. This wasn't just about a delay. For the first time in Jiang City, the special admission students would be making a public appearance. Per new orders from the Professional Alliance, each of them would undergo a personalized secret realm challenge ahead of the main qualification exams. These challenges weren't just tests. They would be recorded and broadcast for educational purposes. Then came the announcement. The first participant, Lin, from Jiang City's #1 professional academy. A wave of gasps swept through the audience. Behind the scenes, hidden eyes and ears were already in motion. In a shadowed corner, a conspirator known only as the Chain Smoker exhaled and asked if the bewildering descender had been deployed into the realm. His contact confirmed it had, but admitted to feeling nervous. Instead of crafting a new realm, they had tampered with the original exam instance. The Chain Smoker dismissed the concern. Their job wasn't to micromanage. It was to plant the entity and ensure Lin stepped into that realm. That's it. He told the agent to verify Lin's entry and return to base immediately. The agent replied confidently. The modifications were so subtle that not even the city lord had noticed. But he did voice a warning. If the patrolling professionals picked up on the abnormal aura or caught wind of the spiked difficulty level, they might shut down the entire area, and he'd be stuck. Still, the agent confirmed the target was closing in on the altered instance. As for their other mission, he reported that Huang Xiaofeng had already been handled. They hadn't contacted the White Clown yet, but it didn't matter. Their only true objective was the assassination of Shang Wanyan. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the crowd, someone was whispering in amazement about her being named a special admission student. It had to mean one of two things. She'd either made a critical contribution to the Alliance or awakened a top-tier, possibly god-level talent. Not even high-profile figures like Wang Xiaofeng or Shang Wanyan had received such a distinction. Back on the platform, the city lord signaled for her and her team to step forward. He asked if the principal had already briefed her. She nodded once in confirmation. Then, his ring began to glow. A stream of energy surged upward, streaking into the sky. Instinctively, she and the other girls beside her responded, activating their powers. In the same instant, the system interface materialized before their eyes. The system screen flickered to life, displaying the realm's data. Its danger rating was a staggering 8. Each of them had been issued a special item, Returnborn Fragments. These served as emergency exit tokens, letting them escape the realm at will. But there was a catch. If they were attacked while trying to activate it, the fragment would fail. Almost instantly, a new message popped up, urgent and alarming. The presence of something called the bewildering descender had ramped up the realm's difficulty. It was no longer just a high-threat challenge. It had escalated to disaster level. Worse yet, the return-born fragments might not even work properly under its influence. The pressure around them thickened, the energy crackling in the air. One of the girls glanced over with unease. "Did the realm mutate?" she asked. She gave a slow, steady nod. "Yeah," she said. "It did." The screen refreshed once more. The instance now had a name, Forest of Yanin. The display detailed how the bewildering descender had warped the realm's internal structure. Entire sections had been reshaped. Unknown territories had appeared. Hostile secret creatures now roamed the realm. There were still pieces she recognized from earlier training runs, but they couldn't rely on anything staying the same. Then came the final message from the system, stark and unforgiving. Do your best to survive. As they ventured deeper into Yanin Forest, the air around them seemed to thicken. Lin immediately took command, reminding the team to replicate their simulation drills and lock into the formation they had practiced countless times. He laid out the threat ahead. 3 golden-level humanoid monsters, each intelligent and merciless. The real challenge wouldn't just be the enemies themselves, but their unforgiving, coordinated assaults and deadly flanking maneuvers. Knowing how high the stakes were, Lin emphasized that this wasn't just about clearing the dungeon. Their evaluation would also hinge on how well they managed their health and whether any damage taken was due to sloppy execution or poor skill usage. Mumu, clearly irritated, muttered that everything would have been simpler if the corrupted ones hadn't meddled. Lin didn't argue. He agreed right away. Meanwhile, Bijie stayed quiet, but his irritation was hard to miss. The tension only grew as others chimed in. One participant mentioned how Lin's demeanor sent a chill down their spine. Someone else confessed that during their final assessment in Yanin Forest 2 years prior, they barely made it out alive. Another speculated bitterly that the corrupted ones seemed dead set on wiping out every candidate, even though they were humans too. The murmur spread, some wondering who was stronger, Lin or the enhanced boss. One whispered a hope that no prodigies would die today. Not everyone shared that sentiment, though. A darker voice in the crowd muttered that this was the end of the line for arrogant elites and lone wolf rebels alike. Lin, unfazed, responded coolly. He said no one could predict how the arrival of the Catastrophe bringer might warp the secret realm or alter the boss's behavior. Sure, the forest felt warmer and the monsters and terrain looked slightly different, but nothing major had shifted yet. As they moved ahead, a sudden ambush caught their eye, a group of half-serpent beings lying in wait. A system interface popped up, listing the creatures as level 15, gold tier. Half-human, half-snake, armed with daggers and blow darts. They were clearly ready for battle. Out of nowhere, one of the serpent warriors launched a surprise strike. A poisoned arrow laced with a blinding effect hit its mark, and Mumu let out a cry. Lin narrowed his eyes, catching the faint trace of a strange energy. He muttered, "Azure Sea Tide," and drew his sword, slicing through the energy until it vanished. The serpent staggered in disbelief. Lin didn't hesitate. He pointed right and instructed Mumu to unleash Gale Butterfly to pull the 5 scattered enemies together. At the same time, he told Bijie to follow up with her ultimate and wipe them out. Mumu gave a confident nod and cast her skill. Chaos erupted among the serpent warriors, setting the stage perfectly. Then, catching movement to the left, Lin quickly ordered a combo. Flamestorm, then Frost Spell. A roaring wall of fire engulfed the enemies, igniting them and locking them into a continuous burn. As they tried to escape, the Frost Blast hit, freezing and shattering them on the spot. Mumu followed with another Gale Butterfly, and before the skill had fully landed, Bijie dropped in from above and struck hard. Just then, a new enemy entered the fray, a half-serpent elite with a health bar showing 2,167. It dove in with heavy strikes, pushing the team hard. While the others fought, Lin stood near a tree, calm and composed. From above, a serpent hidden in the branches lunged at him. In an instant, he triggered destruction mode. A crimson blaze erupted from him, engulfing the area. When the flames settled, he stood unfazed, then issued the next command. Mumu and Bijie were to keep pressing forward, but he warned them to watch their mana. More elite enemies were on the way. Mumu gave a quick nod, her voice full of energy. The scene shifted to the observation hall, where spectators watched in awe. One student leaned in, questioning whether Lin's blade was really just an ordinary sword. A girl pointed out how the beautiful teammate had just summoned a clone. Was that her awakening ability? A boy chimed in, surprised to learn she followed a physical damage path. Another quickly clarified. She was Sue, the Academy's famed beauty, her talent acknowledged even by top alliance leaders. The crowd buzzed in agreement, someone whispering that anyone fighting alongside Lin was clearly exceptional. Elsewhere in the crowd, Mumu's parents stood silently, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. Her father spoke softly, noting how Xiao Yi had grown into someone truly reliable. Her mother smiled warmly, adding that their daughter was just as capable and could achieve anything she put her mind to. But the admiration wasn't unanimous. Suddenly, Aya erupted in anger and stormed out of the venue, his voice low and bitter as he cursed under his breath. He scoffed that fools like them should just join the abyssal forces if they crave power so badly. In his view, sucking up to others was nothing but a pathetic joke. The scene shifted again, this time to a dim corridor where a shadowed figure stood. A mask covered his eyes, and with a sharp tone, he activated his system call. Coldly, he reported that target number 3 had fully left the venue and requested confirmation. Had target number 1 opened the abyssal gate yet? He ended with a chilling note. Everything was in place, and they were ready to tighten the net. Beyond the city walls, armored troops moved into formation, a silent force braced for battle. Their commander stepped forward, eyes sharp and electricity sparking from her glove. She announced the commencement of the net closure and gave swift orders to launch the abyssal demon encirclement, assigning Team 2 to support the operation. Meanwhile, Lu scanned the field like a predator on the hunt. His eyes, filled with fury, locked on a target number 3, the fallen card. With a cold snap in his voice, he ordered the pursuit to begin. From the shadows of the abyss, a figure emerged, eyes glowing red, grin twisted and menacing, power pulsing with every breath. At that moment, the commander, her unit, and Lu all surged forward, eyes burning, bodies coiled like a storm on the edge of eruption. The collision was inevitable. Outside the exam hall, the abyss stood tall, exuding raw confidence. He sneered at the professionals, dismissing them as weaklings unfit to stop him. Nearby, a glowing vertical screen displayed a live ranking of combatants. Without hesitation, he proclaimed his rise. Today marked his rebirth as an abyssal warrior. As energy flared around him, he let out a guttural roar. I'm no longer who I was. I am Card, the Avenger from the Abyss, born again to crush the world. But in mid-declaration, his body stiffened, sweat trailing down his brow. Something fell off. The commander's voice rang out, clear and merciless. You have 10 seconds. Disperse the mist, surrender the abyssal power, or die. Her countdown began. 10. Before Card could respond, armored soldiers closed in and restrained him. Shock and fury exploded from him as he shouted accusations. There was a traitor in their midst. The countdown continued. 8. Snarling, he broke free and slammed a soldier to the ground, vowing to end them all. The commander raised her hand and issued a calm but deadly command. Engage. Darkness twisted through the air as Card summoned his strength. He grinned and unveiled his trump card, the universal card, yellow. Power crackled, but before the move could fully activate, a soldier struck from behind. The system flashed, universal card silenced. In that same beat, Fire Strike hit hard, fire magic searing into his body and applying a burning effect. A second wave followed, transforming him into a sluggish sheep and blocking his abilities. The flames dropped him to his knees. Growling, he spat a curse about the professional alliance. Then his eyes widened, the red glow intensifying as he activated his full power. With a roar, he triggered Devour, cleansing every debuff and boosting his attack. Frenzy followed, increasing all attributes, dulling pain, and shielding him from critical hits. The true might of the Abyss was finally unleashed. The commander's jaw tightened, her fury barely restrained. He's going all out, she warned her troops. The Abyss was fully unleashed. With a roar, the Abyss activated regeneration, his wounds sealing at an alarming rate. Then came Dark Arrival. A darkened veil spread across the field, suppressing the power of all who stood against him. His glare burned as he spat a chilling promise. If no one could stop him, he'd slaughter everyone in the hall. He charged, slamming a soldier down with brutal force. But from the shadows, an assassin struck. The silver blade backstab landed, dead center. The system blinked, 1000% critical damage, bleeding effect activated, health regen halved. The Abyss roared, eyes ablaze, and lunged at the assassin with murderous intent. But before he could reach his target, Lu intercepted him. Calm and deadly, Lu launched his counter, triple strike onto the moon. Meanwhile, outside the chaos, some spectators noticed something odd. A poisonous frog had appeared. One student asked if it would affect the dungeon results. Another replied it didn't. It just gave buffs. Maybe someone was using it strategically? The frog, a deadly ruler of a toxic green pond deep within eastern Yan'an forest, loomed large. Lin, Mumu, and Bai Ji stood before it. Lin raised his palm, red magic spiraling in his grasp. Time to drain you dry. With that, he charged. Reverse healing plunder, activate. The frog lashed out, its venom-coated tongue whipping toward him. Panic rippled through the crowd. They shouted for him to dodge. Surely the night god, the legendary player known for flawless clears and the wind god's boots, wouldn't get hit. The attack landed. But nothing happened. No damage. The room fell silent. Cold sweat rolled down foreheads. Whispers turned into stunned gasps. What did we just see? The frog struck again, but this time, Lin's sword gleamed in the air. He severed the tongue in a clean sweep. Without slowing down, he followed with reversal divine healing, then dropped Catastrophe descend. Confusion spread. Hadn't he just been hit? How was he already fully healed? As the frog reeled for another attack, Lin jumped back, narrowly avoiding the poisonous pond. He began repositioning, calculating his movements, preparing to kite the beast with precision. Some viewers questioned why the other mage and swordsman weren't doing anything. Were they just standing by? Far from it. As the frog lunged again, Baiji and Mumu struck with synchronized fury. Their powers merged into a single, explosive blow. The battle had only just begun. The battlefield lit up in flames after the massive blast. The poisonous frog's energy dipped a bit, and Baiji tensed up. Just as expected, this disaster-level enhanced dungeon wasn't pulling any punches. Even the sub-bosses were no joke. Mumu stayed composed. She pointed out that the combo attack was pretty standard, and though it stacked effects, none of the skills drained much mana or needed cooldowns. Everything was playing out exactly as Lin predicted. Then, with casual ease, she asked how long it had been since they pulled away from the monster. Irritated, Baiji began counting out loud. 30 seconds, 31, 32, 33. The frog suddenly became even more aggressive. As the seconds ticked on, 38, 39, 40, a final blow struck its head. A system message popped up. Venomous frog defeated. Secret realm reward acquired. Poisonous blade, trait unlocked. Mumu flashed AV with her fingers. Nailed it. Timing was perfect. Exactly 40 seconds. No more, no less. Baiji grinned, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Elsewhere, flames swirled around Abyss's collapsed form. The purple-haired commander and her armored squad stood tall above him. The fallen card's health had dropped to 0. Confirmed, he was done. The marked tree had been destroyed. She quickly turned to Wu Lu, ordering him to lead the team to the Abyss Gate, link up with the order units, and press deeper. This was a rare opening. They had to take it. Wu Lu's eyes burned with fury. Not far off, a black-haired warrior spoke up. He reminded everyone what was coming, an even deadlier fight, like plunging into a sea of demons. He didn't sugarcoat it. This could be the end for some of them. He gave anyone unsure a chance to step back. No judgment, but he asked for one promise. If they fell, the others would look after their families and protect the city from the demon plague. A heavy silence followed. No one moved. He asked again, had everyone made their choice? No second thoughts? Their answer rang out together. Decision made, no regrets. With fierce determination in his eyes, he gave the command. They'd storm the Abyss and take the Abyss King's head. Humanity would win. The warriors roared in unison. Humanity would win. The system lit up with back-to-back messages. Giant Python elite down. Demonized Slider elite down. Wild Boar elite down. Lin and his crew surged forward, power at full throttle. Mumu glanced at her hands, puzzled. Was she actually stronger now, or was this dungeon just too easy? Baiji grinned, flexing. He joked he still had the energy to fight 10 more. Lin, calm as ever, reminded them it was just the beginning. They hadn't even met the first stage boss yet. He turned to Xiao Mumu and gave a signal, summoned the giant tree guardian. The bell in her hand rang out, and her glowing green eyes lit up. A towering spirit burst forth. The giant tree guardian had arrived. Thanks to the Catastrophe descender effect, the guardian's natural rank shot up, permanently upgraded to platinum. Platinum? It evolved mid-fight. Lin muttered, clearly surprised despite his composed tone. Both Mumu and her clone stared in shock, stunned speechless. Lin coughed, trying to play it cool. Baiji, on the other hand, was practically buzzing with excitement. Lin narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of it. Could a debuff really trigger an evolution like that? From the sidelines, someone gasped. They recognized the Guardian. That was a secret realm boss. Another onlooker whispered in awe. The girl's potential was insane. What made it even crazier? It was just her clone that had summoned it. A notification flashed across the system. Shadows of Yanin had picked up on their presence. Mumu and Lin locked eyes, confused for a moment. Then realization hit. They were here. The Shadows of Yanin had once been 3 holy brothers. But after being consumed by snake swarms, they'd lost their humanity. Now, they roamed the woods like beasts, destroying anything they found. Once saints, now monsters, twisted by madness. Lin issued orders to the giant tree guardian. Attack immediately. Start with Knight's Charge, then hit with Heavenly Strike. He instructed it to anticipate the enemy's landing point and strike with precision. The Guardian wasted no time. It charged forward. The first hit landed, Knight's Charge. Then came Heavenly Strike. Both attacks hit dead on. Numbers appeared, 10-21, then 19-20. Shadow of Yanin, number 1, dropped into a fallen state. Linden slowed down. He turned to Mumu and Baiji, go all in. No saving mana, full burst. He told Xiao Mumu to stay in place and hold the line. Mumu activated Ice Lock. A radiant blue crystal flared to life. Baiji swung his flaming sword. A scorching slash tore across the battlefield. Mumu followed with a freezing wave that trapped the shadows, slowly bleeding their health away. One of the shadows broke free, its gaze burning with fury, locked straight onto Mumu. Baiji shouted the name of his next move, Dawnlight, and unleashed a fiery storm. The flames tore through the frozen field, melting everything in their path. He landed in front of the group, conjuring a blazing firewall to shield them. Mumu struck back hard, unleashing a furious gale butterfly followed by a burst from Poison Bubble. Baiji jumped right in, slashing through the dying flames with a razor-sharp windblade. Positioning himself in front of Mumu, Baiji confessed he was out of range skills. From here on, it was close combat only. The final blow landed, clean and decisive. The shadow of Yanin crumpled, defeated. Lin stepped in, drawing his blade with practiced ease. In one smooth motion, he drove the sword through Yanin's twisted body. The strike was swift, and the steel carried a sense of cold, silent judgment. Not far away, the enemy commander was seething. His crimson eyes blazed, teeth clenched tight. Power radiated from him with every step as he launched into a furious charge. Lin moved to intercept, answering the charge with immense force. But even as he stood firm, ready for battle, a faint glimmer of doubt flickered behind his calm gaze. Lin's image flickered onto the screen as the group gathered in a tense strategy session. Shangguan Yin opened the discussion, explaining the latest intel. The Abyss faction, he said, was launching a dual-front strategy, assassinations paired with trap setups. Their goal was clear, take out multiple targets at once. The man with glasses nodded, adding that Lin's sudden involvement had thrown a wrench into their plans. Now, eliminating Lin had become a top priority. He compared their approach to baiting a tiger out of its mountain. Classic misdirection. Shangguan Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. At first, the Lord of the Abyss seemed clever, but his choices revealed a reckless streak. Even under ambush, they kept pushing forward, either foolishly bold or blindly confident. He added that those who had fallen back to the old base didn't know by Xiao Cho was missing. All the positive updates they received were fabrications, meant to lull them into a false sense of security. He gave the order, inform Lin about the real situation. The glasses-wearing man stepped in with a new suggestion. They should send Lin into the secret realm under the cover of Special Recruit. That way, the corrupted wouldn't suspect a thing and would likely rush to open the Abyss Gate. Someone raised a concern about his son, but the man just smiled confidently. His son was already in on the plan. In fact, it was also a test. He reasoned that the Abyss Lord wanted Xiao Feng alive, not dead. As long as the boy stayed true to his values and rejected the Abyss's influence, they wouldn't hurt him. Once the gate opened, a hidden ally within the corrupted ranks would bring him back to Jiang City safely. A female officer reported in, addressing Shangguan Yin. Their main forces had entered the Abyss domain and were currently holding a strong advantage. But in 5 minutes, a demon wave was expected to hit Jiang City. Shangguan Yin stayed calm. With a soft smile, he instructed everyone to relocate to the city center and wait for their forces to return. He was confident. This time, they'd win without losing a single life. Especially now, with an unexpected variable on their side. He exchanged a serious look with the man in glasses as they continued laying out the final moves of their plan. The giant tree guardian stepped forward, telling Lin to stand back. This one was his to handle. The enemy charged in, fierce and relentless, with 2,620 HP, still on the board. Lin stood his ground, eyes widening as a powerful strike flew toward him. Before it could land, the guardian surged ahead, full of fiery resolve. He slammed into the attacker with a crushing blow, slicing the enemy's HP down to 1503. Lin's gaze followed the next move, Heaven Strike, hoof flying kick. He quickly pieced it together. This opponent wasn't just strong. It was a platinum-tier secret realm boss, and it had just unleashed a death triple slash. From the sidelines, someone shouted that both bosses were down after the death combo. Another voice chimed in, impressed, defeating a platinum boss with just 5 skills? Lin's talent was clearly wasted. He should have been brought in as a special recruit long ago. But not everyone was impressed. One spectator frowned, openly criticizing the path of the priest. Sure, Lin could dish out high damage, heal, recover mana, and cleanse debuffs, but he didn't have the toughness of a tank, the counters of a swordsman, the defense of a warrior, or the agility of an assassin. In high-pressure fights, that kind of fragility was a liability. A single misstep, especially against enemies with strong control skills, and he'd be gone before he could react. A priest, he argued, should never fight that recklessly. A blue-haired man chuckled. Maybe Lin was hiding something. After all, he was recommended by Jiang City's professional alliance. But another person clarified, the teacher's criticism wasn't about Lin's execution. It was about his skill set. Lin's abilities were average, sure, but his sense of timing, dodging, and ability to read enemy actions? Top tier. During official exams, his tactical instincts and individual scores were nearly perfect. But the problem was deeper. He hadn't awakened any talents focused on survival. In a chaotic battle, that kind of weakness could be fatal. He turned to the teacher, asking for confirmation. The teacher's response was cold and blunt. Lin was just a balanced fighter, nothing special. Too many geniuses out there could replace him, he said. The room froze. Shock rippled through everyone. No one spoke, breaking the silence. The teacher turned the discussion to Mumu. Now she was someone special. Her clones weren't just copies. They had advanced intelligence and sharp combat sense. They moved with her instincts and power, manipulating even elite enemies like pawns. She could stay safe in the rear while her summons carried the fight. Plus, those summons had resurrection abilities, making them invaluable in deep, dangerous dimensions. Her potential on the battlefield was off the charts. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed down the hall as a soldier rushed in. He leaned close to the blue-haired man and whispered a few urgent words. The man gave a subtle nod and replied, "Understood." Someone nearby asked what was going on. The blue-haired man raised his hand to address the room. "The demon tide will hit in 5 minutes," he announced. "We'll pause the footage here. Everyone, proceed calmly to the underground shelter. The defenses are solid, and top-tier professionals are already stationed around us. As long as we stay calm and follow the plan, we'll be safe." A worried mother spoke up, saying her father had warned that this demon tide alliance sounded far too confident. She pleaded that they leave immediately. There was no time to delay, not even for the sake of watching over the students. Just then, a system alert flashed. The shadows of Yanin have been completely eliminated. A new map has been unlocked and activated. Best of luck, participants. Lin glanced down at the newly revealed map, puzzled. Someone explained. It had been specially prepared for him by the Alliance. As he studied it, his expression shifted. The threat level had clearly gone up. He was handed a Guardian Barrier Scroll, an extremely rare item capable of creating a 10-minute invincibility shield. Lin looked at Mumu and said quietly, "If we don't need it now, save it for when things get really bad." Mumu nodded in agreement. Then Lin turned to her again. "You stay back," he said firmly. "Keep Xiao Mumu with you for protection." He drew in a breath, gaze locked on the chaos ahead. "I'll go with the giant tree guardian." Before him, a swirling purple rift pulsed with menacing energy. Rivers of molten lava streamed around it, casting a red-hot glow. Lin's eyes narrowed, sharp as steel. This next map was going to be far more dangerous. Lin spoke calmly, warning that the path ahead was dangerous and far beyond any test parameters. He reassured the team that they had already done well enough, urging them to prioritize their safety. His gaze remained steady as he looked forward, reminding them he, too, had summoned the giant tree guardian. Bai Ji and Mumu exchanged a quiet glance. The summon flinched slightly, and Mumu, visibly shaken, blurted out that Lin should face the enemies alone. Her own words seemed to stun her. Lin paused, sighed gently, and admitted that he couldn't bring himself to refuse them. Cheers erupted from behind as the group broke into celebration. He gave the order to move, casually tossing speed pills into the giant tree guardian. A system alert popped up. The giant tree guardian's speed increased after consuming speed pills. Another alert followed. Its speed rose further while drinking. Fully amped up, the team surged forward like a lightning storm, unstoppable and fierce. A new notification appeared. A puppet soldier in black armor, wielding a curved blade, had emerged. It lacked special abilities, but was dangerously fast and delivered heavy blows. Another puppet with a long black bow joined it, noted for deadly precision. Lin gave the signal, break through. The giant tree guardian lunged, its sharp eyes blazing. A knight's charge landed a clean kill. The guardian crushed the puppet soldier with sheer force. It struck again. 3 clean slashes, another instant defeat. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. The puppet swordsman general, clad in black armor, commander of the puppet army. This foe was instinctively lethal and could endlessly summon reinforcements. The giant tree guardian turned and volunteered to handle him, certain it wouldn't take more than a minute. But Lin, eyes locked on the battlefield, felt something was off. He called for caution. Suddenly, he activated inversion, divine chi therapy. Darkness fell. With a red flash in his eyes, he warned that unseen enemies were lurking. He flushed them out first. Energy and light erupted, tearing through the enemy lines. Then a new figure stepped forward, clad in black armor. The puppet ninja general, a master of stealth, armed with deadly shuriken and a lightning-fast katana. Someone whispered, "That's the puppet ninja general." Lin, eyes sharp with determination, quickly assessed the threat. He told Xiao Mumu to pull back. These two enemies were a direct counter to her abilities. He instructed 3 Bro to stick to swordplay, while he took on the ninja himself. The priority was to clear out the first wave and bait the enemies closer to the ninja. The giant tree guardian confirmed the plan. They charged forward, their combined power shaking the very ground. The towering guardian stood firm, scoffing at the weaklings in their path. Then chaos erupted. The general's power surged wildly. The armored puppet sensed it. Real danger was coming. Lin triggered Spirit Flash Moon Concealment, then activated Blade of Ruin. A system alert followed. Desolation phase. Damage boosted by 50%. He appeared out of nowhere, bursting with raw force. Raising his power sword, Lin unleashed the Heaven-Earth Hell Strike, summoning the inverted Star God Radiance. The blow hit hard, cutting the enemy's HP by 40-66 and wiping it out instantly. The ninja general clenched her jaw, rage simmering. The system announced stealth mode had been triggered. A smoke bomb was already deployed as she tried to vanish. Lin turned coolly to Xiao Mumu. "Don't let her get away." Mumu sprang into action, releasing a storm of wind-laced butterflies. The ninja general bolted, desperate to escape the surging force behind her. Too late. The storm hit with full power, reducing her to glowing dust. System update. Secret Realm boss, black armored puppet ninja general, eliminated. Meanwhile, the giant tree guardian sent a wave of vivid green energy straight at the swordsman general. His HP began to drain rapidly. System alert. The general is now in a final crisis. Entered a last stand mode. His crimson eyes burned with rage. Lin called up a new burst of power, activating Inversion Heal, Plunder Spell. A blinding white beam surged from his hand, slamming into the general, who had no strength left to resist. The system confirmed the kill. Black armored puppet swordsman general defeated. At the underground shelter, massive screens showed every detail. Gasps echoed. People shouted in shock at Lin's remote area damage. Someone compared him to a walking spell turret. Others noted his damage output was higher than 2 platinum tier summon bosses combined. One viewer pointed out he had taken down over half of a diamond tier boss's health in one single hit. A voice from the crowd guessed Lin might possess a legendary tier DPS talent. Another chimed in, saying not even elite academy students could match him. The teacher, drenched in sweat, whispered a thought. Lin could have awakened a god tier talent. Just then, a purple-haired student gently placed a hand on his shoulder, asking if he needed to rest. The teacher shook his head, coughed lightly, and admitted his earlier judgment had been wrong. He acknowledged Lin's status as Jiang City's only special recruit. Clearly, the title was earned. Lin was a true genius. The crowd erupted once more. Cheers filled the shelter. Voices rose, declaring that Lin's mythical awakening wasn't an exaggeration. His tactical instincts and potential were on another level. One excited supporter even urged everyone to compete for a chance to join him. Out on the battlefield, Mumu turned sharply to Baiji. Her eyes reflected urgency. She sensed Lin's direction and pushed them to hurry. Ahead, Lin moved forward with unwavering confidence. The giant tree guardian gave a warning. Powerful enemies were closing in. Suddenly, a girl appeared above the battlefield, gliding effortlessly on a magical broom. Around her hovered a quiet force, soldiers with eerie, pink glowing eyes, emanating lethal energy. System alert. The annihilation which has entered the field. Another notification followed. Catastrophe bringer effect triggered. Enemy strength within the secret realm has risen significantly. The giant tree guardian's voice cut through the tension. It was the Annihilation Witch. A system alert blinked into view, revealing her name, accompanied by a shocked description of her abilities. Hovering in the sky, she glanced down at the guardian, wondering aloud if he recognized this boss. Lin lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the floating figure. Her presence seemed split, part unknown boss, part familiar summon. The system confirmed it. She was a clone. Lin remembered fighting something like her before. The witch and her forces exuded overwhelming pressure, their piercing eyes fixed with fierce intent. The clash had already been brutal. Lin watched in silence, a flicker of anger flashing in his gaze. The witch smirked and remarked how curious the situation was. A heavy stillness settled over the field, both sides locked in a silent standoff. Then she began naming cryptic relics: the Forgotten Nest Pass, the Soul Summoning Bell, the Giant Tree Guardian, and the Tear of the Life Attendant. Her smirk deepened as she added. Now the prompt she'd received made sense. The Guardian glared, fury building in his expression. Mumu stood by, energy pulsing from his hands. Lin calmly raised a hand to hold them back, advising restraint. He turned to Mumu and asked if he'd encountered her before. Mumu shook his head, eyes wide, clearly out his depth. The Guardian spoke hesitantly, saying she felt oddly familiar, though he couldn't place her. He pointed out the mark she carried. It matched Lin's. Lin narrowed his focus, speculating that the mark must be tied to the Forgotten Nest Pass. The witch's grin widened, clearly enjoying the moment. She told Lin to relax. Since fate had connected them, she'd let him clear this stage. As her power flared, she expressed her hope that he'd survive the Forgotten Nest as well. A sudden system alert popped up. Secret Realm Boss. Annihilation Witch has disappeared. Her soldiers stood frozen, faces tight with disbelief. Mumu and Lin exchanged quiet, puzzled looks. She just vanished? Lin muttered, brow furrowed. He questioned whether she'd run and what it could mean. Maybe it had something to do with him holding the Forgotten Nest Pass. Maybe she was from the nest too. The Guardian remained still, lost in thought. Though he couldn't remember her, Lin noticed she carried more than one origin mark, some that looked just like his own. Lost in thought, Mumu spoke up. This which wasn't some ordinary creature of the secret realm. He laid out his theory. When his master used the soul summoning bell to summon him, a portion of the Catastrophe bringer's power must have transferred to him. That might be what drew her in. Mumu believed she carried the same aura. Maybe she was even the source of it. He added that she seemed to have personally infused power into the realm, altering the entire instance. Though he was curious, he admitted the soul summoning bell likely held no real memory of her. No use chasing shadows. Lin nodded and suggested they stop dwelling on the witch. There was a more pressing issue. The puppet general she'd summoned had disappeared too, yet no system notice confirmed the instance was cleared. Suddenly, Mumu called his name. She said they felt a shift in the instance's energy and, fearing something had gone wrong, they rushed back to regroup. Her face was tense, clearly worried. Baiji let out a breath of relief and smiled. Glad you're okay. Right then, a new prompt appeared. It noted that the black armored puppet mages had taken an interest in the mage profession, and their battle spirit had reawakened. Without hesitation, the puppet mages lunged forward, eyes gleaming with deadly force. Mumu froze, muttering to herself that maybe she had misjudged the situation again. Lin tightened his grip on his sword, its blade flaring with raw energy. He told her not to overthink it. Even if she hadn't shown up, the outcome wouldn't have changed. This was the final showdown. They needed to finish this fight. A massive energy wave exploded from the puppets, surging toward them. Lin stood his ground, ready to meet the attack head-on. Mumu and the giant tree guardian moved in unison, unleashing their abilities to draw the enemy in. Then Lin turned to Mumu with a plan. Freeze the energy trails or debris, stop them from triggering secondary blasts. From his palm, Mumu cast the ice sealing technique. A wave of freezing power shot out, crashing into the incoming enemies. The lead-armored puppet glared ahead with blazing intensity. All around, the puppet mages radiated a fierce, pulsing energy, ready for battle. The giant tree guardian's eyes widened as he spotted the formation. It was a summoning array. A system prompt quickly followed. Secret Realm Boss, Black Armored Puppet, has initiated a mysterious summoning. Above them, the sky darkened as 1,000 Black Armored Puppet mages descended. Baiji, visibly shaken, reacted with disgust, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the enemy. The Guardian, his tone edged with urgency, turned to Lin. What now? But Lin remained calm. A red ballistic glow flickered in his eyes as he replied without hesitation, no need to rush. If they're bringing numbers, then I'll bring power. He raised his hand, and a torrent of violent energy exploded from his palm, crackling across the sky. His gaze stayed locked on the enemy, steady and cold. If it's a war of summons they want, I'll show them real strength. With unwavering determination, Lin summoned the Dark Curse Knight. The air pulsed with tension as he prepared for the storm ahead. Fully aware of the overwhelming power they now faced, Lin called forth a level 20 platinum grade Dark Curse Knight. This shocked Su Mumu. She remembered this knight was only a level 15 gold grade boss before. She thought Lin Yi had upgraded it himself, but even Lin Yi didn't know it leveled up. He guessed the Curse Knight got stronger as he himself grew stronger. The students watching were amazed by the summon. They praised Lin Yi excitedly. Meanwhile, a group of people sneaked away unnoticed. They whispered about what to do next, but decided to act first. One person said, "Perfect. Our demon commanders are already in trouble. They can't control them anymore. They summoned a demon tide teleportation gate right inside the shelter. Back with Lin Yi, he ordered the Cursed Knight. Don't use Moonlight Pierce. They're using a human wave tactic. Lure them all here. The Cursed Knight obeyed. He used Dark Curse Liberation, boosting all his abilities. Then, he charged towards the enemy demons. Lin Yi felt relieved. The enemy soldiers kept their tight formation and chased after the Cursed Knight. He knew the 4 big bosses wouldn't attack recklessly yet. Their plan was to wear Lin Ye's group down with weak enemies first. Lin Yi also noticed the bosses were still feeding mana into magic circles, not attacking directly. The Cursed Knight reached the demons. He gathered energy. On Lin Ye's command, he attacked. He followed up immediately with Fallen Heaven Hell. At the same time, the tree giant used Heavenly Strike. Lin Yi attacked with Reverse Blue Sea Tide. Bai Ji joined in, using her Poison Bubble. Little Moo Moo used Frostbite. Together, they kept tearing through the enemy forces. The Cursed Knight then used Moonlight Pierce. It landed a critical hit. The entire group of black-armored puppet mages was destroyed instantly. Break them apart now. Lin Yi commanded his troops. Don't let them resurrect the small enemies. He then used Reverse Clarity, Confinement. Immediately after, he used Reverse Healing, Plunder. Lin Yi landed a critical hit and killed the black-armored puppet mage general instantly. The system announced the defeat of puppet mage generals. Su Mu Mu killed another puppet mage general. The Cursed Knight used Absolute Shadow Single Slash and killed the last puppet mage general. After all enemies were defeated, the system announced the aberrant secret realm dungeon, Yarnum Forest, has been cleared. Because of the special ability, Gaze of the Goddess of Fortune, all the clear reward treasure chests were upgraded to Diamond Tier. Lin Yi opened the treasure chest. Inside, he found 3 items. First was a Diamond Tier priest skill named Blessing of the Stars. This skill could only be used by priests. It healed all chosen targets within a certain area. It also gave them the stars effect. Anyone healed this way got a big boost to all their attributes. They also gained 3 random helpful effects. Only a Dispel skill of the same level could remove these effects. The chest also contained Punishment of the Falling Stars. This skill reduced health for all chosen targets in range and gave them the Falling Stars effect. Anyone hit by this had all their attributes greatly lowered. It also removed 3 random helpful effects from them. The second item was a mage weapon called Book of Divine Thunder. The third was an A-keepable item named Eye of the Sun. Lin Yi felt relieved to get these powerful items. Back at the shelter, the city lord asked about the war in the Abyssal Realm. Wang Machao reported that they were close to winning. His team had already reached the Abyssal Palace. He added that today was the best time to kill the Abyssal Lord. The city lord felt relieved hearing this, but seeing how easy it seemed, he warned them to stay cautious. He reminded them that the Abyssal demons would do anything to stop them. As Lin Yi entered the shelter, the students started chanting his name excitedly. Lin Yi looked around. He saw that the alliance was going just as he had planned. Still, he felt like something was missing. He wanted to completely destroy the Abyssal forces in one move. Suddenly, tide creatures appeared and began attacking everyone. People were shocked because the creatures came out of nowhere. One tide creature grabbed a student. Wang Machao rushed to save him. He shouted for everyone to stay back. Wang Machao suspected the attack was caused by someone inside the shelter. He called for support. Lin Yi used his plunder ability to free the student from the tide creatures. Lin Yi felt something was wrong. He knew the city guards outside were very strong. Wang Machao had easily reported to the city lord earlier. Plus, the alliance's arrangements were tight. Lin Yi thought only an insider could have summoned these creatures so quickly. The tide creatures kept attacking and scaring people. The city lord ordered the professional fighters to take out their weapons and protect the students. A large wyvern rose up behind the city lord. The fighters continued battling the tide creatures. The wyvern prepared to breathe fire. The city lord told everyone not to panic. He explained that the wyvern's flames would only hurt abyssal creatures, not humans. The wyvern then burned everything with its fire. The fighters started wondering where the insider might be hiding. Su Mumu spoke up. She told everyone to leave her area to her, Bai Ji, and Little Mumu. She ordered people to watch carefully for where the tide creatures might appear next. Lin Yi thought hard about what to do. He considered 2 choices, organizing everyone to leave the shelter or focusing on catching the insider first. He reasoned that the insider must still be inside. The shelter was in the city, and security outside was very tight. Escape was impossible. If they didn't catch the insider, the tide creatures wouldn't stop coming. Just then, guards rushed in with urgent news. Tide creatures had appeared on the ground in the inner city and inside the shelter. These creatures were between levels 30 and 40. All encirclement teams were being mobilized immediately. Every combatant was called for emergency battle. The city lord asked where the professional fighters were and why the inner city wasn't helping. Wang Machao explained that many demon monster gates had opened right around the inner city's safe area. The monsters already loose in the streets were worse than expected. The creatures coming from these new gates weren't weak, and the inner city guard team was busy fighting them. They couldn't send help. Linny understood this was very bad. He knew if this kept happening, the monsters attacking from the outer city and the monsters attacking from the inner city would crush everyone in between. They would all be killed. Su Mumu noticed her magic attacks were hurting the monsters well. This meant the monsters must be weak against magic. She asked Lin Yi if he had enough mana, magic energy. Lin Yi told her to be careful with her own mana and let her summon creature, Xiao Mumu, fight instead. But he worried. If the monsters kept coming nonstop, everyone would need lots of healing and mana recovery items. Luckily, Lin Yi, Su Mumu, Xiao Bai, the city lord, observers from famous schools, and some professional fighters were here to help. Lin Yi told everyone that the monsters here were only levels 10 to 20. That meant the really dangerous monster gates must have opened somewhere else. These creatures had low magic defense but high physical defense. The difference was huge, maybe 100%. Lin Yi suggested the student mages help the city lord fight, but only from a safe spot far away. The city lord called out, asking all the students to help fight together. Lin Yi used his new skill, Reverse Blessing of the Stars. This skill made all the monsters weaker and reduced their health. The students were shocked to see Lin Yi use a rare diamond tier skill. Seeing him fight inspired them. The students worked together, helping each other heal and recover mana. But Lin Yi worried. What if their mana recovery skills and items ran out before help arrived? What if they reached their limit, exhausted, before they found the source of the monster tide and stopped it? If that happened, the monsters would overpower and kill them all. As things got worse and survival harder, Lin Yi worried about the shelter's emergency supplies. The city lord told him the shelter wasn't built to last forever. To avoid waste, supplies were kept elsewhere and needed the guard team to bring them. Lin Yi realized the situation was extremely serious. Most of the city's best fighters had left earlier to fight a big battle against the deep-dwelling monsters, the Abyss. That meant both the outer and inner city were now short on fighters. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a shocking thought. He realized the monster tide was just a trick, a distraction to pull the main fighters away from the city. Someone touched Lin Yi. He snapped, "Get out of the way." He turned around and was surprised to see Shangguan Yin. Shangguan Yin explained, "It wasn't me who lured the white clown away. The Alliance found someone else to pretend to be me." He told Lin Yi, "I've been watching you fight. I think if we team up, we can fight our way through these monsters and find the source of the tide." Lin Yi asked how long it would take, worried that taking too long would mean people dying. So Shangguan Yin showed Lin Yi his special ability. He touched Lin Yi. A message popped up for Lin Yi. He was affected by an unknown power. All his skill damage doubled. His spells could reach farther and hit a wider area. His skill cooldowns were 30% faster. His mana and health recovered much quicker. But all the damage he dealt would also be shared with Shangguan Yin. This was Shangguan Yin's awakened talent, Soul Link. Shangguan Yin could transfer his soul power to Lin Yi for 1 hour, and it did more than just that. Lin Yi thought this talent must be at least legendary tier. He asked about side effects. Shangguan Yin assured him, "The bad effects only hit me. After using this, I'll be in a coma for a week. So, you'll have to take me with you." Lin Yi didn't waste time. He grabbed Shangguan Yin to leave, but a giant cockroach monster blocked their path. Shangguan Yin yelled, "Don't let its slime splash on you." Lin Yi pulled out his sword and cut the cockroach man apart instantly. His sword skill, Spirit Moon Concealment, began absorbing the leftover energy from the dead monster. This made the sword a little better and slightly increased all of Lin Yi's abilities. The tide monsters keep attacking the shelter. Lin Yi and his new friend Shangguan Yin start searching for where the monsters are coming from. Shangguan Yin points toward the source. He tells Lin Yi he already knows who is behind this. Shangguan explains that there were hidden cameras watching everyone in the shelter all along. He says putting a monster summoning scroll in the monitoring room was either very smart or very dumb. Why? Because the monitoring room has its own cameras too, so someone might have seen them do it. Outside Jiang City, Huang Xiaofeng walks through the ruined streets. He complains loudly about the abyssal creatures. He punches more tide monsters as they appear. He feels angry and humiliated. He remembers how these creatures captured him and made him feel weak. Huang loses his temper and yells at Black Fist, "Stop following me." Black Fist halts and replies, "I can't follow you anymore. I have other jobs to do." He warns Huang that the tide monsters won't attack him now because of the abyssal mark on him. But human fighters might see that mark and think Huang is a corrupted traitor. Black Fist gives advice. If you meet professional fighters, put down your weapons and surrender right away. Or find a hiding spot and wait until the monster invasion ends. Then explain the mark clearly. Huang asks, "Is there another way?" Black Fist shakes his head. "No, I have tasks to finish." Suddenly, Fox and Smoker appear in front of Black Fist. Fox accuses him. "You betrayed us." Black Fist calmly says, "I was always an undercover agent." He looks at Smoker. "Turn back now before it's too late." Smoker just scowls. He doesn't like this offer at all. He gets ready to fight, want to kill Black Fist. As Smoker swings his fist, he remembers being human. But he thinks humans never respected him because his powers were too weak. He desperately craves strength and high status. He wants people to bow down to him. Black Fist knows Smoker wants to be important, but he argues, "You can't use the abyss to get power and respect." Smoker ignores him and punches Black Fist hard in the face. The blow is so powerful that Black Fist's teeth fly out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Fox follows Huang Xiaofeng. Huang snaps at her, "Get lost. You look like a dirty rat." Fox gets offended by the insult. She shoves Huang against a wall, pinning him there. She hisses, "You can't escape. I'm much stronger than you." Huang struggles, but Fox pushes him back against the wall easily. Trying to make her mad, he mocks, "You're corrupt and ugly. If you took off your makeup, you couldn't even pass a simple test. I wouldn't hire you to clean toilets." The insults provoke Fox. She wraps a rope around Huang's neck and starts strangling him. As he chokes, Huang realizes she might actually kill him. But Smoker calls out, "Stop. He's just trying to make you angry." Smoker explains that Huang's corruption talent is even stronger than Lord Meigao thought. Huang could become a king of corruption, a 1 in 10,000 powerful weapon. They need to capture him unharmed, brainwash him, and use him for their side. Fox nods and asks Smoker for help, adding, "Huang hit how strong he really is." Just then, a bright light flashes on Fox's face. She turns and sees Black Fist running toward her, his fist glowing. He smashes it into her, sending her flying through the air. He keeps punching her while she's down. A system alert rings in their heads. Fox heavily wounded. All attributes decreased. Smoker is shocked. Both he and Fox are level 30 corrupted beings. Fox slowly stands up, hurt but ready. She and Smoker prepare to attack Black Fist together. They think they can beat him. But Black Fist warns, "It's useless. Even if you both transform, you're no match for me. Fox is actually helping me." Suddenly, Black Fist's body glows bright yellow as he gains power boosts. Fox and Smoker stare in surprise. They underestimated him. Black Fist focused his will, activating his unique awakened talent. Abyssal sound crossing the sea. He felt the familiar, potent surge as the power locked onto the demonic corruption radiating from Fox. Against foes like her, rotten and infected, his strength would quintuple. The secondary effect pulsed in his mind. Defeating one such corrupted enemy would upgrade the ability to work against any foe, and defeating another while it lasted would extend its duration. This was the edge he needed. As the power ignited, intense flames erupted from his body, a visible manifestation of the energy coursing through his muscles and bones. The heat washed over Fox even at a distance, making her flinch. He felt invigorated, power humming under his skin. "I gave you a chance," he stated, his voice carrying over the crackle of the flames, "because we were once friends. But you've chosen the wrong path, again and again. Even now, I can't let this continue." There was no hesitation left. He launched himself forward, a dark streak through the fiery corona. His hand shot out, clamping onto Fox's arm with crushing force before she could react. He yanked her towards him, pulling his other fist back, knuckles gleaming in the infernal light. "I hope in your next life," he said, the words heavy with finality, "you choose to be human." With explosive force, he drove his fist upwards in the devastating meteor uppercut, the impact lifting Fox clean off her feet and sending her rocketing high into the air. Black Fist didn't pause. He kicked off the ground, shattering the pavement beneath him, and shot upwards, overtaking her tumbling form. Positioning himself directly above, he brought both fists together and slammed them down like twin hammers. The crushing blow accelerated her descent. Fox hit the street with a thunderous crash, the force pulverizing the asphalt into a crater and sending jagged chunks of stone and dust flying in all directions. The air itself seemed to vibrate from the impact. A cold, detached system voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk corrupted one eliminated. Asterisk. He landed lightly beside the crater, breathing steadily. Silence descended, broken only by the settling debris. He looked down at Fox's broken form within the wreckage. Asterisk another one lost. How many more will fall to this corruption before it ends? Asterisk his senses, still heightened by his talent, immediately picked up frantic movement. Smoker was scrambling away, panic radiating off him. Black Fist could practically read the cowardly thoughts. Escape now, regroup, wreak havoc later. Asterisk no, not this time. No more running. Asterisk with swift, decisive movements, Black Fist cut off Smoker's retreat path, appearing before him like a sudden wall. Cornered and desperate, Smoker snarled, his form twisting and bulging as he shifted into his full, grotesque, demonic visage. He roared, a sound of pure terror and rage, and charged, claws extended, clearly still underestimating the power Black Fist now wielded. Black Fist stood his ground, utterly calm. As Smoker closed in, lethal claws aimed for his throat. A shimmering golden aura flared around Black Fist, the invincibility of Patriarch Vajrapalm. Smoker's attack slammed uselessly against the impenetrable barrier. In the split second of Smoker's shock, Black Fist vanished, reappearing directly behind the demon. His fist, wreathed in focused light, drove forward in the light Arhut fist, striking Smoker's spine with pinpoint accuracy. The blow paralyzed the demon mid-roar. Without a moment's delay, Black Fist pivoted, channeling his power into a critical uppercut that snapped Smoker's head back with brutal force. The demon crumpled, lifeless, before he even hit the ground. The system's voice confirmed it. Asterisk Smoker has lost vital signs. Asterisk Black Fist let out a slow breath, the golden aura fading. The street was truly empty now, save for destruction and silence. His gaze swept the area, landing on a still figure near the ruined gatehouse. Huang Xiaofeng lay unconscious, pale, and unmoving. Just a kid caught in this mess, Black Fist thought grimly. No one else is coming for him. He walked over, knelt, and carefully lifted the young man. He needed to get Huang to safety within Jiang City's walls. Just as he adjusted his grip, a communication chime sounded in his mind. His boss's direct line. Black Fist. Status report. Location, the voice demanded. I'm outside Jiang City's north gate. Black Fist replied, shifting Huang's weight. I'm taking Huang Xiaofeng back into the city. He got knocked out cold by those corrupted enemies. The pursuers were Fox and Smoker from my old unit. They're both dealt with. Permanently. The response was immediate and unexpected. Belay that. Do not take him into the city. Bring Huang Xiaofeng directly to me. Black Fist froze mid-step. Asterisk to the boss? Why? Asterisk shock rippled through him. Huang was just a student, barely trained, thrown into this nightmare. Sending him undercover into the abyssal ranks would be a death sentence. He voiced the thought aloud, his concern sharp. Boss, Huang's just a student. He hasn't had the training for deep infiltration. Sending him in like that, it's suicide. He won't survive. The boss's tone was calm, almost excited. New intelligence changes everything. We've discovered Huang Xiaofeng's latent corruption talent isn't just high. It's orders of magnitude greater than anything the abyssal demon Mei Gao could have estimated. His potential ceiling isn't just corrupted lord level. We believe he could ascend to become a true king of corruption. He would gain immense status, access to the very core of the abyssal realm's ruling hierarchy. Crucially, his willpower is uniquely resistant to demonic erosion. That resilience is the key. With our guidance, he could potentially infiltrate the highest echelons and even challenge the Emperor of the Abyss himself. This could end the war. A corrupted entity with his specific potential hasn't manifested in centuries. I've already consulted the Alliance High Command and my father. The consensus is unanimous. I possess the means to safely imbue him with abyssal power without triggering corrosive possession. Black Fist's mind raced. Asterisk, a king of corruption? Ending the war. Asterisk, the scale was staggering. But the human cost. But boss, he argued, the image of Huang's determined face flashing in his mind. Huang might refuse. Vehemently. His whole identity is tied to being human. He wants to fight Lin Yi fairly, prove himself. He's always singing that damn song about him, getting demonic power. It would destroy any chance of a clean victory over Lin Yi in his eyes. It would feel like cheating, like becoming the very thing he despises. Leave his acceptance to me, the boss replied, confidence unwavering. I will handle it perfectly. His refusal is anticipated, but irrelevant in the grand scheme. Huang possesses an incredibly rare combination. Stubborn, almost pure ideals coupled with power that conventional fighters, or even demons, cannot accurately gauge. His flaws, the trauma, the volatile personality, they stem from deep childhood suffering and the hidden burdens of his noble lineage. Understand this. Lin Yi targeted Huang precisely because he recognized that hidden, monstrous potential within him. That's the core of Huang's obsession. He doesn't just want to beat Lin Yi. He needs to destroy him, to eradicate what he perceives as his heart demon, to validate his own theories about bloodline and strength. Huang and Lin Yi are two sides of the same coin. Super geniuses fundamentally incapable of coexisting on the same side. Yet, positioned on opposing fronts, their conflict could drive them to maximize their impact, strategically reshaping the entire board. Huang on the inside, Lin Yi on the outside, the synergy could be devastating to our enemies. The boss paused. I'll provide a full operational brief upon your return. The logic was cold, strategic, and vast. Black Fist looked down at the unconscious boy in his arms. Asterisk, king of corruption. In the war, asterisk, the weight of the decision settled on him. Duty outweighed personal misgivings. Understood, boss, Black Fist confirmed, changing direction away from the city lights. I'm en route with Huang Xiaofeng. He then asked the practical question, needing to shift focus. What's the situation inside Jiang City? Did the primary objective hold? The boss's voice took on a note of grim acknowledgement. An unforeseen variable manifested within the city. I was unable to contain it. A brief pause, then a trace of something like relief. Fortunately, Lin Yi was present. He intervened, completely reversed the situation, stabilized the zone. Lin Yi stood in front of the huge, swirling portal. The strange, stupid-looking creatures inside seemed afraid of him. Not a single monster came out. He thought maybe it was because the Alliance's strong fighters had killed the powerful boss monsters, the Abyssal Lord and Abyssal Demons. Those bosses had controlled these Tide monsters. Shang Wanyin agreed. He explained that these Tide monsters were followers of the Abyssal Demons. They got their power from Abyssal energy. They could even talk in their minds to the bosses back in the Abyssal realm. The reason the monsters had fought so fearlessly before wasn't because they wanted to die. It was because the Abyssal Demons were forcing them to fight. Now, with their commanders dead, only their basic instincts were left. They felt pure fear and didn't dare attack anyone. While Shang Wanyin tied up the captured traitors, he looked at them. They were unconscious. He wondered what they had done to end up like this. Maybe people controlled by the Abyssal energy just passed out when the connection to their bosses was cut. He quickly pushed that thought away. Right now, the only important thing was making sure these traitors couldn't escape. Lin Yi turned his attention to the glowing scroll that was creating the portal. It was a magical item someone had summoned. He couldn't destroy it with his powers, which was a big problem. He couldn't even move the scroll. Suddenly, the Tide creatures started creeping closer again, surrounding them. Lin Yi decided to wipe them all out at once. He used his special skill, Reverse Red Sea Tide, the Sea of Undead. Blood suddenly surged out like a flood, filling the area. Shang Wanyin worried the unconscious traitors might drown. But Lin Yi assured him, my attacks will only hit the Tide creatures. Then Lin Yi used another powerful skill, Reverse Blessing of the Stars, the punishment of the falling stars. Instantly, all the Tide creatures were devoured and destroyed. Shang Wanyin was amazed. Lin Yi could hurt enemies, weaken them, control groups, and heal people, all at the same time. Lin Yi started to explain what they should do next now that the path was clear. He paused for a moment, then continued. The next important thing is to close this portal completely. But we can't destroy the summoning scroll itself. He pointed at the scroll. It's still connected to the main portal out there. Since I can't destroy the summoned object directly, I have another plan. Lin Yi pulled out his sword. He triggered his Spirit Moon concealment skill, specifically the Annihilation form. He gathered powerful energy and released it straight at the portal. The energy struck the portal hard. The portal started to crack and break apart. Lin Yi pushed harder, releasing all the energy he had gathered. Suddenly, the whole shelter started to shake violently. People panicked, shouting, "Earthquake!" The city lord tried to calm everyone. "Don't worry. These shelter buildings are strong. They won't collapse." He cast a protective shield around the people. He wondered if the shaking was coming from where Lin Yi was fighting. Near the crumbling portal, Shangwan Yin was startled. He'd never seen a portal do this before. This one was making loud, human-like screams. It kept yelling, "Stop stabbing! Stop stabbing!" Lin Yi calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out earplugs. Mumu had given them to him earlier. He put them in. Shangwan Yin noticed the summoning scroll itself was reacting now, glowing strangely. The portal screamed again, "I'll close. Just stop attacking. I swear I'll close." As soon as it said this, the summoning scroll shattered into pieces. The broken pieces fell to the ground. With the portal finally closed, no more creatures could come through. The situation was turning around. Outside, the professional fighters noticed all the portals starting to close. They prepared to wipe out the remaining monsters in one big attack. Suddenly, they looked up. Strange creatures were floating down from above. A system message appeared for everyone. All are blessed by a mysterious power. All negative status effects are removed. They saw Lin Yi high above them. He was using his Oath of the Sea Moon skill, sending healing energy washing over everyone. The stunned silence shatters as an immense wave of healing washes over the entire inner-city battlefield. Everyone present, from the most battered professional fighters to the injured students, feels deep wounds knitting closed and shattered bones realigning. The professionals freeze, their years of combat experience failing to comprehend the impossible scale before them. They stare, slack-jawed, as bright, vibrant green pulses of light erupt rhythmically every half-second, visibly refilling depleted health bars like rising tides. This can't be a new graduate, one grizzled veteran mutters, his voice thick with disbelief, his eyes wide as he watches a gash on his forearm seal without a scar. "He's like a god walking among us," another whispers fervently, clutching his recently healed side. Initially, their gazes snap towards Shangwan Yin, expecting the city lord's hidden power. But the city lord isn't a priest, and even legendary support skills don't blanket an entire district. Then, their collective focus shifts upwards, pinpointing the source. Lin Yi, hovering above the chaos. A thunderous cheer erupts from the professionals, raw relief and awe in their voices. Lin Yi raises his hands, channeling the potent energy within him. "Divine radiance of the stars. Blessing of the stars," he calls out. A wave of pure, cool, silver energy bursts forth from him, cascading over the battlefield like concentrated moonlight. The Spirit Moon concealment weapon in his grasp glows fiercely, resonating with immense power, a power significantly amplified after absorbing the colossal abyssal gate during the summoning. It feels different now, heavier with potential, Lin Yi thinks, surprised as he senses the weapon reacting beyond his intent. Though he only consciously activated one skill, the Spirit Moon concealment automatically triggers another, Oath of the Sea Moon. This secondary wave of shimmering light blankets the entire inner city, settling on every defender like a protective mantle. Instantly, everyone inside feels an added resilience, a tangible resistance to incoming harm. Simultaneously, all those healed experience a surge of vitality. Their muscles feel stronger, their reactions quicker, their core attributes boosted significantly. Snowflakes drift down from the darkening sky, adding an eerie calm to the scene. Below, Wang Machao jumps up and down, thrilled by the sheer scope of the healing. "He did it! Look at that!" he exclaims, pointing wildly. Xiao Bai and Mumu glance upward, their expressions shifting from grim determination to open admiration as they spot Lin Yi floating above the fray. The professionals watch in near disbelief as their worst wounds vanish completely, the deep exhaustion of prolonged battle melting away, replaced by a wellspring of renewed energy and focus. Students nearby high-five each other, their faces alight with sudden hope. "We can win this," one shouts. A commander's voice cuts through the din, amplified. Report. The city lord and the students are secure. They've successfully retaken the underground shelter. Lin Yi focuses, mentally commanding the spirit moon concealment. He feels the weapon shift, its energy turning sharp and volatile. It enters destruction mode. With a single, decisive swing of the transformed blade, a searing arc of energy obliterates an entire cluster of charging tide creatures. Wang Ma Chao, eager to join the fray, starts to rush forward, but the city lord's firm hand stops him. Look closer, Wang Ma Chao, the city lord says urgently, pointing at Lin Ye's blade. Wang Ma Chao squints and sees tendrils of dark, swirling energy being actively drawn into the sword from the disintegrating monsters. The city lord explains quietly, that weapon doesn't just kill. It deals the blow, then absorbs the abyssal remnants left behind, purifying that corruption to fuel its own growth and power. As Lin Yi continues fighting, moving with lethal grace, the spirit moon concealment visibly pulses, its glow intensifying moment by moment, its very quality level visibly ascending. With Lin Ye's own attributes already maxed at the human limit of 100, the weapon unlocks deeper capabilities, revealing new forms and skills. Lin Yi senses the weapon's readiness. He shifts it again, this time into Guardian Blade mode, planting the transformed weapon firmly into the cracked earth. He channels its protective energy. Instantly, a 50-meter-wide zone around him erupts in a soft, steady blue radiance. This is Guardian Land. Enemy monsters caught within its boundaries visibly slow, their movements becoming sluggish, their innate power noticeably diminished. Lin Ye's allies, however, feel a bolstering surge, their limbs lighter, their resolve firmer. Every 3 seconds, a shimmering, translucent jade shield materializes beside each defender within the zone, capable of absorbing up to 200 points of damage. The blade also grants Lin Yi access to a potent new ability, world-shaking myriad forms. He activates it without hesitation. Above the Guardian Land zone, moonlight coalesces violently, forming a colossal, shimmering meteor. It plummets downward, crashing into the designated area with earth-shattering force. Every enemy caught within the impact radius suffers devastating earth-based magic damage. The surviving creatures are left stunned, frozen rigidly in place for 3 critical seconds. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi immediately casts another shield skill. Thicker, more substantial jade barriers materialize, encasing his allies like resilient shells, each capable of blocking a significant 500 damage points. Crucially, these new shields stack protectively with the smaller, pulsing shields generated by the Guardian Land. The watching crowd gasps collectively. Double shields? Someone yells incredulously. The city lord allows himself a small, satisfied smile, thinking, Lin, you just made the priest class invaluable overnight. Academies will be flooded with kids begging to join after witnessing this. Outside the inner city walls, reports crackle over restored comms. Street sweep complete. All homes and stairwells cleared. Confirm no hidden monsters remain. One soldier radios. Another voice adds, outer city perimeter fully reclaimed. Signal towers are operational again. The First Legion now solidly guards the inner walls while teams begin the grim task of clearing rubble and debris. The Second Legion focuses on triage within the reclaimed shelters. Commander Huang listens, but his expression is troubled. We missed corrupted humans hiding among the students. He berates himself internally. And we grossly underestimated the tide creature's coordination and the number of gates. The outer city's vast area had hosted far more teleportation gates, overwhelming the fewer professionals stationed there. Even the sturdy exam arena lay in ruins. Huang knows the monumental task ahead. Homes destroyed, thousands displaced, citizens needing immediate aid and long-term care for serious, non-critical injuries. He sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. Please let my judgment hold. He hopes silently, thinking of Lin Yi, Shangwan Yin, and the city lord. I still can't recall who pushed for deploying most troops to the distant front lines, leaving the city itself vulnerable. A breathless staff officer runs up, his face split by a wide grin. Commander Huang, full communications are restored across all sectors. And casualty report, 0 deaths or critical injuries within the inner city. The nearby professionals cheer, shouts of City Lord and Shangwan Yin rising. Huang steps forward, his voice cutting firmly through the celebration. Do not forget Lin Yi. Without his intervention, we would be counting bodies here. His tone leaves no room for argument. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield's glow, a woman steps smoothly from the shadowed entrance of a nondescript building. A faint mechanical whirring precedes a sleek, metallic scarab as it crawls from the darkness in her waiting palm, its tiny wings humming with contained energy. The city is finally safe. All the monsters from the recent attack, both inside and outside the city walls, are gone. The sources of the monster wave have been destroyed. Now, the city focuses on cleaning up and helping people recover. Every fighter pushed themselves way too hard during the battle. They were all sent to a special rest area for medical checks and treatment. Without Lin Yi constantly healing people and the other priests helping, everyone would have collapsed much earlier. Thankfully, the medical checks showed no one had serious injuries or lasting problems. They even got free, high-quality recovery care. Shangguan Yin was hit the hardest. The bad side effects of his mind connection technique put him into a very deep sleep. His own people carried him straight back to his sect, the Spiritual Rhyme Sect. The traitor who helped cause the monster wave was handed over to special investigators from the Alliance. They will use this traitor to find other corrupted humans who set up the monster portals. Those people will be caught and punished severely. Also, because the inner city and shelters were almost unguarded, nearly causing thousands of deaths, several security bosses responsible for defense were fired and are being investigated for neglecting their jobs. Despite the victory, Lin Yi feels a big problem is still hanging over them. The principal's message said the Alliance knew about the traitor's plan and had countermeasures ready. Security should have been super tight in the inner city and exam areas. Lin Yi also asked Shangguan Yin earlier why the Alliance sent the main fighting forces away to the Abyss. Shangguan Yin told him there was an official order, but he himself didn't go to the Abyss. He stayed in the command center and rushed over when he realized trouble was starting. Lin Yi briefly wondered if the mind connection side effect made Shangguan Yin stupid, but Shangguan Yin explained the Alliance was confident they could crush the abyssal forces in one attack. So, they sent almost all the city's main fighters for backup. But Lin Yi still thinks something's wrong. It feels like everyone is missing the same piece of memory. Even if everyone got overexcited and forgot about defense, Lin Yi thought they wouldn't send every single guard away. That's just dumb. It practically handed the traitor the chance to open those monster portals. So many elite fighters from the encirclement team should have returned to the inner city with the students to keep guarding the place after dealing with the card problem. Instead, they got orders out of nowhere to attack deep in the abyss, and no one questioned it. Shangguan Yin admitted everyone seemed to forget the original orders and security plan. This felt incredibly strange to Lin Yi. If someone could make everyone forget like that, he reasoned, they must be super powerful. Powerful enough to smash the city and the abyss forces easily. So why go through all this trouble? Why let both sides get hurt? Lin Yi realized the enemy wasn't as all-powerful as they seemed. Meanwhile, the city lord was talking with his advisor, Huang. The original plan clearly stated we should send several guard teams for full security, the city lord pointed out. It even considered that abyss demons might have planted corrupted humans among regular citizens. Huang nodded. True, boss. There aren't many corrupted humans with mixed human/abyss backgrounds here. Most aren't strong. Some don't even have abyss powers yet. Since they barely have any abilities, they usually lie low, only getting contacted one way by abyss demons for missions. That makes it really hard to find out who they are or get proof. The city did have plans and defenses ready for dealing with these weaker, unstable, corrupted humans. But nobody followed those plans. Huang scratched his head. Could a really powerful, corrupted human have been among us? Maybe they wiped everyone's memories. But he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Everyone was checked thoroughly. He voiced Lin Ye's earlier thought. Besides, if someone that strong existed, why let us turn the battle around? And why stay hidden? Why not just warn the Abyss forces to retreat instead of watching their leader get killed? Huang wondered if this pointed to a fight within the Abyss forces themselves. The city lord offered another idea. Maybe the real target was the Abyss King all along. Could it be a different Abyss King from another region trying to take over Jiang City? Or something else? The city lord knew this hidden enemy might be trickier than the Abyss demons. They definitely had other goals. To find them, they needed to figure out how the memories were wiped and what was used. Tianchi, he ordered his assistant, contact the main fighter alliances in other cities. We need their expertise. He also commanded his own people, re-examine everyone who was involved. Look for anything unusual. Elsewhere, hidden in shadows, a woman spoke with concern. Have our actions been discovered? A calm man answered her. It doesn't matter. Being found out was expected. He held up a data crystal. What matters is we now have Lin Ye's combat data. We confirmed he has incredible strength and talent. He sounded almost impressed. It's not even surprising anymore. He defeated the Dark Curse Knight, the strongest gatekeeper, without getting a single scratch. And he even earned the knight's respect. The woman pressed. Aren't you worried the Abyss demons will try to eliminate Lin Yi now? The man shook his head dismissively. The plan to lure the tiger out? That was just a tool to test Lin Yi's strength. It poses no real threat to him. Their focus was clearly now on Lin Yi himself. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next recap. Tell me in the comments, which moment today blew your mind the most? Speech Balloon. Until next time, keep your eyes on the story, and I'll see you in the next episode.